Hello, ladies and gentlemen. January 2025, Virtual Strangers rides again. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 show. I am your host, Wes. With me, as always, are my good friends, Eric and Roots. Roots, only a month later, we're finally kicking the year off the way we always do.
We did it! Oh my god, hey, hold on.
That sounds terrible.
That was horrible.
That sounds
There we go. Feels so much better.
Yeah, no, I can't believe it. And somebody was just saying in the
I
chat,
didn't even
actually,
know mine
was
worked. Oh, it works.
yeah,
Mine
yours
works.
yours sounds horrible too, bro. Hit your deep voice and talk in it, and then hit it back, and it should fix it. So somebody was saying that game key you dropped would be nice to know what platform that is. Is that Quest?
Yeah.
I guess?
Yeah, and I would have done that if it were a multi-platform game.
Oh, I gotcha. Well, I guess if they don't know, they're like scrambling. They're like, yes, I'm getting the game for the PlayStation VR2, and then they're all sad because it didn't go through.
Well, no worries, because key drops are not our thing here. I did that one, and I'll do a few more over the course of the dozens of hours that we're going to be here. But that was a leftover from the 2023 show, man.
Oh, wow.
And that's the only reason I dropped it like that. We probably got 10, 15, 20 keys left over from last year's show. And those I'm not going to do anything special for. We'll just drop those in the chat and first come, first serve on those ones.
Hamoud says his first stream. Can't wait for 7 hours of troubleshooting. Actually, shouldn't be any troubleshooting, I don't think. Although Looper did just say the intro music was too loud in the intro or in this scene coming into it.
What are you gonna do
when we were talking? I don't know. It was really set before, so I don't know. It's just
Intro
crazy.
music's too loud. Mics are too low. My PC, I'm pretty sure my PC will crash before
some point.
the show's over with. That's the reason I restarted a minute ago, Roots. Like nothing, it was time to go live on the show, and my computer started doing all this weird shit like it normally does before it starts crashing. And that fan kicked on my power supply and got loud and just stayed on continuously. And I said, you know what? It's probably a good idea to restart this thing.
It's
I've been
probably-
sitting in front of it for a day now.
It's probably a good idea for anybody out there that is feeling generous and wants to help Wes out. I'm assuming it's in our link for this stream, but
It is.
the buy a coffee, Wes is asking for help to help get a good video card and power supply and all that jazz. So any amount that you can help with, we appreciate it. I think you said you were 40% there.
Yeah, about. I'm right at around $400 right now, thanks to the generosity of a few people that have donated since we opened up the link last week. And what Roots is saying is true. I am going to upgrade my computer this year. Hopefully, I don't have to wait till super late in the year, and hopefully, I don't have to make any compromises. And so, at the urging of Looper, as well as a few other community members, I've opened up this Buy Me a Coffee link you'll find in the description below. It's listed as the Fake Frames Fund, and anybody that's a PC gamer is going to get the reference. But I do want to just go ahead and shout out to the people who have already donated. Looper and Mad Vegan, chief among them. Over half of the donations I've received so
Wow.
far were just from those two.
That's
So
great.
shout out Looper.
We should do it like a live stream for that. Like
Yeah, like
get in and do
well-
something live, the three of us together.
So
Yeah.
so I would be down to do that. What I am already announced that I am going to do is that the top 5 donors get to pick the first 5 games that I play on the new setup, and I'll stream those. So whoever the top 5 are, get to pick a game, and I'll come on here and stream. Or if they'd rather have a private stream, I have no problem doing that as well.
But what,
But yeah, I'd be okay to do a live stream, do some gameplay.
yeah, I think what he's saying is to do a live stream, like, yeah, we can just like
Yeah, trying to
I
get
don't
as
know,
many people in there donating
10-hour
on that live
stream or whatever. We're not
Yeah.
stopping until Wes gets his money. And oh wait, that might be dangerous. 'Cause people are like,
Kind of what we're doing
nobody
right
give
now.
money. We want this thing to go 25
maybe,
hours.
Hey, maybe you'll hit it now for this.
That's
thing.
true.
Yeah.
That is very true.
Kinda
That is
what
very
we're
Let's,
doing.
let's have a
We-
counter up on somewhere on the screen.
Well, I mean, if you guys remind me, I'll check in on it every so often to see if we get any new donors.
Wait.
But I do want to shout out everyone who's donated so far. We have Looper and Mad Vegan both making over $100 donations. So thank you
Nice.
guys. That's awesome. We had Grandpa Barbecuer the Game Cat. I think was the first one that donated. I had another one that's listed as someone. Then I'm pretty sure is not sure Brondo. I think Brondo said that he donated, and there's only one anonymous donation, so I think that was Brondo.
Who doesn't
Andrew
love
Aaron
Not Sure
Wright.
Brondo? I mean,
I don't
everybody
know.
loves.
I got a bad news for you guys. I'm too hairy, and Eric is not hairy enough according to the chat. So
Oh,
you
really?
need-
yeah.
I need to
I'm
get rid of a
sans
little bit of hair here, and you need to grow some hair.
I know. I'm wearing my hat tonight. No glasses. I went old school.
And this is old
For the
school.
old show.
I know. I was like, oh my god, I haven't seen Eric for a long time. That one guy just keeps sitting in his chair.
You look
Yeah,
good,
well-
Eric. The California is wearing off, and you finally took those glasses off.
The glasses
Oh,
came
thank
off.
goodness.
I know. There may be a segment later tonight though where they pop back in.
Yeah, when it gets late and we start to get tired and cranky, we'll put on our old man get up. Andrew Ehrenreich has donated twice to the fund. Thank you,
Oh,
Andrew. Tom Richards, Salvador, and Marcus. Marcus, I don't want to butcher your last name. It's SJOUKE. And I'm sure that you're a community member that I know, but I don't know your handle to your real name. So I don't know exactly who you are, but I appreciate the support, Marcus. Marcus actually donated directly to the PayPal, which PayPal takes no cut. You
Right.
can donate to PayPal, and
Yeah.
I get 100% of that. So
Yeah, that's the best way to do it if you can. And did you guys know there's football on today? NFL football playoffs, I guess.
Mhm.
I
I do.
I haven't watched a playoff or actually a football game for about 10 years. Remember that whole take a knee thing? That was about when it died for me. So
Yeah, I remember.
Somebody in the chat
football.
asked what was on my arm. Mark Pringles Leaf asked what's on my arm. Do I have something on my arm?
no, he said I can still see you. I see your arm. So I don't know if maybe you were like hiding or something, and your arm was still sticking in the scene or something.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know. Maybe
I
he's
had to
got
go
an
pl- I had
arm
to plug my
fetish.
I had to plug my
Who
phone in
doesn't,
real
though?
quick. 'Cause
Oh, I
we wouldn't
gotcha.
make 12 hours with my phone wouldn't make 12 hours, and yeah, it was gonna die.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm like, wow, man,
we've
I'm going,
actually
like, I was
had,
all self-conscious for a minute. I'm like, what the fuck? There's all over my arm. Mark.
We actually had a couple donations in the YouTube feed here too before we went live. I should probably shout those out before they get lost. Sun WTF with the $5 US says, "Let's start it off right. Listening to the 2024 show while playing Arcanage.
ooh,
Hope 2025 is as good as 2024." I
Yeah.
have a feeling. It's going to be pretty solid.
it's
Yeah,
going to
thank
be
you.
tough to beat, man. Like beginning of 2024, we got the UEVR mod. That was amazing, and we've had a lot of amazing games since then. In general,
Yeah.
I just saw that my chat is not. This is Dradhawk's playoffs. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Did you know that I'm on the teams? One of the teams that's like I'm literally one of the players that's in the playoffs.
I know
Well,
who's
maybe
going
not.
on my
but-
fantasy team.
Yeah.
Classy Grandma, $20 US donation. A small thanks for all the big things you guys do for VR and for us. Now let's get this party started. Hugs. Thank you, Grandma, for being here. I always love it when Classy Grandma can show up, Roots.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Well, we go early enough. You know, she said if we went early, she said that promised that a long time ago. She'd be here every time, and then we stopped being early. And it's
You know
like,
who know who hates going early?
she likes to go anytime she can get.
We
a
tried to
chance.
go even earlier, man, but I haven't been to bed yet. I'm not saying that I haven't been to sleep yet, but since we recorded our pre-recorded stuff yesterday, I have been in this chair the whole time. I ended up falling asleep in this chair in the middle of the night, which was why I was a couple hours late handing off the finished format to you. But we got it done, and we're here once again. 6 years, guys, that we've been doing
That's
this.
crazy.
Holy shit, man!
Celebration.
6 years?
So 6
Crap,
years.
6 years.
What? Let me ask you this, Eric. Do you think Wes is going to fall asleep today in between during the
probably.
Because it's by the end of the show. But
Yeah.
you know what? If we come back and he's not here, I guarantee Eric and I are more than prepared to do it ourselves. Tell him not like at that time where we were like, oh shit, dude, Wes isn't coming back. That's early on.
Well, the problem
Never
with
gonna
it was
live it
that
down.
one was so late at night that even Michelle fell asleep.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I was texting Michelle, figuring she would wake him up, and she was asleep. So yeah,
Perfect
that was
storm.
a tough. Yeah.
But we've tweaked the formula a little bit this year, and we're hoping that it won't go that late.
Yeah.
We're shooting for 10 hours or less this year. We'll see how that goes. And for those of you who are watching this for the first time, the last couple of years, this episode has gone on nearly 14 hours each time. This is when we put in the description that this is the 6th annual most epic VR podcast of all time. That is not hyperbole, friends. This is the ultimate celebration of VR gaming. We have dozens of awards. We have hundreds of keys to give away. And yeah, man, we do it right. We don't have a lot of events on this channel over the course of a year, but when we throw a party here, we throw a fucking party. And that's what the 2024 show is and what it will always be. Kill Artist, the Dreamweaver Game Cat, $4.99 US donation. I added the Cat VR C2 Core VR treadmill to the cart again for the 10th time today. One day I will buy it.
Today's going to be that day. I feel it. Just do it. Just click it. Come on. Nobody will care. Your wife won't kill you. That's would be the thing, right? If you're married, you better check with your wife. Make sure before you do that big thing. I just saw Classy Grandma became a patron as well today, she said.
Oh, yeah?
That's awesome.
Wow. Well, thank you, Classy Grandma. I probably should have checked the patron rolls before we went live today. But honestly, man, well, I've come in by the skin of my teeth. I literally just 20 minutes ago finished the format by putting in all of the giveaway keys and quantities and all that stuff on there. I literally have not had a minute to look at it, which is kind of crazy because we took 3 months off to prepare for this fucking show.
Yeah, I couldn't believe how long it took to put the scenes together. I thought, man, if I went and cleaned, I got back, and I'm like, I got plenty of time. And then 3 hours later, I'm just finishing. Like, holy crap, that's a lot of scenes.
The big show.
Yes.
Anyway, let's kick off this episode the way we always kick off our year-end or year-beginning celebration. Let's just take a moment to contemplate where we were a year ago, where we've come since then, and where we're going. And when we had this episode, when we were here a year ago, almost to the day that we did the 2023 show, VR gaming as a whole was in a bit of a state of uncertainty. 2023 was a good year overall, as it was the year that brought us PlayStation VR 2, and PlayStation VR 2 had a very strong launch. But that was early in the year, and by the end of the year, people were waiting for the follow-up to PSVR 2's strong launch lineup, and there was not only had we not received any more titles from Sony first party, we hadn't received any teases of titles coming from Sony first party. So that created a lot of uncertainty around PSVR 2. PC VR was even in an even worse state because it had pretty much been on the decline for a couple of years, pretty much since Meta pulled out following the release of Lone Echo 2. PC VR gaming got an occasional multi-platform title, no exclusives. And very much last year, 2023, the majority of what we played on PC VR was the occasional flat game that got modded in. The only kind of real sign of strength at this point last year was on standalone because the Quest 3 headset had just launched. But even that had its own brand of uncertainty come with it, because even though this was probably the first really capable standalone headset we'd ever seen, it seemed like Meta was overly focused on mixed reality, and it was kind of like the early days of VR, where there were just as many tech demos hitting the Quest store as there were actual VR games. Um, so we didn't really know what kind of year 2024 was going to be. But I'm happy to say, as I sit here 12 months later, that 2024 actually turned out to be quite a pivotal year for VR gaming, because Roots, it wasn't long after we did this show last year, or it might have been right around the time that we did it, that Prey Dog released the Unreal Engine Universal VR Injector, and that kind of changed everything, didn't it?
It changed everything. It changed everything for me and for AJ and for a lot of people that, like, for so long I was craving like AAA games and like very deep games, and now I've got so many just from that one mod. It's amazing, and that was what spurred me to get my 4090. I got it right before it came out, actually, because it was getting ready to drop, and I wanted to have the fidelity and not have to worry about it. That's why I'm so excited for you with your 5090, because I know what you're about to get into. I've been there, and like it's like you're gonna have an even better experience. So I say I don't even cross my fingers, because I know how good this community is and how people are already stepping up, and that's why there's. I mean, even if you don't have any money to help, like, you guys are all awesome. So just being here is enough for me. So.
Thank you, Roots. Well said. Eric, the the Universal Unreal Injector mod, UEVR, was a pivotal point for VR in more ways than one. I mean, of course, it provided PC VR gamers with hundreds of high quality titles that can be played with a press of a button if you have a strong enough PC. But it did more than that. It kind of filled a gap that was kind of created with the launch of PSVR 2, because people were really excited about the next gen of PlayStation VR, because we all were expecting that this would be the generation of hybrid VR games that come out that support flat and support VR. But when that didn't happen, a lot of people were upset, a lot of people were scared, and we were just kind of left wondering, how long are we going to have to wait until we get to play the same games that the flat gamers get to play? But with the launch of this mod, it kind of kicked off the flat to VR revolution, where now not only are we getting all of these awesome mods, but we also saw the foundation of flat to VR studios in 2024, and we're kind of spearheading that movement, bringing the favorites from years past into VR. And I don't think we say it very often, but UEVR is and has been pivotal to our efforts, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of, encapsulating a lot of like what you guys just talked about is 2024 was a transitional year, like, especially for what I would consider the gamer's gamer. So, like, and what I mean by that is we're in a weird spot where casual gamers for virtual reality have kind of taken a forefront. Okay, younger casual gamers, standalone, have really kind of stepped out and become what that platform is like showing off as. So like some of the most prominent games that are doing extremely well on, say, standalone are younger gamers. So what I would consider the gamers, a lot of us here, it's a transitional period, and we have these every once in a while. Like I know that even just since we've been together, we have seen peaks and valleys. We've seen ups and downs. We saw PC VR come out as being one of the main things early on in the days of, the Oculus Rift and, the Valve Index. And then we saw PC VR almost completely die. And I think we're still in that transition where we're starting to see some things kind of have to rotate a little bit. So we're having casual gamers want to be like that cheap, inexpensive headset, very in and out games that are more maybe even, social or younger person focused. But where does that leave like gamers like us? Where does that leave gamers like Roots or myself or you or a lot of these people in chat that want to play those big AAA games? That leaves us a bit out in the cold. And we're not willing to spend our money on those middle of the road games. So what happens is developers have to rethink how they do things, right? So if I'm not willing to put my money into that middle of the road lower game, okay, it's not the kid game, it's not Gorilla Tag, but it's like that middle of the game. But that's still not what I want, right? And that's maybe not what you want. So if we're not willing to put our dollars there, what does the developer do? Well, where do we want to put our money? I want to put my money behind either classic games that I played a long time ago, and now I want to play them in virtual reality. But I don't want to play a vision of that game. I don't want to play a ghost of that game. I want to play that game, right? I want to play that deep, full game that I played on, my PlayStation 3 or Steam 5 years ago. Or I want to play the game that just came out a year ago or 2 years ago, but I want to play the full game. I don't want to play a version of that game or another company's like idea of what that game could have been, but in VR, but watered down. And I think that's where we are. So a couple of things happen. The UE VR mod comes out and allows us to play these huge games that we were never able to play before, or not in a good state anyway. Like we've been doing this for a while, but the UE VR makes it to the point where it's almost instantaneous, and it's almost less jank than putting a profile together, 2 years ago. So it gives us a lot of what we want, even to the point where now we have Rocky Parda, who is really, really close on a Unity injector mod. So it's not just Unreal Engine that's gonna happen anymore. We're very, very close to the point where we will have a workable Unity injector mod where we can get Unity games in there as well, because there's a ton of those out there that we all want to play. Those tools and those things and the people that are working on those things are the same people that are with us building in Flat to VR Studios, and we use these tools every day. We have so many things going on behind the scenes right now that we are going to be announcing soon in 2025, and some later in 2025. There's so many things cooking that are all based off of this UE VR mod and this, Unity mod that's eventually going to come out. And that all starts with Preydog. A lot of that starts with Preydog. A lot of that starts with Elliot. A lot of that starts with us. Again, not putting our dollars behind these middle of the road games anymore. We're telling developers with our wallets, this is not where we want to be as gamers anymore. And this is that transitional period of 2024 where, guys, we are going to see a lot of studios, OG studios, not make it anymore. Because you have to adapt. You have to adapt. You have to figure things out. You have to grow. You have to be willing to change based on what the player wants to play and where the dollars want to go. And if that means that I don't want to play your medium-based, hey, I can just put, as long as it's in VR, you're going to love it and pay me. If I don't want to do that anymore, if I'm like, that's not good enough for me, and I'm not going to give you my money, and that's what we're all telling them right now, they need to adapt. They need to change. They need to figure things out. Now, what's
Sink or swim.
Yeah,
I hate it. I hate it for these smaller developers because many of them have been plugging away at these smaller, mediocre games now for years, and now they're finally bringing them to market, and only to find that the market is passing them by. We have enough of these games already, right? Like 5 years ago, everything that came out was great because there wasn't a whole lot to choose from at that point. Now we have thousands of games to choose from. Many of them are on pretty deep discounts on the regular. And what that means is not only is there a overwhelming supply of average games, but there's enough great games to play that we don't have to play mediocre games anymore. And we don't want to. We've talked about this, Eric, over the last couple of episodes we've been on here, that we're even changing the channel up here. Because Roots and I just really don't have the desire or the time to play every game anymore. That's why we're bringing in D. That's why we're bringing in Looper to help us with Game of the Month. Because we don't have the time or the desire to play those games anymore. But you're absolutely right. Like the market is changing, and those who either aren't willing or aren't capable of pivoting quickly are definitely going to get left behind.
It is what it is too. I feel bad for the developers, but at the same time, I feel worse for the people that have been having to deal. Like if you can't see that the market's changing, and you know what I mean, like it really is, and it sounds harsh, but it's a sink or swim situation, and I don't want anybody to go under, but at the same time, it kind of needs to happen if you can't, you know, see what needs to be done. Like Eric was saying, like people are just. It's not 2016. You can't just throw a game into, you know, a mediocre experience or game that has no story. The gameplay's mediocre, but you want to charge people $20. Yeah, $20 isn't that much, but it's not going to cut it anymore. And I do want to throw it out before it gets too far away. So Joba donating $100. I'm assuming that's towards your PC. So, yeah.
Amazing. Cool. Thank you, Sajova, for such a generous donation. $20 is not a lot of money, Roots, but $100 is.
Yes.
So thank you for the crazy, awesome donation. Very much appreciate it. And yeah, definitely going to put that to some use, hopefully soon.
We talked about last night in one of our segments, which we'll be playing later, about some of these developers that will keep working on their games. They're 1-person team. They're a 4-person team. They're getting it done. They're putting out some of the best games in VR. So I kind of have to think that it's either, I don't want to say laziness. You know, there's so many different variables. It's a lot of it's money and time. But like if these other studios can do it, and they're you know, let's put it this way. If I want to go build a house right now, I probably shouldn't, because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. It'll collapse. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I think there's a lot of developers out there that can kind of put out games, but they're just not at the level of other ones. And so either they need to get to that level or maybe find a different career, you know. And I'm not saying that flippishly. I'm not saying that to be a jerk. I'm just saying that what Eric is saying is true, that there's a lot of studios that are getting really close to going under and probably already have. So
good. Classy grandma with the $2 donation says, "Here's $2 for crapping on my 20." No, we appreciate your 20. I was just trying to segue off of what Roots was saying. I guess I should have thought before I spoke.
No, every dollar counts. It's just, you know, like we're just in a different time, and hopefully a lot of these devs will be able to step it up and make these games even better. And people need to think about that when you're spending your money. You know, if you're buying all these crap games, you're kind of holding VR back in a lot of ways, you know? So
I mean, I think people are speaking now, like that's why we're seeing it. We're seeing games that are like, you know, those middle ground, you know, not AAA games, but like those middle ground games just aren't surviving anymore. They're not getting it done. They're not making any money. The studios are all crying that nobody's buying my game. You know what I mean? And you know, it really is just, you have to think about what the game is anymore. Like just being in VR is not getting it done anymore. You can't be like, oh, as long as I make a VR game, people are going to buy it. That's 5 years ago. I mean, when there was no store, there was no games out there, and we were all so thirsty for anything that we just bought whatever was out there. Those days are over. There's so much stuff out there now. And Bad Robo says, if UEVR is so good, why do we need flat to VR studios? VR is still too janky, in my opinion. With the UEVR is still janky, in my opinion. Besides, you need a really powerful computer. So for us, it's not even just that. So like we are not porting. Like, so for flat to VR studios. Now, while we want to stay true to that game, that's a flat game, and we want to bring as much as we can of that original game into VR, there's no one-to-one translation, right? Like if you could be a porting studio, look how many bad porting studios they are. Hitman VR is a perfect example. Like you cannot just bring over a game and be like, okay, let me do a lazy port, do nothing else to it, and then just translate it over. It doesn't work that way, because not every game is meant for virtual reality. You know, and you have to, and just because, you know, you may have a portion or a section of the game that's like, oh, wow, that's great for VR. There may be a whole other UI, or maybe the HUD, or, you know, maybe the control scheme doesn't make sense in VR. And those things all have to be changed. Also with UEVR, it's like there's no thought of, basically all it does is force the game into VR. You know, there's a lot of thoughts and things that we put in along the way for creative design, game design, UI, UX. I mean, the tutorial. I mean, we talk about all the time. There's a million things that people would prefer to do flat, but they won't do in VR because it's friction of having the headset on and like not wanting to get in and do it. So you have to have, we have to change things. So, I mean, a lot of our process of what we do at Flat to VR Studios is more about in creative and how we make that game feel great while staying true to the original, right? So like, Trombone Champ, Wrath, Aeon of Ruin. Are we going to bring Wrath over exactly like it was on Steam? Pretty darn close, but things have to be changed. I mean, Team Beef right now is going, and our team, creative team, is going through so many things on figuring out that game and figuring out what is good, what is bad. And guys, some of these original games, they were great games, but there was still issues and still problems. And like there was like little hiccups here or there that made that game like a 7 or an 8 and not a 10. Well, guess what? We can change and we can fix those things now. Especially on a little bit older game. So, maybe by, it doesn't mean us trying to stay true to the original game doesn't mean that we one for one bring it over. We are still smart. We will still make it feel like it's supposed to be in VR. And then maybe we'll change a couple of things along the way to make it better.
Waleed is now a Game Cat, specifically a White Tiger with $2 Canadian donation. Putting this here to make classy grandma feel big. So thank you, Waleed. I'm sure.
Is that because it's Canadian versus US dollar?
Maybe.
That's
Mark,
like 25
Mark
cents
Pringlesleaf
US.
with £2, keeping the classy grandma $2 trend going.
There you go. It adds up. I did see a comment in the from System Critical, says solo dev here. I do it for the passion and fun. I don't care about the money 100%. And that's what we need more of devs as well. Is like, if you're looking at, if you have that passion, like I don't understand how a lot of these devs will just walk away from their game after it's like, oh, I'm done, and they just dust their hands. Like for me, I would want to make it I would keep tweaking it. I want to make it the best I can make it, right? And obviously there's limitations of money and other things, but it just seems like a lot of devs just want to walk away from their project and it's not really finished. At least it doesn't feel like it for a lot of these games.
Looper with the €2 says the more currencies, the better.
Let's see how many different currencies we could get in here. That would be cool.
Well, we've already got 4 or 5. So, hey, can we accept crypto? That'd be cool. Get some Bitcoin, one full Bitcoin donation.
Oh man, that's about 75 grand right now.
No, it's at 104.
Is it over 100 now?
Yeah, that'd get you a couple PCs.
Couple PCs.
Yeah, a little bit. Andrew Ehrenreich with the $4 US, doubling up on everybody, showing off. Anyway, so that's where we come from, and we kind of started in a little bit about where we're going here, but I think that the future looks pretty bright with regard to our prospects for the next year. Certainly better than it looked 12 months ago. We mentioned the mods, we mentioned Flat to VR Studios, and there was always the question with Flat to VR Studios and the UEVR mod coming along, like how much will this affect the modding scene? Are we still going to get mods the way that we used to get mods? And I think that it's pretty clear that we absolutely are going to continue to get mods. We just got Halo about 6 weeks ago, and then Kabbalistic just this week released a full-on VR mod for Crysis, which even supports B-haptics right out the gate. So modding looks great coming into 2025. As far as PSVR 2 goes, I think people are starting to come to terms now with what it's going to be. It's a great platform. Even if we don't get a lot of first-party support from Sony, the third-party developers are really lifting it up. And, even at the end of the year here, outside of our nomination window for these awards, by the way, we saw multiple great releases come out across platforms, including PSVR 2, with Behemoth coming out, with the Alien game coming out, Arcane Age just came out. So that platform and all VR platforms are really shining right now. On top of that, we've got MetaQuest 3S that came out a few months ago, making mixed reality VR headset affordable. It was the top selling game console on Amazon in 2024, and that's in only 2 months of sales. The top selling game console, outselling Nintendo Switch, outselling PlayStation 5. Pretty incredible numbers there. And then to bring it full circle all the way back around to PlayStation VR 2, PSVR 2 now supporting PC. It's now seeing sales, significant sales, bringing it down to $350 regularly now, which is spurring on growth, not only for PC gamers that want a nice OLED headset, but stabilizing a platform on PlayStation, which was in a bit of a tailspin there for a little while to start the year. So, Eric, I guess we'll just kind of leave it at that. Like, I think our prospects, whether you're talking about modding, whether you're talking about porting flat games in, you're talking about PC, PlayStation, standalone. I mean, we didn't even mention the fact that Meta opened up their OS this year, and now we're going to have all sorts of third-party manufacturers making Quest headsets now with different specs. We've got competitors coming out following on Apple Vision Pro. Now we've got Google coming out with a whole new VR platform, and we've got Samsung in bed with them making headsets. I mean, for what was expected to be a pretty slow year in 2024, I think we said it at the very top, and I think you said it. 2024 turned out to be a pivotal time for VR and VR gaming, and we're only going to see a continuation of that over the course of the next 12 months.
Yeah, when we hear these things, like you hear from media, or you hear from even some like content creators out there, they want headlines, right? And they want clicks, like VR is dead. Like I'm seeing it again still, like, and it's not that VR is dead, it's just that VR is in a transition. Like we have to make changes. We have, like, gaming in general, by the way, is in a transition, and there's going to be changes. And every
Right.
time we go through one of these things, we get people who are like, it's just not working, so it's not gonna function, it's not gonna last. And guess what? We're still fucking here. Like, so I don't want to hear that garbage anymore, that VR is dead, because that it could have died how many years ago? Okay, we're not going anywhere. We're just in a transition. We're just in a transition where we have to change a couple of things, and then we'll come out on the other side, and maybe we'll be more PC VR, maybe we'll be cloud streaming. I believe, to me, I believe the fidelity of games is only going to increase even with standalone as we get going here with different types of systems that are going to be in place. And and for me, like, it's going to be easier, not harder. The entry level, the friction is going to get easier, not harder. The adoption level is going to get better, not lower. Like we're not going anywhere. It's just a transition.
But Linus said that VR was dead. Oh wait, that was a couple years ago.
I think that was like 7 years ago now. What was that? That's a long time ago now.
It was a long time ago. Steve Iyer was saying it's weird. He just saw an article that said it wasn't selling less. Where did you say you saw that? You were just talking about the numbers last night, where you were saying that you saw that PSVR 2 was selling. I don't know if you mentioned it with what you were just saying or not, but
just articles. I don't remember exactly which article. I can't cite it for you, but these were articles that came out during the holiday season.
Is that the headset itself, or they mean like games in general?
Yeah,
I think
the
it's
headset.
yeah, because
I mean,
it's now a multi-faceted headset. You don't, if you have both a PlayStation and a computer, you have both. Best of both worlds, right?
At $350, that headset was a steal. Like,
Right.
literally, especially if you already have a PlayStation, which, guess what? There's a lot of freaking PlayStations out there. Like, so the odds of, like, PS5s, like, the odds of, somebody having a PS5 in their house now are pretty damn good.
Right.
For $350 or 40?
$50.
It might even
And that
been
was
sub
for
$350.
that was for the bundle. It was $350 for the Horizon bundle.
Right.
Right.
That's a freaking good deal, man. Like, so if they, and I'm telling you, I know they sold. Like, I know some numbers. They sold a lot of headsets. They were very, very happy with the sales of the headsets. And I'll tell you from experience, we were very happy with the sales of games that we had for this holiday season on PlayStation VR 2. We talked about it a little bit. We'll talk about it again in a segment later on, but like definitely the ecosystem of PlayStation VR 2 is healthier than a lot of people think.
Well, this is the thing. People like Radio Runt says they don't even use their PSVR 2 on their PlayStation. They use it for their PC only. They're not interested in using it for their, because it's such a good headset, especially for UEVR. I'm not the biggest fans of the controllers in a lot of ways, just because they go dead so easily and they're not as, I don't know, man.
I think they tweaked
I go back
that.
and forth.
Honestly, I think they've tweaked something with the controllers to make them last longer. Because when I was playing through Arcane Age, I was playing until my controllers died. And there was another game I was playing right before that. Maybe it was Resident Evil 4, or I was playing Alien and Behemoth. My controllers are lasting over 4 hours before they die now. And they charge in 30 minutes. So I know it wasn't that good when it launched. But I was getting some good time on my controller.
I'm just one of those weird people that when my controller dies, I just want to slap new batteries in it. Don't make me have to charge shit, like let me, I'm just, that's why I would rather use my Xbox controller for flat games than my PlayStation controller, because I have to either have it plugged in or, you know what I mean? When it goes dead, I want to be able to instantly swap batteries out. And keep moving, keep going, especially with VR, because I don't want to stop for 30 minutes. If it's just it never dies at a convenient time. It's always at the worst time when you don't want it to die, and now you got to wait 30 minutes. I'm just not big on that. So.
Well, and the fact that they don't allow you to buy controllers yet—that's one of the dumber things. Like, why can't you? It's been over a year now. Why can't we buy controllers? Like,
it's
do they
dumb
not
on
have
their
any?
part.
Yeah.
It's dumb on their part, because I've recently, my left controller quit on me. Like, it wouldn't charge, it wouldn't do anything. So I couldn't buy new controllers, and I was just out of warranty on it. So I went to Walmart and bought a whole new headset and swapped.
A little swapperoo.
Yeah.
Did a little swapperoo, took the old stuff back, took the old headset back too. Got a whole new deal here.
It sucks they make you do those stupid things, but it's so dumb. Like, just sell them. Like, you probably would have bought a spare set.
Remember when Anthony was complaining about how much a index controller cost? Hey Anthony, what if you can't get the controller?
He was complaining because Valve wouldn't repair it. Like, he couldn't pay them to repair the controller. Like,
right, but at least you could buy one. Like, how crazy is it? Like Eric was just saying, you can't even buy it. That's really bizarre to me.
Yeah, it was a little strange. Anyway, I guess it's about time to get this show on the road. So let's say hello to our friends in chat, and let me make sure that
I think you got some. Might want to catch up on a couple of these. No, there was
just one.
More? I thought there was more.
Awesome Tatum.
Did Classy Grandma hit another $5 one too?
She did
actually.
My screen is frozen.
She said she's $5 donation. I'm starting to feel cheeky.
Oh, you know who loves turning the cheek?
She does. She loves it a lot.
We should get a my mom count for the show. How many we get going? Anybody want to? Somebody keep counting, chat. I think that's 3 so far.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Chat keep count and put counts up every time.
That would be a kind of a cool thing to add in the corner, like a little counter.
Yes.
That every time it happens.
Oh, here we. And the person that and then we can put some bets in right now. The person that gets closest to the total number of my moms this episode
gets a free game,
gets a key or something. Yeah,
gets a free PlayStation VR 2. Oh wait, maybe not. But...
Oh wait, no. I got something here.
Awesome Tatum, $10 US. VR game of the friggin' year. Grab a beer or coffee and let's go, strangers. Love you, fellas. Love you.
Hell yeah!
Thanks for being here.
Awesome Tatum, pretty awesome.
Steve IRE says 44 minutes in, and Wes says let's get the show started. Well, we need to say hello to our friends in chat. It's been a good long while since we've done that, so let's do that.
This is no different than any other show that takes us an hour to get into the intro.
Yeah, that's right. Mad Vegan is here. Corporate Zombie. Corey reviews. Steve IRE. GameCat goofing in virtual reality. Looper's here. Sagicar 7th Legion. Super Nintendo Chalmers. Flippy Nuggets is here. Mark Pringles Leaf. is here. Techno Glitch, Bad Robo, Bambino Ramos is here. Techno Glitch, Tatum, Corporate Zombie, Namic, Philosix, System Critical, what's up? Thanks for joining us. Radio Runt is here from Idaho. Classy Grandma's here. Ryan Brannon here as well. Xbox Game Studios says, love these boys. Love you too, man. Thank you for being here. Your Long Shadows is here. You know who loves when you have a long shadow?
Yeah, she does.
Radio Run's like kicking ass in chat, man. I mean, I think AppJ was just kidding Radio Run. I don't know if you got to hide him.
Yeah, I don't know. How do you unhide him?
I don't know. I mean, AppJ was just I think he was just making jokes. I think Radio Run took that one a little personally.
I just unhid.
I saw his comments. Radio Run. It wasn't that bad, bro. He just said Wes was a little long-winded. It takes him 42 minutes to say hi. Well, I mean, hey, we got to say hi, but I don't know if we want to hide him for that.
I think that's fair. Yeah, we shouldn't.
Yeah, I like AppJ. He's a good part of the community, man. I don't know if you want to hide him.
He's unhidden. You know, remember that one time I think I hid somebody by accident or something?
I've done it. Yeah.
And if you end a stream, you can't. There's no way to fix it. That's how Paradise Decay and GP can't see each other or whatever.
Oh, Radio Run said he did it by mistake
on his phone.
Yeah, sorry, AppJ. Sorry. Apologies, AppJ. Nobody.
We're not standing for it.
Thanks for being.
I thought Radio Run was like hammering down. He's like, not fucking around this show.
Thanks for catching that, Eric. Yeah. Little excessive there. Steve IRE is here. GameCat Behemoth is here. Hussein X here as well. Thomas McNostril, Sojoba, and wouldn't you know it, my chat will not go any higher. Since I mentioned that my PC's fucking up, and I've already had to close my my chat window twice and reload it because it's frozen up on me.
I can go up a little bit for you if you want. Did you
please,
say System Critical was in chat?
I was able to make it up to the Sojoba $100 US donation.
I got you.
That was
okay.
as far up as I was able to scroll.
Okay, I'm better. No, you know what? I think that's it, Wes, because that's all I got too.
No, either way, we just have. What about? Did you say Chris Richardson? What's up, Chris?
We have Slippies like Chris Richardson, like QIVR, like Brooklyn Menace, Old Darth, and Joel, all slipping in here with JPEG Q, Shade Walker, Sep, Mr. Cherryman, Joe Elf, and AppJ, all slipping in right here at the end. So
cool.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. I wasn't able to kind of go through the whole role like I normally am, but we appreciate everyone being here and coming back once again to celebrate with us as we kick off the 2024 show. Woovane is here, JLW99, GameCat, Drax72, all slipping in as well. Thanks everyone. Thanks for being here. Anyway, let's get to it, and let's talk a little bit about the rules of engagement with regard to giveaways. We're going to give away a ton of game keys today, and you can win in 3 different ways. First of all, if you're here live, as all of you are at this point, you can win by answering questions over the course of the entire stream. So we'll stop every now and then. I'll call out a game that we're giving away, and I'll say the first so many people to answer this question will win a copy of the game. Now, a couple of caveats here with this. First of all, you can only win via this method one time. So if you answer a trivia question and win a key, that's it. You're done. You can't win anymore by that method. You can still win more, but you can't win any more trivia questions. And something that you all need to be aware of is that it goes by whatever shows up on my window in my chat. And the reason I say that is because the way the YouTube chat thing works is on your screen. It will show up as soon as you hit the enter button. It'll show up on your own screen before it even gets put out into the internet and goes into the main feed. So oftentimes it'll look like to people that they won when actually they didn't win. The other people had actually answered before them. So we have to go by my screen officially. So just wait for me to call out the winners. And if you think it's questionable, if you think you won, of course, call it out and we'll double check. But more times than not, when people call it out, they're actually wrong and they actually didn't win.
Chatty wants to know
So
if we're
that's
doing exchanges. Like if somebody sees a game that they like better, can they exchange it? Like vote on that one and then that one goes back up? Or I know that becomes a little bit more
A lot of work.
crazy.
I'll allow it once. I'll allow one. If you, I'll let you win twice and pick one. Okay. If you win twice, I'll let you pick one, and then we can just kick the extra key back into the pool of second chance keys.
Yeah, because we never know what. Yeah, people don't know what's gonna come out, later that is better, and so just be careful in what you vote for, and you'll get one phone a friend, we'll say. And Awesome Tatum says the answer is Vertigo games. What do I win? So
yeah, just hold your horses there, buddy. Hold your horses. The second way you can win, you do not have to be watching live for this. If you're watching at any point within the next 2 weeks, you can enter our second chance giveaway. So the majority, like 99% of the keys that we're giving away on today's stream, will also be giving away in a drawing in 2 weeks. All you have to do to enter to win the second chance drawing for any game is 1, make sure you're subscribed, and 2, leave a comment down below that says, I would like to enter the second chance drawing for X game, whatever it is. And you don't have to leave a separate comment for every title. You can leave one comment with all of the titles that you want to enter for. But you do have to put the title of the game in there. You can't just say, I want to enter the second chance drawing and enter all of them. I mean, that would be dozens of drawings that we would have to put your name in, and that would be a lot of work. So only enter the ones for the games that you want, or for the systems and platforms that you have headsets on. But as long as you're subscribed and you enter within the next 2 weeks from today, the vast majority, with the exception of, I think, of like 3 prizes that we're giving out today, you can win in the second chance drawing. And the third way that you can win, oh, and by the way, people who win with the trivia, if you win a key live, you can also enter the second chance drawing. While we say you can only win 1 key through the trivia, that doesn't disqualify you from entering the drawing afterwards. So if you win a key during the day's stream, and then you find out later there's a key that you would rather have, or a key you would like to have also, that's fine. Just enter the second chance drawing, and you could potentially win 2 keys. And a lot of times people do end up winning more than 1 key. The third way you can win is like we did at the top of the show. Occasionally, I will be dropping keys in the chat, and those are just first come, first serve. Grab them as fast as you can. There's really no limit to that. You can grab all of them if you want. It would be cool if you kind of let us know that you got it, let everyone know that you got it. But there's no limit on that. The keys that I drop in the chat, while they're going to be good games, there won't be a lot of them, and they'll be 2023 releases for the most part. The 2024 releases will be given away in the other 2 methods. So those are the rules of engagement, ladies and gentlemen, and I did not remember to print my format off, which means I'm not ready to write down these winners yet. So we're gonna give away a game right now, but I need to print off this format before.
So I got a couple questions in the chat. One person was asking about, are these all North American keys? And then somebody was asking also, the second way to win for the keys is in the chat. Do we need to state the region for those?
So the way this will work is whenever we have a giveaway, I'll state the platforms and regions that we have keys for. And typically, the way that that'll go, if we have a game that has multiple platforms or multiple regions, it'll be first come, first serve. So, if you win a key in the chat, we're not going to obviously, we're not going to drop your key in the chat. What you'll have to do to claim your prize is DM me after the show, preferably on Discord. But if you don't use Discord, you can DM me on Twitter and claim your prize. And again, it'll be first come, first serve if we have a limited amount on a certain platform or a certain region. But to answer your question, we've got keys during today's show from every platform, and we've got North America keys, we got Europe keys. We even, for one title, we've even got some Pico keys. So we've got a little something for everyone here. And again, for the ones that we have multiple regions and platforms, it'll just be on a first come, first serve basis.
Super Nintendo Chambers is asking how do you get the keys if they win so no one steals it, which Wes just answered. Just message him. Now, I do want to throw a caveat out there to this. If you're expecting to get the game immediately after the show, it ain't happening. Wes has not slept for a day and a half. He's going to sleep. So it'll probably be a day or two before you get the keys, depending on, I'm sure Wes actually has to work tomorrow, and you know what I mean? Like, he's got stuff going on. But you will get the keys as soon as he can get to it. So just be patient.
DM me as soon as you can, but I'll start working through the messages tomorrow, and it typically takes me about a week to work through all of them. So, DM me as soon as you can so you can get ahead on the first come, first serve stuff. But I will not be distributing keys immediately after today's show. We're probably going to go no less than 8 hours, hopefully no more than 12. But by the time that rolls around, it's going to be very late here, and we're all going to be very tired. So it'll probably be tomorrow before we hand any of them out. With that said, if you gentlemen wouldn't care to entertain the chat for 2 minutes while I go grab my format off of the printer, and we'll give away a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Classy Grandma is saying that D, since you're going to be part of the team, you should be up there and not Oprah. We could get D filming. You get a game and you get a game. That'd be cool.
I love that.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love Oprah, though? I mean,
yeah, that's
Oprah.
True. Stedman probably, but I don't know. I guess I hope he does.
Not anymore. Or maybe he does now. I don't know.
I don't know if they're together anymore. I just know that, like, if we went back in time to this particular clip that she was doing that, oh man, her and Stedman were getting along, if you know what I mean. But things have changed. It's been probably 20 years, and
I think we should have just done all Pico keys for today.
I think that would be so practical, because I know I'm like looking at my Pico right now.
Yeah, who isn't looking at their Pico right now?
I know you know
who loves looking at my Pico?
She loves doing a lot more than just looking, Mash. You have a Pico, right?
I do. I do have.
So Mash has all sorts of hardware that he never probably uses.
I got a Pico 3 Neo. I've got a two Pico 4 Ultras. Down there actually. There's one in the box right there.
So do you think it's? I mean, obviously it's not a crap headset, but do you think it's pretty good?
No, the Pico 4 Ultra is a really nice headset. The problem is there's nothing in the store. But I mean, if you were looking for just a PC VR headset and you didn't care about standalone gaming at all, I mean, Pico's a good headset. Like, it's light. It's lighter than the Quest 3 and the Quest 3S actually. The lenses are actually really good. The visuals are good. The facial interface is kind of shitty. You need to change that out, but shit, you got to change stuff on the Quest also. The biggest problem is the store is terrible. Like, literally, there's most games don't go there. So, if you're going to use it for a standalone headset, like, there would be never a reason to buy it, and then you can't buy it in North America. So, I think it's cool that we have some Pico keys, because there are Europeans out there that we have, people in Europe that are part of the audience. Maybe there's some people in China or in some Asia places, Asian countries where Pico is sold, but we just don't have a lot of them here.
You should give away your headset with the game. Mark Pringlesleaf says.
Which headset?
Or actually, no. I guess that was Mad Vegan that said that. You should give away a Pico. your Pico with the game. That'd be cool.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Sure,
Mark
sure.
Tringley says, "Is there a VR headset that I don't have? I don't have a big screen beyond back there. I won't. They won't send me one. They didn't. I asked them like, you want to send me this thing so I can take a look at it? And they're like, no, we're good. I'm like, okay. I'm not buying a piece of shit.
I've actually thought if I had base stations, I would have gotten one, just because I like the form factor of it. And I like how light it is. I think it would be a cool thing to check out.
I think a better headset for you, if you were going to put base stations back up, is at CES. I got a chance to go and demo the Mengane X, the new one, the 4K, which is lighter, smaller than the big screen.
Really?
Yep. And the visuals on that are super good.
I'm getting it.
I mean,
I'm just kidding.
I mean, it's $1,800, but
well, if when my crypto
still,
money comes through,
but it's tiny. Like literally, it's so we were like me and Todd were checking him out in the room, and like Todd grabbed his phone, and we were like feeling it like this, and we're like literally it was lighter than his cell phone.
Because that's what I want. I mean, there's just times when even with the smaller headsets that they keep getting smaller, I just don't want the headset on my face. If it can get to a point where it feels like it's almost like sunglasses or something, that'd be
close.
That'd be cool.
This thing's pretty close, man. I played Half-Life Alyx on a laptop in this room, and I played it for probably like 30 minutes. Did my part of the demo, and it never felt like it was on. Like I didn't even feel it. Like, I mean, there's not often you get 30 minutes of a headset, you take it off, and you don't have like red marks on your face in some way. Nothing at all. Like, there's no weight to it at all. It's great. It's kind of crazy.
Oldar says, you know who can't stand tiny?
My mom!
Oh, she gets pissed.
True. She hates it. Or shrinkage.
All right.
Tiny, shrink, anything like
There's
that.
shrinkage? No, I'm just kidding.
That's George.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Classic.
So let's kick off here with the giveaway of Vampire the Masquerade Justice. We have quest keys for this, and we have PSVR 2 keys for this. First come, first serve. We're going to give away 2 live, and then we're going to give away 1 on the second chance drawing. First 2 people on my screen to answer the following question will win a copy of Vampire the Masquerade Justice. Again, on Quest or PSVR 2. This game is developed by Fast Travel Studios. Name any other Fast Travel Studios titles, VR titles, and you will win a copy of Vampire the Masquerade Justice.
I almost did it. I almost named it. That's not good.
It wouldn't be good. You can't do that.
Yeah, no, that would be annoying. Scion says Mega Max also has their own controllers with a grip button.
Yeah, we tested the controllers there too. They have 2 sets of controllers. They have this flip thing. Like, what actually happens is like the controller flips away from your hands. So if you're gonna it's pretty cool for like if you were gonna do hand tracking, or if you just wanted to be able to do something with your hands and not set the controllers down, the actual part of the controller that would sit in your hands will flip away from you. So then you can actually use your hands and still actually holding onto the controller. Then they have this other controller that's like called the Grip, Mengane Grip or something like that. And they very, very much look like the original knuckle controllers from Valve.
Oh, okay.
They have that big light, the big bar that sits off the side of the hand, like the Valve knuckle controllers, that are where the tracking is in that. So yeah, but again, Lighthouse tracked on everything with this, so you can't. There's no inside out tracking. It's all Lighthouse tracking.
How crazy is it that the knuckles were like the biggest thing that everybody wanted, and they turned out to be the worst thing about the headset because they kept breaking on people. And yeah, it's crazy.
All right, so we have 2 winners. We have Sep, who came through with Wraith, the Oblivion Afterlife, and then we had Magic, the Game Cat, who came through with Apex Construct. Sep and Magic, the Game Cat, have won a copy of Vampire the Masquerade Justice on either Quest or PSVR 2. If you played and did not win, never fear. Just make sure you're subscribed and to leave a comment after the show that says you'd like to enter the second chance drawing for this game, and we'll give away another copy in a couple of weeks here. Yeah, Sep, Magic the Game Cat, congratulations. Just DM me on Discord or Twitter and claim your prize, and we will get back to you as soon as we possibly can.
Hey Wes, there's a question in chat that I think is best answered by you. The game cat Andrew Ironreich says, "Yo, is Wrath any good? It's on sale right now for $2. The
Is
Oblivion.
what? I'm sorry. What
Wraith
was the
the
game?
Oblivion. Wraith the
Yeah, it's great.
Oblivion.
Yeah,
Especially
it's
for
very good.
$2.
Oh my god!
If you like
It's
a
worth it all day long.
story-driven horror game, yeah, it's really good. It's not a particularly action-packed game. It's more of a stealth game, exploration game. But if you like a well-produced, story-driven horror game, yeah, it's great. It's definitely worth $2.
Yep.
Let's see, somebody, Looper says, but Wraith was by Sin Studios. I think you know, I think you know what you're doing. So, way to troll and what's that called? Gaslighting. Quit gaslighting people. Anyway, all right. So, congratulations, Sep. Congratulations, Magic the Game Cat. Everyone else just hang tight. We'll be giving away games all through the stream. And there's a lot more to come, I assure you.
Congratulations, Oprah, for making it to the show. We were talking while you were gone. Is she still with Stedman? I think she's still with Stedman, but I don't know. I haven't heard any like Oprah updates. They may not be together
right now.
Yeah, just give her a call real quick.
Yeah, she's not taking calls right now. They don't allow her to bring her phone with her when she goes in to visit Diddy.
Oh man, Oprah, what are you doing?
Too soon. Anyway, let's get into some of these awards, and just a few caveats before we get started on the awards. First of all, we should explain to you all how our award voting kind of works. So we put forth nominees in December for each one of these award categories, and we opened up polls for the community to vote. However, these award winners are not based on the community polls. Instead, we meet with a panel of our patrons. We met at the end of December, or maybe it was early January. We all met in VR. We had about a dozen or so people show up to vote. And everyone who shows up to this meeting gets one equal vote. So I got a vote, Roots got a vote, Eric voted in abstentia, and then each of the patrons that showed up got one vote as well. In the event that there was a tie, then that's when we go to the community votes. So those of you who are following along with the community voting and thinking you know who won, I assure you some of these are going to surprise you. You do not know who won. Besides that, I should let you all in on what our voting criteria is. So the reason why we have these awards every year is we want to recognize all of the great games that came out in 2024. So this is not an award show where you're going to see one game that wins 5 awards. That's just not how it works here. What we do is we ask our patrons, and of course they can vote for whoever they want to at the end of the day, but we ask everyone that if a game has already won an award, then let's try to vote for a different game to win the next category. Unless it's just so overwhelmingly obvious that a title should win. If it's already won something else, it's at a severe disadvantage for winning another award. So we start at the top and move backwards. The very first titles that we voted for, the very first award categories was Game of the Year. All of the platform Game of the Year, the overall Game of the Year. We started with that. And from there, we moved backwards down the list. And if a game had already won something, it's highly unlikely to win again. So some of these categories, especially some of the like genre categories or some of the off-the-wall categories that we have, there might be a consensus in the chat that another game should have won. But we really didn't want to come on here and have like Batman and Resident Evil 4 and Madison just win every award. So they're not going to. So keep that in mind as we go down through here. We're trying to spread out the love and recognize as many great games as we possibly can. Lastly, the nominee lists are much longer than what we're actually going to be showing here today. If you want the full nominee list for any one of these categories, you can go to our previous episode, the one right before this. It was a 7-hour episode where we went down the list of every nominee. But in the interest of time, I held each one of these categories to 5 or 6 nominees. Most of them had 10, 12, sometimes even more nominees. But if I had put them all in here, we would end up going like 14 hours or something.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it under 10, 10-ish. We did a really good job, by the way, Wes, with our intro. It sucked up an hour of it right off the bat. So
yeah. I'm just hopeful that we keep it under 12, because if we hit 12 hours, then YouTube's going to cut off part of the stream. So I really want to get done by 12. I'm hoping that we're done by 10. So that kind of leads me to the last point here, is unlike years past, where we go down the line and we do a full 10-minute segment for every nominee, we're not going to do that this year. We have shortened the list of nominees. We're going to go down the line. Each nominee will each say a line or two about, take 1 to 2 minutes each talking about a nominee, and then we'll go on to the next. And we'll spend a little bit more time talking about the ones that win. But in years past, we always end up shooting ourselves in the foot, because we talk in depth about each nominee. And then by the time we get to the second half of the show, where these nominees are actually winning game or winning awards, but we've already talked about them earlier in the show. So the way that always has worked out in the past is that the front half of the show is really conversation heavy. And then the second half of the show, we're just rushing through trying to say all the names. So we're going to avoid doing that. We're going to go through the nominee list very quickly, talk a little bit about the award winner, and then we'll move on to the next. And the ones that didn't win, there's always a handful that didn't end up winning anything. I think we had 3 or 4 this year that I would have liked to seen win something that didn't. But for the most part, most of the really good games are going to end up winning an award here today, and they'll get their time in the spotlight. Anyway, hopefully that's all understood. If not, hit rewind and watch it all again.
You can go watch it again.
Yeah. We're going to start with the mixed reality game of the year. And I got to say, just right off the top here, Eric, this is probably my biggest blind spot on the whole list. Like, we did MR Game of the Year for the first time last year with the launch of MetaQuest 3. And last year, largely dominated by tech demos and game concepts that really weren't fully fleshed out. This year, we have some legitimate mixed reality games. Many of them I know are great, because I hear what people in our community are saying about them. But for whatever reason, most of these really great mixed reality games, I didn't get much, if any, time in. So probably one of my biggest regrets is this category.
Yeah, and it's starting to, I don't know. I still feel that we were not in a fully fleshed out, zone for this category. Like, I don't know if we really have, hit that stride where mixed reality is like a super deep part of the gaming, VR gaming. But I think it's getting closer. Like, I think because there were some really good experiences this year, and, we're going to go through them here in a minute. But I'm kind of in the same boat as you. Like, I get into these experiences because I want to check them out, or I check them out for the channel. But it's not something, like, I haven't had a mixed reality experience that I continue to go back to, like I would another VR game, or want to spend more time in it. I just think that's just, we're just new into it. Like, it's, it's still early days. I think eventually we will get something pretty close to full blown, what we would consider a full blown game in there. And I think it, we'll see more and more of these, but I'm kind of in the same boat with you, Wes.
My problem is, if I have the option to not use the mixed reality, I always go, I just put me in VR, if that option exists. I don't want to see my environment, most of the games don't need it. So
So that's the thing with this particular list of nominees. Those games that have a MR option but aren't really MR centric, those really weren't the games that I've got on the list here. Because games like Triangle Strategy and Witchblood, while those are excellent games, the mixed reality doesn't really mean anything to it. Like it's the same game whether you've got MR switched on or off. So we didn't really focus on those games, but instead focused on games that are, for the most part, now, of course, there will be exceptions, but for the most part, these games are a little bit more known as being mixed reality titles. Although, Eric, with the first nominee, I think this is a game that you can play inside or outside of MR. But I think most people, or at least most people I've talked to, tended to play this in mixed reality mode, and that game is Lego Bricktales VR. Um, this is one of the coolest looking MR games that came out last year. I took the opportunity to actually pay for a copy of this. We didn't get a review key for it,
Mm.
but I was so interested in it that I did buy a copy of it, but never got into it and played it at all. Did you spend any time in Lego's Bricktail?
I did just to check it out and review it. That was it, like literally. And again, it's super cool. Like, and don't get me wrong, like I'm not like knocking it. Like this is probably one of the more fleshed out experiences there is. It just still doesn't feel like a full experience for me yet. Like it's cool. Like there's a lot to this. It looks great. Like and it, for me, it has the cool wow factor that you get in and go, wow, this is super cool. But that I didn't have a feeling that I needed to get back in there. I wanted to go back in and play, or I wanted to, these are the things that I'm like, oh, I want to show somebody this. Like if having people over, if I want to show somebody mixed reality, something cool with virtual reality, I'll show them something like this for mixed reality. It's still not something I'm just jumping back into. But I thought it was super cool. Like if we're talking about some of the more fleshed out experiences here, Lego is pretty damn close.
Looper the Underground Game Cat in the chat says it's a great Metroidvania puzzle adventure. Actually, that's why we're bringing you in, brother. For those of you who don't know, Looper's going to be joining us for the Game of the Month episodes going forward, and this is exactly why, because he plays all this stuff and is knowledgeable on it. So, yeah, looking forward to getting Looper into the mix here with us. With that said, a couple of people in the chat are shouting out Shattered, the recently released mixed reality game that came out. We do have a review key for that. It did fall outside of our nomination window. So our next Game of the Month episode, which may end up actually being our next episode period, we will be covering Shattered. And I for one am at least going to check that one out. It does look cool. So at the very least, Looper and I will be able to have a conversation about it, and then if Roots or Eric want to get in on the fun, of course they'll have the opportunity to do that as well. But Shattered is definitely one on my radar. It's one that came up during the voting session, and it's one that keeps coming up in the community. So I'm looking forward to trying it out.
It's also on Quest Plus, Looper says.
Awesome, that's great. We move on to one that I know you have some experience in, Eric. So why don't you tell us a little bit about Racket Club from Resolution Games?
Yeah, Racket Club is awesome, man. Like, I don't know. So for me, there's a couple of things with Racket Club. It's not just the mixed reality, which is super cool. It's the actual game itself. So the whole idea of Racket Club is it's like, you're playing racquetball to where you can hit the ball off of the walls. It's like, but it's a mini court, almost like a pickleball court. So it's like a mixture of this, where you have these different rules and like different types of engagement that you do. And the social part of this of going into Racket Club and like going into like the whole area where there's like all these racquetball courts or these Racket Club courts all over the place, and you can see other people playing in there. You can watch other people's matches. You can meet up with people and then go and play against them in there. You could do tournaments if you wanted it to. So that to me is like a huge part of what Racket Club is. I love this game. It's super cool. The gameplay is great. It feels really good. So like when you're hitting the ball, the sound of you hitting the ball sounds right. There's no weight to it, of course. You know what I mean? There's no feedback, except for like, a little bit of like rumble in the controller, but it still feels like you're hitting, it's enough to where you feel like you're hitting a ball. And And I just think it's great. Like the gameplay is awesome, the size of the courts is awesome, and then having mixed reality and virtual reality kind of in that together. Like myself and Todd went in and recorded, and he recorded himself playing fully in VR. I played it in mixed reality in my in my studio right here behind me, so I could actually see into like him into the VR on one side of the court, me in complete mixed reality on the other side of the court. It was a really cool thing, man. And like Resolution Games, I think has kind of stepped out as like the studio that knows what they're doing with mixed reality. And, they've done it with a few other titles that they have now. And like, I don't know, Racket Club is just, this was just a really good game. For me, I'd rather go play Racket Club than any of the other pickleball games, which I think they have it actually in there. Pickleball actually in Racket Club now. But any of the other pickleball games, any of the tennis games, even better, more than 11 table tennis, I like Racket Club better.
You know who else loves pickleball?
My mom!
She
Likes
does.
pickled balls.
Yeah, she does. She loves pickles and balls. Moving along to our third nominee, another title that I thought looked super cool enough to go out and actually pay for. Demeter, the Asclepios, the Asclepios Chronicles. This is a mixed reality based platforming adventure, exclusive to Quest 3, if I'm not mistaken. Again, though, much like Lego Bricktales, I did not take the time to get out and actually get in and play this game. But it looks excellent. This actually looks like one that you would enjoy, Roots. Although I'm not sure exactly how necessary the mixed reality part of it is.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to get into this one either, but I think it looks pretty cool.
Eric, did you get a chance to play Demeter?
I did not. I heard it was good. I heard a lot of people liked it. I've seen a couple of videos. I think Jasmine covered this. It looked pretty cool. I just never had a chance to get into it myself.
Yeah, same. Fourth nominee, and I do believe that you did have a chance to play this one at Gamescom, Eric, as this one resided along the walls of the home of XR. Walltown Wonders from Hubris developer Cyborn. This is one of the more unique looking mixed reality experiences that we've seen thus far, and 100% a title that only works in mixed reality.
Yeah, this one stands out for me as like what will eventually see in mixed reality. Like, being able to like affect things that are like, seeing mixed reality, but like they have like a hot air balloon and you can push it along, or you can kind of move it with your hands as it kind of floats around in your own environment. There's like, literally holes in the walls of your room that you're in. And like these things are happening with it. And like, I don't know, to me, this was as close to like getting something like what I think we'll eventually see out of full blown mixed reality. I mean, this is one of the ones I would point to. Like, and again, if we're talking about those games that I would put somebody in for the first time to like wow them, Walltown Wonders is one that I would do. It was really, really cool.
Radio Run says it's a little slow, but looks amazing. What does he mean by slow?
It's just the gameplay itself.
The pacing slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is like one of those God games, Roots, where you kind of build up a little civilization and help it to flourish, but the civilization lives inside your walls of your home. So they're building little buildings and structures that literally stick out of your walls. And I've heard nothing but good things about it.
Sounds like a schizophrenic's nightmare. They take the headset off and they're like, I know those fuckers are still in there. You know what's crazy is think about Sim City or Sim Earth, or you know what I mean? Like that type of a game in mixed reality would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I would think that your urge to gas them or otherwise spray them with some chemicals would probably overcome you pretty quickly.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be fun.
But that leads us to the winner of the 2024 show Mixed Reality Game of the Year. Kind of a no-brainer when it came down to voting. Everyone was pretty adamant that Trackcraft should be the winner. And this was a weird one because I think we mistakenly nominated it last year. It was out in early access on App Lab last year, and Mixed Reality was very new, and it was nominated, but it didn't win. But Eric, this game has seen some significant updates since we covered it last year, including the addition of co-location co-op multiplayer. So two people in the same room can don their Quest 3 headsets and collaborate on building tracks. And besides that, there's a number of different tracks that come already pre-made in the game. And then the community can build and share tracks in this game as well. This is just a fully functional third person, like kart racing sim almost, that takes full advantage of the mixed reality functionality and is really just a really polished, full functioned MR game.
Yeah, I think this is as close as you're going to get to something super, super polished, super good, like almost full blown game. And did they also add like or was it always in there the fact that you could like be in the car?
It's always been there,
You
but that's
can-
one of
Always
the
been in
coolest
there?
things.
Okay.
You can zoom
Yeah, I was
in.
gonna say I
And,
thought they maybe added that, but yeah, I mean, I think it's a cool experience. You know what I mean? Being able to build it, in your own track in your living room and make what you want to make and like surround your own furniture with whatever you want to do, and I don't know, it's just super cool and it plays well. The controls are great. Like I don't know, like there's a lot to this, and then adding co-location is such a smart thing, especially now we got everybody. A lot of people have multiple headsets. I think it's a good idea.
the racing actually feels good in this too. It's not like it's definitely not a gimmick, and the fact that you can build it in your living room is super cool. Have it driving on your pool table or whatever. So
Super says, but it's not in MR, right? Like,
What do you mean?
yeah. Maybe he's talking about when you shrink down to get in the
Oh
car.
yeah. No, it's
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's in full VR mode. I can't wait to these. The compute in these headsets are strong enough to scale up the mixed reality stuff, so that you really can shrink down.
So
and
yeah,
ride
that'd be like your own
roller
body
coasters
shrinking
and
down
stuff.
into your own environment.
that would be
We'll get
cool.
there. I mean, we'll
That would-
definitely get there. I think you'll see that at some point, and then your
Oh, yeah, for
perspective will be like that of like a toy soldier. I mean, that'll be cool.
But this is a great game. Radio Runt concurs. He says he loved it. It's come a long way, and yeah. So a deserving winner here on its second nomination. This time it takes walks away with the gold. Congratulations, Trackcraft, on releasing an amazing mixed reality experience. We move along to the VR Adventure of the Year. So this is our category for the best adventure games in VR. And as usual, we had a ton of great adventures that came out this year. And we start with one that had a bit of a rough launch, but through updates in the corresponding months, has really come along to be a really solid action adventure title, and that is Bulletstorm VR. Erica, I know that we both kind of maintained when this game launched that it really wasn't as bad as some of the reviews made it sound like. But even at that, this last update that they put out really put this thing over the top, and it's actually a whole lot of fun now.
Yeah, this the problem with this game is it launched so poorly. I just don't know if like it'll ever recover from that. But they have put so much into this game now, and like really worked hard to make it where it should be. I just wish they would have done that at the beginning or delayed it enough to where they could have had it at least closer to what it is now. Because it's a shame that I went into it not too long ago after one of the bigger updates. It's proper good. Like if it launched like that, it would have got like 8 out of 10, or like it would have been that close. I mean, those are the scores it would have got, like 8.5, 9 out of 10. Instead of getting like it was like almost over the top. People killed it. Like there was some problems with it, but it was enough of problems where people went overboard and were like, we're just going to destroy this game. And I think they overly they were overly critical during the reviews, because I still thought it was a super fun game. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just this is one of those ones, Wes. If they had delayed it 6 months and then done some of these updates, if they had done them now, I think they would probably have had a way better time. But the problem is now I just don't know if there's enough people that want to go back into it, or that aren't scared away from it, that'll ever like give it its just due. But it's one of the better games that came out last year now.
Yeah, agreed. I went into it recently myself and had a blast with it.
Yeah.
It really plays smoothly now. It looks really good in the PSVR headset. It's just a good game overall. Now I haven't played it on Quest, so I don't know how it turned out on that. But I have played it on PC, and I have played it on. Well, I think I played it on PC. I definitely played it on PlayStation VR 2, and it was a lot of fun. And to their credit, they literally, after they put this last big update out, they put a trailer out that was like called the "We Fucked Up" trailer or something like that, and it literally says "We fucked up. We're sorry. This is all the cool stuff that's in here now." So yeah, I like these developers and I like this game. Roots. This is a game that, in general, doesn't really come up as much as it should when people talk about some of the cool VR adaptations or hybrid games. I guess it's not really a hybrid. This is more of a port. But again, due to that kind of rough launch and launching too early, they kind of screwed themselves here, and this turned out to be a bit of a hidden gem.
Yeah. Well, hopefully there'll be enough word of mouth, and people, will find out that it's. I guess they're hearing it here, that it's not well it used to be, right? That they've fixed it, and get in there and check it out. Definitely, I like this type of game.
A lot of fun. We move along to the second nominee for VR Adventure of the Year. And regrettably, this is one that you guys haven't spent a lot of time in this year, but played it when it was in early access, and that is Legendary Tales. We're going to speak quite a bit about this game later on during one of the pre-recorded segments. But I'm sure people in the chat will vouch, as pretty much everyone has over the course of the last 9 months or so, that this is one of the stronger releases in the entire VR catalog this past year, and an epic length adventure that takes dozens of hours to play through. Eric, any thoughts on Legendary Tales?
Yeah, just that, a small developer who put a ton of time and effort. Like, we again, one of the segments we talk about later, we talk about like, putting what developers are putting into these games now, and the thought, and like, and the amount of work they're putting in, and like small teams, that maybe don't have the as much assets, and as much ability as some of these bigger studios, but doing big things. Like, and man, this is like the epitome of that. And I don't think we'll ever see this game on the Quest, because like I just don't think it's possible. And like, I know that the developer's not a big he's not a big fan of Meta, so
Let's talk about that a little bit, because it is possible on the Quest. They have a working build of this.
no, he could do it. He's not going to do it though.
Yeah, they're not going to. They walked away, and not only did they walk away from Meta, they took the opportunity to expose what they call predatory practices against indie developers, which I think took a lot of courage. And certainly, I mean, to walk away from pretty much the only platform where you can make any real money in VR. Some might call it foolish, but it's definitely brave.
Meta's they're so good though. Like Zuckerberg, they're good.
Yeah.
They care about you.
But to be, I will say though, to be fair on Meta's part, they have put so much money into developing games on this platform that they've lost money on. That they're getting it back.
They're getting it back from as much as they can.
Yeah. Well, it's to the point now where I think they've like, we cannot afford to lose money anymore. So they've backed, and again, this is a lot of their fault too, right? Like, which is, sometimes putting multi-million-dollar deals in place behind the wrong game, right? And like, and that's the problem too. So it's, what happens is, Meta backs a couple of bad projects where they lose, or they're never be able to recoup, the amount of money they need to get back, until all of a sudden, if they funded 10 deals and they lost $5 million in every deal, that's a lot of money, even to Meta. You know what I mean? And so I think, what happens is eventually they're like, you know what, we are going to make our money back. And unfortunately, that means at the cost of the developer then. So unless he feels like he wants to fund this himself, which I don't think he, I'm assuming he probably did not make enough money on the other platforms to be able to fund a complete, a complete Quest version, because trust me, it's not easy. Him getting it
Nope.
there. I mean, I don't know how much of a workable version he got there, but I mean, I know he was on his way. But it's hard and it's expensive. But yeah, I mean, I just think the ecosystem is. And here's the other thing too: too many developers depend on Meta, and they rely on Meta, and that's why we're going to see a lot of these developers end up going out of business too. Like if you're wholly and solely relying on Meta to fund your game development studio, you're doing it wrong, man. You've been doing it wrong, and you're doing it wrong for a long time. And that whole ecosystem was bound to run out, and I think we're getting there. It's going to run
Right.
out.
Thank God. Needs to.
Yeah, right. Anyway, an excellent game. I think we came away last night kind of agreeing that we should get in and check it out pretty soon, and I hope that we do, because it's one of the better games that came out last year.
Depends if we can get somebody in there that said that they wanted to get in there with us. Then Mash and I are in there in a heartbeat, right, Mash?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guarantee he will. I guarantee he will.
100%.
Moving along to one of this year's top releases, period, Batman Arkham Shadow. Roots, it isn't often that we're on here singing the praises of a Quest game like this, but there's just no denying that this was one of the best releases that came out in 2024, regardless of platform.
Yeah, no, it was amazing. And they just did everything right. Like they just, it's just a really good game. Gripped me from the beginning. It's actually a game that Dee went into that she was expecting to not like, and was shocked that she ended up running her battery out until it was dead playing it. So,
Erica, a great all-around action-adventure game here that really kind of nails it on every category, right? Whether you're talking about production or you're talking about gameplay loop, progression, story. This game is just kind of does everything exceedingly well.
Yeah, I mean, this one of those games that, like, we talk about these games that just get it right, and they're like, it's not just one thing. Like I can't tell you one thing. It's like 20 things that they get right. So, like, for me, when you're talking about like all-time great games, which I think Batman is pretty much up there, it's like everything they did was good. And it's tough to find small things wrong with it to even pick on. But yeah, I mean, it's probably one of the best games we've seen in the last 5 years, and it's definitely probably I would say it's up there as the best standalone of all time. So I mean,
what are the chances it comes to PlayStation VR 2? World of Long Play says Batman would do a lot better on PSVR 2. Hopefully they port it eventually.
That would be great. I would not expect it, as it is a Meta first party, Oculus Studios first party title. So unless Sony ends up, trading something and allowing one of their big titles to come over in its place, I really wouldn't expect that.
No,
anytime soon.
maybe PC though. You might see a
Yeah.
PC eventually.
Yeah, they did that with it wasn't a first party title, but they funded that Medal of Honor game, and it ended up coming to PC eventually.
Yeah.
It's true.
Vince Virtua says, I hope Behemoth gets something. In spite of not being perfect, it has some epic VRAF moments. It certainly would have if it had fallen within our nomination window. The Behemoth came out in December, which was after we closed nominations, which means Behemoth will be nominated for awards on the 2025 show a year from now.
Tune in
But
a year from now.
Yeah, could next this year, 2025, it could be.
We move along to the next nominee. Metro VR Awakening from Vertigo Games came out this year, and if nothing else, this was an epic adventure. A bit of a mixed reaction to the gameplay on it. Some people thought it was a little too slow paced, but it was very immersive, undeniably immersive, and a great adventure story here. A great campaign. Eric, this was one of my favorite releases of 2024. I don't quite remember how you feel about it, but I'm sure you're about to tell us.
Yeah, I was up there with you. Like, I think this was a great game. I know and they're look, this is not the perfect. This is not Batman. This is one of those games I can go pick on some things with this game, but one of the best things I can say about this game, I had fun when I was in there. Every time I went in, I had fun and I wanted to go back in. So, while this is not the perfect game, it is still one of the best games that I played last year. And if you are a fan of the Metro series, there is no reason that you should not be playing this game, because it feels like a Metro game.
I
So
wonder if that's
yeah,
my problem. 'Cause I never played the Metro series, and I didn't like this game, so maybe that's the problem.
yeah,
Well, I never played them either. I never played Metro. I played some games that were patterned after Metro, VR games, but I never actually played the actual Metro. But I dug it quite a bit. Well, there were a lot of things that I really liked about this game. I did not finish it, however. I did get cut off and moved on to another title. Damn you, Batman, for taking up all my time. But I really enjoyed what I played of it. I played probably 5 or 6 hours into it, and I really enjoyed it. So we move along then to the winner of the 2024 show VR Adventure of the Year. And I got to say that there weren't many adventures that were quite as epic as Asgard's Wrath 2, the Meta Quest exclusive that came out in December of last year. This was a game that came up quite a few times in voting routes, a crowd favorite that there were more than a couple of occasions that people told us, Looper specifically told us, that we didn't play deep enough into. Like, we gave it its props, but he contended that had we spent more time in it, that it gets even better. So after we voted, actually, I put probably another 10 hours into this game, and it does get better. This is a really good game and one of the best in the Quest catalog.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame. Maybe it's again a pacing issue. If you got to play 10 to 15 hours into the campaign to really get to where it gets good, a lot of people aren't going to give it that kind of time. Not that the first 10 to 15 hours aren't good, but like I remember Looper saying I think maybe you'd played 7 or 8 hours, and he's like, that's not enough. To me, that's too much to have to play to find a game is good. Like it should grab you from the very beginning. Like Arcan Age, where I'm an hour in and I'm like, dude, this is fucking amazing. I want to just keep playing this game. And
Right.
I don't know. I just feel like it's kind of a shame because I know the first one was amazing, and I'm sure this one's amazing as well.
Oh, it's very good. Eric, I don't know if there's another game on the Quest that, in terms of scope and quality, can really even stand up to this. This is a game that you can play for 40, 50, 60 hours, and it just keeps adapting and keeps opening up and presenting you with more story, more characters, more gameplay mechanics. This is just really there's a lot of meat on the bone here, so to speak.
yeah, and even for me, I haven't given this game its full due. Like I think I've got maybe 4 or 5 hours in it. And I'm just literally scratching the surface. I haven't even gotten to all the different mechanics in the game, and they've added to it since then too. They've added some DLC, they've added some new areas, they've added some new weapons, and like this, they put a lot into this game. Like if we're talking about what we talked about earlier in the show, which is give us full blown games. Don't give us these shallow cookie cutter games. We want full-blown, experiences, full-blown adventures in virtual reality. This is probably one of the best built from ground up, VR games that give you the full, taste of what a whole game is. Like everything is here for this game. I don't know. There's not much you can say that they don't have in this game. Like literally everything is here.
Yeah, a wide variety of enemies, a wide variety of locations, main quests, side quests, melee, ranged weapons, spell casting, um, parkour and wall running, epic, huge environmental set pieces, boss fights. I mean, literally, it's all here. Um, an absolutely awesome game that I feel like kind of has gotten forgotten over the last 12 months, and that's not to even mention the all of the DLC that they put into this game, and the roguelike mode that they have going on here. Um, as far as like bang for your buck goes, I don't think there's another title in the Quest catalog that can really stand up to this one.
This is also another game Old Dar says that's on available on the Quest Plus.
Yeah, well, great. That's a great deal.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
So yeah, a deserving winner for sure. Asgard's Wrath 2, 2024 show VR adventure of the year. We move along to a perennial favorite category, and that is the best platformer. A bit of an underserved genre, so to speak, in VR. But with that said, year over year over year, we do have a good handful of nominees, and this year no different. We start with Demeter, which we already talked about during the mixed reality section. Again, probably one of my biggest regrets of the year is that I didn't get in and check this out because it's supposed to be really good. Hence the nomination. But we move along to a game we haven't talked about yet, and that game is Stilt. Roots, like I typically don't like these games that make you use your hands for locomotion. But who knew what a difference it would make to put pogo sticks on the end of your arms instead of hands. This game lets you bounce around from platform to platform in a very challenging and fun way, and then allows you to get upgrades that turn those very same stilts into various tools and weapons. You can play single player campaign, you can play multiplayer. Stilt turned out to be a big surprise and a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, I agree. I don't usually like this type of movement style, but it's all about making it flow, and I felt like the movement felt good in this game, the bouncing around and so forth. Super cool.
Eric, you can have propellers on your stilts to help you get a little more air. They let you grapple with it. All sorts of different, cannons and projectiles you can fire out of it. Did you get a chance to check out Stilt?
Yeah, I did. It was cool, man. I liked the movement's great. Like, it felt pretty good. Like, I'm not usually a fan of these these quirky movement style games like Gorilla Tag or some of the others. Like, I liked. Yeah, like, what was the other one? I liked Out of Hand, which was a different type of like platformer, which I thought was kind of cool, but it had a Gorilla Tag movement to it. But like, I thought that was okay, and I thought this stepped it up even from that. So like, this gave you, it just felt right. Like, what did I compare this one to? The No More Rainbows game, which I hated, because I thought it was just too slow, and it felt like it
Didn't feel good.
The movement didn't feel good. Like, right, like it felt like I was moving through mud, or it was methodical. This still did not feel like that for me. So it was just that little change of whatever it was with the movement, but like having your stilts for hands and the way you move through the environment felt more natural and felt faster. And I thought they did some interesting things in the way they kind of built the environments, and they built the way you're kind of like moving through everything. So I thought it was really cool.
So a great game and a community favorite on PlayStation VR 2. Speaking of which, Sky Climb, our third nominee, also came out this year. And Eric, another very unique take on VR platforming. Although this is anything but a classic platformer, it still has many of those familiar mechanics that the genre brings, but does it in a very fun and unique way, and is a great concept from our friends at VR Monkey.
Yeah, I love these guys. Like VR Monkey is such a good team. I mean, whether they're doing porting work for other games to other platforms or they're building their own built from ground up stuff, like this was another one that I thought was super cool and unique. And like it goes down the path of a couple of different types of games. Like I think this was kind of like Toss, if you remember the game Toss, and I kind of felt Skyclimb was along those same lines. But again, like we talked about platformers last night, and in one of the segments we did, and like these are the titles I kind of forgot a little bit because they're almost like a platformer, but maybe not fully. But it's like I don't know, the environment is part of moving the environment and moving through the environment is part of the game, like a platformer would be. But there's a lot of fun to be had in these types of games. And again, I don't know what it is. Like I hate Gorilla Tag, but I actually like Skyclimb. Again, when I'm saying I like them, and these are not games I'm jumping back into every day, but like when I get into them, I'm like, oh, okay, I had fun into it, and fun when the time I was in there. Gorilla Tag, I hate from start to finish. Like I get in there and I'm playing, I'm like, this is awful.
Roots, did you get a chance to check out Skyclimb?
Yeah, this is the one where it's kind of you have a timer on your hands, right? Before they pop, the balloons pop or something, right? Is that what, am I remembering that correctly?
It's kind of like that. Yeah, you grab these cubes in midair and you kind of have to throw yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, so you throw yourself
yeah.
and you can't just float forever. Eventually your hands will pop and then you end up falling. So there's a lot of timing. And I thought each course was really unique, and I thought it was cool.
Very, very good, solid, new. Again, it's not really your
Traditional.
your typical traditional platformer, but still a great game with good platforming mechanics. Speaking of which, we move on to the fourth nominee. Witch Blood came out this year. And this one I was a little bit iffy about whether or not I would put this on the nominee list because this was a game that actually came out years ago on the Rift platform, but it was re-released on Quest this past year and with mixed reality support. But this was a game that I never even heard of before, Roots. Somehow this one got over my head. And when I got in and checked it out on Quest, turns out it's really, really good. This is kind of a Metroidvania, old school side-scrolling type of platformer, but a really good example of old school mechanics on new school hardware, and a great story adventure.
Yeah, it's super cool. Actually, I owned it on Rift and played it back in the day, and totally forgot about it until this came out on Quest. I was like, oh my god, this is Witch Blood. I think it's really cool. I think it just shows you that a lot of traditional gaming, the way that they're done, can be done in VR, and really, it's like we looking into what one of these apps that we've used that's like a 3D screen, right? Except for you're in there and it's really cool. And this was actually done better because I think you can actually zoom in and get closer to certain things than you could in the OG version. So yeah, this is actually a better version of it. It was cool.
Looper says it for a Metroidvania, it really lacked backtracking. It depends on how much you want to go back and try to kind of get the extra power-ups and stuff that you pass up. There's a lot of stuff hidden in those early levels that you don't have the ability to collect because you haven't powered it up enough yet. And you can go back and get that stuff if you want. Also, there's a lot of like hidden passageways, the way the map is set up. And if you spend some time kind of trying to look around and find those, sometimes you'll accidentally fall in a hole or fall off a ledge, and it'll put you back 2 levels. Like you'll just fall and fall and fall, and now all of a sudden you're 2 levels back, which you would think would suck. But like I said, there are areas that you missed the first time around. So this was a game that I actually played over halfway through, and then it ended up backtracking all the way back to the beginning of it before I ended up playing on through the rest of it. Eric, this is a game I actually spent a lot of time in, and I didn't finish it, but I think I'm in like the last level. I spent like a good like 8 or 10 hours, or maybe even more in
Wow.
this game. Yeah.
Yeah, even more than me. And I thought I put several hours into this too. I love this game. Like this is super cool. I'm all about like give me different types of games. Like I mean, side scrollers can absolutely work in VR. Like everything doesn't have to be third person or first person. You know what I mean? It give me different perspectives, I mean, I love that. This game was super cool. I love that it was an original game. Like this was an original Rift game. I think it was an
Yeah.
original Gear
Yeah.
VR game. So I mean, I just think like I want to have different things. I want to have different experiences for them to bring this back. And the mixed reality felt a little tacked on for me. Like I'm like I don't even know if they needed to do that. They
I
probably
didn't
could have
use it.
just they probably
I
could have
didn't
just
use
stayed
it.
away from it at that point. But I think a lot of these things like everybody thinks meta needs to have mixed reality, so they kind of like throw it in so they can kind of appease meta, and like sometimes it's just kind of wasted time for them and effort at that point where they probably could have put it into more polish. But I thought this game was great. Like literally, I mean, it's such a cool game. Like I'm all for like give me top down, give me like Diablo style in VR, give me like side scrollers. As long as there's 3D effect to it. I mean, there's a lot you can do, and Witchblood definitely shows you that.
Excellent game, and would have been a shoe-in, in my opinion, to win this category if it weren't for the fact that we had Max Mustard released this past year. And Roots, this was kind of that platformer that we've been waiting for years for. Like, again, we get a handful of solid platformers every year, but we don't really get like super good ones every year. You can count the great platformers in VR on one hand, and lucky for us, this is one of them.
Yeah, I agree. And we've kind of touched upon it on one of the segments. Is one of the coolest things about this, in my opinion, is the fact that you can actually progress through. That you have upgrades and there's reasons to get the coins. And I can't tell you how many, unless you're completionist, which you are. Usually in a game like this, I'll just I ain't getting over there for those coins. Now I'm like rerunning certain courses because I want to unlock a certain jump or whatever the next ability is. And this is just a very unique, cool platformer, one of the cooler ones. So
Eric, it checks off nearly all the boxes here, right? All of the kind of, for lack of a better term, cliche things that come with platformers, but it attacks it in a very unique way with abilities and progression systems that we don't typically see in these types of games.
Yeah, I mean, I think they did it right. Like they went through and they tried to figure out what makes a platformer fun, and I think that was first for them. Like so, we talked about gameplay, we talked about level design, we talked about like what makes a game good and not just a VR game good. So I think the VR came afterwards. Like and that's a lot of times what we have to do now. Like developers should be thinking about what makes a game good, and then you go, okay, what makes it a good VR game? Instead of always thinking VR first, and then sometimes the what makes a good game comes second, or it's like not it's not fully fleshed out, right? So and I think they did a good job of Toast did a good job of figuring out, okay, what makes this game fun, what makes it good, level design, progression, different types of ways you can use mechanics to get through the environments, different levels. You know what I mean? They give you everything here that makes a good game. It doesn't matter whether it's a VR game or not. It just makes it a good game. And then they go through and make it VRAF, right? And they do that afterwards. And I think that's what they did here. They give you a good game that just happens to be in VR.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had some debate on one of the pre-recorded segments that your guys are going to watch later, where exactly this stacks up in the hierarchy all time VR platformers. And I think we all pretty much concurred that if this isn't the second best VR platformer we've ever seen behind Astrobot, it's at least the third best, right?
Mm-hmm.
With some debate being behind whether or not VinVR can stand up to it or not, which we all think of VinVR very highly, but as you see later, not everyone agrees with us on that.
Crazy.
Anyway, it's the best. It's the best that you can get in 2024 in terms of VR platforming. So if you haven't bought it, you probably should, but not so fast. Don't buy it just yet, because our friend Oprah is about to make another appearance here and give away a few copies of Max Mustard, courtesy of our friends at Toast Interactive. Big shout out to Richie, who just sent these keys in yesterday, actually. So shout out to Richie for being so generous. We're going to give away 4 copies of Max Mustard to the chat. And then we're going to give away 4 more for the second chance drawing. So we're giving away 8 total. 4 right now and 4 in 2 weeks when we do the second chance drawing. So if you're watching this after the fact, after the show's off the air, all you got to do is subscribe. Leave a comment down below that says that you would like to enter the second chance drawing for Max Mustard, and you will be entered. We will draw in 2 weeks. But first, we have to give away some copies to our friends in chat here. We have Quest copies. We have PSVR 2 copies. We have Pico copies. No PCVR, strangely enough. But we do have Quest, PSVR 2, North America and Europe. We have Pico, first come, first serve on platforms and regions. So the first 4 in chat to answer the question I'm about to ask on my screen, first 4 to answer it on my screen, will win a copy of Max Mustard. This game was developed by Toast Interactive, which was founded by an individual that a lot of people know by his first name. First 4 people that can tell us what the first name of the man that founded Toast Interactive is will win a copy of Max Mustard. First name. You can give us the last if you want as well. But,
Stedman. Oh, that's Oprah. Never mind.
Technoglitch got one. Art by Mara, Hookworm, and Grimrock. Technoglitch, Art by Mara, Hookworm, and Grimrock. Alright, let me stop that before it gets by me so I can write it down. Congratulations to the 4 of you. You've just won a copy of Max Mustard. If you did not win, like I said, just leave a comment down below. Make sure you're subscribed. We're going to give away 4 more of these in 2 weeks' time. Congratulations, winners. Give me just a minute. I got to write this stuff down here. AppJ. Did I say AppJ? Yeah. No, Eric. AppJ said Eric. No, it's not Eric.
It could be Eric, maybe. Good American name.
And Grimrock. Cool. Congratulations, winners. Tag me up on Discord or Twitter, and we will get you your copies. Again, first come, first serve on platforms and or genres. All right. I think this would be a good time for us to take a peek at the progress of the Fake Frames Fund. Because thanks to the generosity of a few people in our audience right now, I'm officially over halfway to my goal now, Roots.
There you go. That does not shock me with this crowd.
We are at $520 donated now, halfway to my goal of 1,000. Thanks to the generosity of Looper, who made a second $100 donation. So that's $200 now for Looper, who now takes the lead. Like I said, top 5 people that the top 5 donors will get to choose a game for me to stream of their choosing. It'll be the first things that I even play on the new machine. Looper takes the lead in that competition at $200 now, overtaking Mad Vegan, who was in second place.
What do you think Looper will pick for you and for Eric? I think he said Beat Saber. He wants Eric to play Beat Saber.
Okay.
yeah, that might be it. Maybe it will be Beat Saber. I don't know. Who knows? It's totally up to him. I do not care. We'll play whatever he wants. Also, we have a couple of new donors. Gabriel donating $25, and Mike Newton, Q Creator, donating $25 as well. So
Nice.
thank you, gentlemen, for the donations. I really appreciate it. I was kind of felt a little bit weird about doing this whole donation thing, but you guys have really kind of come through in an unexpected way, and I really do appreciate it sincerely. So if you all would like to participate and help me upgrade my system, my equipment around here, the link is in the description below. Fake Frames Fund, Triple F. Thanks, guys. $520 off of 9 supporters. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, and you shouldn't feel weird about it. People don't have to give it. They can give it if they have the money, and if not, they just being here is enough. Everybody knows that. And, you provide so much for not only this community, but for the PSVR without parole community that, there's a lot of people that want to see you have. You deserve the best, Wes. You deserve to be able to and the content you're going to be able to provide for everybody, even the people that don't have the money. You're going to be able to go into things and check things out you haven't even thought about going into. It's going to be amazing.
Oh, thank you for saying that. It's very nice of you. Anyway, thanks for the support, people. I truly appreciate it. Moving along, what's next here? We are moving on to VR Puzzler of the Year. Moving firmly into the genre awards now. And let me get my screen back up here because I'm on the wrong shit. And where's my chat? There's my chat. What's up? All right. Let me make sure. Okay, good. I think everything's working for the moment. Anyway. Oh yeah. There's Super Nintendo Chalmers comes through with the $5 US donation. Says, what's the one moment in VR gaming that was the scariest video game moment you've ever experienced that stood out? Be specific if you have time. I would say that if I had to pick one moment, it would be the moment that Jack burst through the wall of the hallway in Resident Evil 7. Spoiler alert, if you guys have never played Resident Evil 7, there's a period toward the front of the game where Jack is chasing you around the house, and you get some separation on him, and you think you're going to get away from him, and you start running down the hall, and he literally busts through the fucking wall and jumps out in front of you.
He never stops, man.
Yeah, no. It's probably the most effective jump scare I've ever experienced in a video game. And even to this day, with me knowing it's going to happen, it still scares the shit out of me every time it happens. You guys have any moments you'd like to share?
I think that for me, it was the moment that I mentioned this last night where I had shot Jack in the same game, and he went down and he was dead, and I was like talking shit to him, like, yeah, you son of a, blah blah, and I kept shooting him, and he got back up and killed me, and I didn't know he could do that. I didn't know he was gonna do that, but I think I shot him too many times, and the game was like, no, I don't think we're gonna let this happen. It was actually it was scary.
Eric?
Yeah, for me, it's like it's normally not the jump scares that get me. It's like it's psychological thrillers get me, where I get super like into the story and into what's happening around me, and then like I especially with a VR game like that, VR horror game, I get so immersed in it that I start to feel like I'm inside of it. And we talked about this with Madison a lot last night. So I think for me, Madison is one of those games that has jump scares, but the psychological part of it kind of envelops and wraps me in so much that it actually even makes the jump scares more more immersive, if that makes sense. Like, because to me, I'm wrapped into the story of what's going on so much, and like, I don't know, like, and there's just certain things that freak me out. Like The Exorcist always freaked me out when I was a kid. It was one of the movies I watched really, at a young age, probably when I shouldn't have watched it. So like that demonic possession has always been a weird thing for me. Like, so even playing like the Exorcist VR game, and then like playing like some of the other games that we've seen kind of come out with that has to do with that, and then Madison just freaked me out. There's moments in Madison where I'm like literally felt I had to pull the headset off for a little bit.
Yeah, well, Madison is just like constant. It's like nonstop dread, more than just like getting scared out of my boots every now and then. It's just like the whole time I feel like something bad's going to happen while I'm playing it. Shades of Gray Matter says I really need to pick up Madison. Yes, you do. It's an all-time great genre-defining VR game. But we're not talking about horror games right now. We're talking about puzzle games, which Madison VR happens to be one of and is our first nominee. I think a lot of it gets lost, Eric, in all the talk about the scares and the story in Madison VR. I think that it gets lost that this is a legit puzzle game here with some pretty decent puzzles in it, like stuff that will stump you for a while, but you'll eventually figure it out, and it'll end up being very rewarding. It makes you feel smart after you figure these puzzles out.
Yeah, I love the puzzles in this game. Like, and for me, I'm not a huge puzzle fan because I think sometimes they get overly complicated to like stall you, and they make it part of they make trying to make the puzzle so hard part of the game to like sometimes inflate the length of a game or the difficulty in a game just to make it feel like there's more there. And I think that, and especially with VR, I think it can get frustrating. So I think there's a happy mix that you have to find with these puzzle games. And like, Resident Evil was a puzzle game, if you guys remember. I mean, especially early on. I mean, some of those, there was some super hard puzzles in Resident Evil, but they were never so hard and frustrating that they got you like, completely pissed off to where you're like noped out. And then, the puzzles were a good break in between some of the other cool aspects. In Resident Evil was like, more action and shooting, but like with Madison, the puzzles almost give you a bit of a respite in between the craziness that's all happening here. And yeah, I thought like they reward you and make you feel smart. They don't ever make you feel like I just can't figure this out and I'm going to nope out. Like I thought they were really well done. They were thoughtful. They found a perfect mix with their puzzles.
Yeah, agreed. Roots, and while Eric is right, the puzzles do kind of slow down some of the more jarring events of the game. Those it works both ways, right? The scary stuff in the game can hinder you a little bit, and sometimes maybe make it hard to concentrate on the puzzle in front of you.
That's exactly what Brooklyn Menace just said. The problem is trying to figure it out while being terrified. So there's those moments when you're trying to solve it and there's just too much crap going on, and it kind of messes you up, right? It makes you flustered, and maybe you're trying to skip through something quick. So yeah, definitely 100%.
So yeah, one of the better puzzlers out this year. But from there, we move on with our next nominee to more of a pure puzzler in Retropolis 2, Never Say Goodbye. Roots, a sequel to a Gen 1 favorite for us, and a continuation in many respects that reminded us just what we loved about the first one.
The story's so good. I was just thinking about this when I was putting the show together. I was like, man, I need to get back to this. Like, I really enjoyed my time in this game, and the story was just flowed so well. And there's so many times I play VR games where the story is supposed to take front and center and it doesn't. And this is not one of them. This is one that I really was intrigued in where it was going, and it's just very good.
Eric, an indie VR gem from a team of 3, if I'm not mistaken, but excellent puzzle title here.
Yeah, team of 3, Peanut Button. They're really good, really smart. This is like, again, we'll talk about like full package and full story. Like this game is the atmosphere, There's a lot of cool things here. The puzzles are great. I love some of the ways they manipulated the environments. Well thought out. Like, I don't know, man. Like they nailed it with the first game, which I absolutely loved, and I thought they did a really good job with this one. You know, more of the same. It's not like a big departure from the first game or anything like that. It's just more of the same. Cool, you know, thought out, well thought out puzzles. Cool story. I love the environment, man. Like the whole idea of like the, you know, the 30s detective, but he's a robot from the future. It's like the cool throwback vibe with a retro vibe with a futuristic feel to it. It's just a smart environment and smart like aesthetic to do it everything in, and yeah, they just did a really good job.
Cool vibe, um, good story, nice trial and error puzzling. Just a solid title all around. But we move on to our third nominee. This more of a puzzle adventure, Chernobyl again, and in spite of having some indie VR jank, Eric, this turned out to be a fairly solid story-driven puzzler with some pretty good production in terms of graphics and sound, and some decent classic puzzle mechanics going on here as well.
I love this game. It's really good. I mean, it's got an indie jank to it for sure, but man, I don't know, it's just good. I like, and time travel for me or time manipulation is like one of the coolest things ever. It doesn't even have to be gaming or like movies and TV shows and like, I don't know, if you get into time travel, time manipulation, I think it's a special thing. And like, I don't know, this game has a lot of that, and I like the whole Chernobyl thing was a fascinating part of history for me. I've watched a lot of TV and shows on it, and like the HBO Chernobyl special was like one of the coolest things. I think I've watched it like the whole thing like 3 times. So being able to kind of see that inside of the game too is super cool. And again, they did a really good job with the puzzles and the environments and making you feel like you're doing things, very, very VRifying the puzzles too, Wes, if you know what I mean. Like, you just, not even just the puzzles, but the way you manipulate, the time machine or the time manipulation device. And it just gave you a really good feel of like, I have a reason I'm doing this in VR, and they made it very VR AF.
Yeah, it's kind of has the best of both worlds. Like there's some very VRAF mechanics going on here, but at the same time, Roots, I mean, some of the puzzles kind of make the game feel like a throwback. Like even without the VRAF stuff, this reminds me of like some of the older sci-fi puzzlers that I would have played on like PlayStation 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm with you, Eric. I love time travel. I know Wes does as well because we're both big fans of Back to the Future. But somebody was asking how bad is the jank? Like, is it really bad jank?
No, I wouldn't call it really bad, Jank. I mean, there's some.
Yeah.
I mean, you're definitely going to notice it. It's mostly interaction jank, right? Where you're trying to do things with your hands, and you might have items that get stuck in the wall or in a table or something. You might have trouble picking up something. There's nothing game breaking in there. It's just more of an annoyance. And honestly, it's been a while since I've played. They may have patched a lot of that out by now. But I wouldn't consider any of it really to be game breaking. It was just more of a minor annoyance, in my opinion. Looper said he had to restart a level a couple of times.
It's not unplayable.
Yeah, I didn't have that. I think Brian said he had to restart a level once, but I think after discussing it later, he determined that it might have been something he did wrong, or something he didn't notice. Don't quote me on that. Anyway, we move along to our fourth nominee, and a game that I absolutely love. Escaping Wonderland came out this year, the sequel to Down the Rabbit Hole. Roots, lots that I love about this game. I love the art direction in this game. I love the voice acting and the storytelling. But all of that aside, again, we have a great example of a classic puzzle game here.
Yeah, absolutely. First one was good. This one was, I think, even a little bit better. Definitely really cool, and I would say definitely worth checking out. And I know, Eric, you like this one as well, right?
I did. It was super cool. Like, and again, like a lot of these games these aren't huge departures of like what the original was. They do kind of like stay true to like what it is, but they give you more of the great. Like, and again, Escaping Wonderland is like the full package of like it's the puzzles are cool, the environment's cool, the way you can manipulate the environment's cool, the graphics style and the look of it is great. The perspective is super cool of what you're looking at. But then like there's some deeper stuff here, Wes, with like like it's because at the surface you look at it, it looks like it's going to be just a fun cutesy type game, and then you start going through the story and you're talking about like psychological things and like there's like relationships and like feelings and like I don't know, it just gets super deep at some point, and there's a lot of like innuendo and like like behind the scenes kind of things happening with this game that you're like, wow, this is not just on a superficial level. If you look at it, it's just a kind of a basic cute game, but if you look deeper, there's a lot here.
Yeah, absolutely. One of my favorites, a game that got multiple nominations this year because it does so many different things well. Um, so yeah, definitely a deserving nominee, and kind of surprised that it didn't win until you see the game that did win. Uh, the winner of the 2024 show VR Puzzler of the Year, none other than Riven from Cyan Worlds. Eric, a remake of a classic puzzle game, the sequel to the legendary Myst. And, a lot of people like Myst, like it's their favorite game. I think Riven is probably a better game to me than Myst is, especially in VR. I think that this is one of the better puzzlers in VR, period.
Yeah, I mean, and I had my I had my issues with Myst. Like I wanted it to be like something way better than I thought it was. Like I wanted it to be like I don't know. I wanted it to feel like that special thing like way back when, and it just never had that feel for me in VR. It felt like it was just not as it wasn't fully fleshed out, I think, or fully thought through. And I think this was closer to what I wanted Myst to be. And while these deeper puzzle games are not for me, and there was a lot of puzzle games on this list that I really, really did like and resonate with. These deeper, harder ones do not normally resonate with me. I did have a decent time in the little bit of time that I was in here. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a beautiful game. I mean, they did a really good job. Like, I think they're finally getting it. Like, I think we talked about this a little bit last night. There's been a lot of different games that they've worked on over the years, these puzzle type games in VR, and I think they're finally getting it, Wes. Like, I think there's that close. Like. To really having something super special. Like I'm very curious. I hope they do another one, and I hope they do some other, other thing in the space, because I think they're there.
Roots, uncommon quality in the VR catalog here in terms of just sheer production, but the number of different just surreal environments in this game, the cryptic puzzling. It's easy to see why this game has held up its reputation over decades.
Yeah, this is like being in a very elaborate escape room game. Like if you've ever been to an escape room experience or whatever, this is like 1,000 times better. Although I'm with Eric, man, the puzzles in this are hard, man. Like Luber said, it would be nice if they would have given you an in-game paper and pen for the numeric system, and like there's just the puzzles. Even in the beginning, I'm like looking at it, I'm like, what the hell? I'm looking through that hole where the pictures are, I'm like, what am I supposed to be seeing here? But it's one of those things that you could sit there and look at for like an hour, and then all of a sudden you just see it, and you're like, oh my god, I feel so stupid. But it's so rewarding, and it's just done very well. I can't imagine or think of any jank that was really existing, whereas the other games that they had were some of it was jank and some of it was lacking. This, like Mash said, this is definitely their best game so far, and super cool.
I still don't know if I like it better than Abduction. I know the VR implementation's 1,000 times better than Abduction. I just love that game. I love the story in it, and I like the puzzles.
It's so the thing with Abduction is like this game and most of these games, Myst or whatever, it's typically like a solo thing, right? You're going through and you're reading stuff or whatever. Abduction actually had like people and things going on, and you're trying to figure out, okay, what's going on? Is this guy good or bad? And like, it really, I think, as far as I guess it's got that guy. I never got to him. I felt like the story was what Abduction that really grabbed me, and so I would have to agree.
Anyway, this is a great one. Available on PCVR and Quest, flat or VR. You can play it either way. Hopefully, one day it will come to PlayStation as well. We move along to an old favorite, the Lee Van Cleef Award. Lee Van Cleef Award. This is for the best first-person shooter campaign. And Roots, I don't know about you. It's been a long 12 months, and I missed our good friend Lee Van Cleef's beady eyes.
Oh yeah, he looks pissed.
You don't want to cross that guy.
No, you don't want to cross him at all.
Anyway, we move on to our first nominee, a game we've already talked about, a pretty good piece, Bulletstorm VR. Again, I don't want to rehash here, but a great rework of a PS3 era favorite, and a fun first-person shooter campaign that only continues to get better as you go. With that said, we'll just move right on to our second nominee, which has been a community favorite pretty much since the minute it hit early access years ago, and that is Dead Second. Dead Second got its full release this year on Quest, on Steam, and then it eventually even came to PlayStation VR 2. And Eric, easy to see why our community's been so high for so long on this one.
Yeah, I love Dead Second, man. I played this game such a long time ago, and like it feels like, I don't know, it feels like years since I started playing this game. So it's funny to me that we're talking about this for like Game of the Year, but like they really did a good job of like kind of like putting it through its paces, of getting it to where it needs to be, and like it's always been a good game for me. I think it's always been great. I'm just glad to see it kind of finally pop out on everywhere it belongs to be. I wish it was a little bit bigger. Like I want this to be like the full blown thing, and I just think it's a little bit shallow. But man, what's here is freaking fun. This is just a fun game that you can go into and play at any time. Yeah, I just maybe wish it was a little bit deeper, but it was great.
You know who else wishes it was a little bit bigger and a little bit deeper?
My mom!
She really does. Wes, World of Long Play says, but Lee the Bad lost the shootout.
We don't talk about Clint here. We talk about Lee. We love Lee Van Cleef. Clint's
right.
Overrated. Anyways, yeah, so for what it's worth, Eric, Dead Second, still, even though it is in full release, still being developed. I do think that there's more content even on the way for this game. So I agree. I think there's 8 levels in the game, or something like that, and you can play through them fairly quickly. But the way the progression works, you kind of have to play through it on every difficulty, which typically would be annoying. But the way this game works is actually kind of fun. Roots, you're going with this type of like leaderboard chaser, timed like speedrunning game. You're going to be repeating it anyway. So it doesn't really bother you so much that you start out on easy and have to play your way up through the hard to unlock everything.
Well, as long as you enjoy it. My thing is, I'm not a big leaderboard chaser, so I wonder if it would be the same for me. If I enjoy the gameplay, then I want to go through it again and play it again anyway, right? So
yeah, super fun arcade style gameplay. Again, a community favorite. Moving along, best first person shooter campaign. Nominee number 3, Zero Caliber 2. This was a game that we undersold for a very long time on this channel. And Eric, I don't know if you've had a chance to get back into it since we played it. But I've recently picked this game back up in a co-op setting with friends, with my wife, with Dee, with SpryGuy and Traveling Man, and we really short sold this game big time on launch. Not that we gave it a negative review. We said that it was that it was an improvement on the first one, all of which was true. But we really, with the little bit we played, really couldn't tell actually just how good this game is. This is an excellent campaign. I can't speak for single player. I don't know how well it would hold up by yourself, but I can tell you going in with the squad, this is an excellent game. So much so that played through it, finished it. It was really good.
Yeah, I mean, Zero Calibers was like, it's a funny game. Like I don't know. The first one was like, I just think it was just a little unrealized. Um, uh, it was good. Like it was good for the time, and I did enjoy it. But this one I thought was more of the same goodness of all the good stuff they have. But then they actually brought a fully fleshed out experience this time. Like, and I have not played it as much as you have, and I'm so glad that you finally did go back in with a whole bunch of people and play it. But me and you did play quite a bit of this early on, and we had a blast. Like we played it, and we only needed to check it out for a little bit to talk about it on the show. But then we kept playing it, and we kept playing it, and we kept playing it. And it just seemed like there's just way more here, way more of the good stuff and a lot less of the bad stuff, which is, you can't ask for much more than the developer, right? Like, give me all the good shit that you did, and then take away a lot of the bad stuff, and then we'll see where we are.
Yeah. Roots, I know you weren't a huge fan of the original Zero Caliber, but surely by now some of the praises that D has heaped on this game have started to sink in a little bit, right?
She said it's hard. It's difficult. Like you actually have to play as a squad. That there was places she couldn't get past. She tried to go in there by herself, and so I think that's very intriguing for me. I need to just let it go, but I keep thinking about the game that they didn't deliver on. It wasn't the caliber, Zero Caliber, and that it has nothing to do with this game. But yeah, no, but she was raving about it the whole time you guys were playing it and telling me how good it is. So,
it really is good, and it's challenging. The later levels, especially, some really huge set pieces in the game, and the level design of the later levels is great as well. A lot of stuff in this game reminded me of Crossfire Sierra Squad, which is another one of our favorites.
Looper says sniping is really enjoyable in this game.
Yeah, agreed. So many different weapons and attachments too. It's just really a quality title. Yeah. Anyway, we move along to our fourth nominee, a game we've already talked about a couple of times, Metro VR Awakening. And I think that this game is just nominated strictly on the quality of the overall title. Not so much based on the fact that it is a shooter. It's a shooting category, therefore it's nominated. But I don't think the shooting was particularly the strength in this game. I think it was everything else. So I can see why it got nominated, but I can at the same time see why it didn't win. Rattlehead 9026 dropping some Zero Caliber keys in the chat. So thank you for that. Two of them in the chat. Well, the original Zero Caliber on Steam, so people grab that up if you don't have it already. Anyway, no need to rehash Metro Awakening at this point. We've already given it enough lip service. Instead, let's move along to the winner of the Lee Van Cleef Award 2024 for the best first-person shooter campaign. None other than Arizona Sunshine Remake. Roots, we've had a lot of conversations about this on the channel, in the meeting with the patrons. Some people like Arizona Sunshine 2 better. Some people like Arizona Sunshine Remake better. But when you talk about just in terms of a pure shooter campaign from start to finish, I think the remake edges out the sequel, although they're both really quality.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the story was, I believe, so much better, and it just I felt like it really, in VR, we want to be immersed. Like it does a really good job of making you feel like you're the main character and you're working your way through this. And I was saying this last night, you're kind of like losing your mind and you just want to be rescued. And the game was already good, the OG version, but it had some jank. This remake was so good that the Quest version is better than the PC version, and the way it looks, the way it acts, everything. So I think they did an awesome job with this remake, and it's probably one of my favorite games that I played last year. And it was so good that D went through the entire game in the OG game in one sitting. And I will add the fact that they give you the DLC, all the DLC with it, I thought was super cool. I mean, I
Hell yeah.
think it's one of the best things Vertigo Games did last year was this remake.
Yeah, Eric, a classic VR game, Arizona Sunshine. That the times kind of moved past, right? Like there was a lot of dated mechanics and jank in the original. That even though as great as it was finally starting to show its age, and people were moving on from it. So I think it's great that that After the Fall became Arizona Sunshine 2, which then became Arizona Sunshine Remake, and now people get to enjoy this classic all over again in a modern VR engine.
Yeah, this is so good. Did anybody have a better year last year than Vertigo? I mean, come on, man. They did such a good job with a lot of shit they did last year.
Yeah, I don't think so, man.
I mean, really. I mean, I mean, every move they did, every move they made here was right. Like what Root said was spot on. The DLC, just giving it all, here's the game, here's all the DLC, here's the entire thing. I mean, they could have sold this thing as a whole standalone thing. And didn't if you own the first, you own the original, they get $10 if you own the original. Like, how smart of a move is that? There's so many people out there that already have it, and you're almost guaranteeing that they're going to buy it again. And this could have stood alone at its as a full blown $30 game, and they could have said, "Screw that, we're not doing that. You're going to buy it over again." And a lot of people would anyway, just because it's so freaking good. It's not like they cheapened out in this game and they're just like, oh, we're just going to give it away for free. This is a full blown like new. It feels like it's almost. I mean, the story is the same and the environment's the same, but the guns are different. The melee is in here now. I mean, the mechanics are different. The visuals are better. I mean, there's so many good things with this game and there's so many things that they did right. In a time where we're like killing a lot of developers for taking the easy path, I gotta say, Vertigo didn't here. I mean, they did a good job and they made all the right decisions with this. I think it's great. Arizona Sunshine, the remake and 2, man, were big hits for me this year.
They made the buying the remake a no-brainer, by making it $10 if you own it already. You know what I mean? Like, because a lot of people wouldn't buy it again because they're like, I've already owned it. And it keeps it fresh. It makes me now, if you have this game and you go play it, you're going to play the best version of it. And it was, I don't know. It was just, it's a really good game, and I would recommend anybody, if you're going to pick up one zombie shooter game, this would be it. Remake for me, anyway.
But not so fast, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go buy it that quickly. Even if you've already got the original and it's only going to cost you $10, I wouldn't get it now because Oprah is back once again, ready to give out some free copies to our friends in the chat. Platform of your own choice for this one. It doesn't matter. First come, first serve, but we do have keys from every platform on this game. Pico excluded. I guess I should clarify that. PlayStation VR, Quest, and Steam. Platform of your choice. 4 going to the live chat right now. 4 more going in the second chance drawing, thanks to our friends at Vertigo Games for providing giveaway keys here. First 4 in the chat that can answer this question on my screen will win a copy of Arizona Sunshine Remake on the platform of their choice. This game was developed by Vertigo Games. Name any other title from Vertigo Games, and you will win a copy of Arizona Sunshine Remake on the platform of your choice.
Baywatch. I don't think that's correct.
Baywatch.
Maybe. No, maybe not. David Hasselhoff.
Abraham Lincoln.
Yes.
I'll give it to you guys that are abbreviating, but I guess I'll specify going forward that that's not cool. We've got Scott, the PSVR game cap for life, with the first copy saying Arizona Sunshine 2. It's down. Scott. So Scott won one. Virtual reality gamer. Want a copy as well. Headbite with After the Fall.
Mash's baby. Is that still your baby, Mash?
After
long
the fall
time,
is
right?
kind. It was yeah. I fell out of love with it a little bit for a while though when it broke. When they had it broke and they didn't fix it.
Is it fixed?
Matt.
I think they did fix it now. Yeah, I don't think I think all the horde modes work good now, as far as I know. I haven't been acting to it in a long time either, but definitely
Matt
was my favorite for a long time.
Matt Ancuda winning the fourth copy. Scott, the PSVR game cap for life. Virtual reality gamer. Headbite and Matt Ancuda. Congratulations. You all four have won a copy of Arizona Sunshine Remake on the platform of your choice. First come, first serve, of course. If you didn't win, all you got to do is make sure you're subscribed. Leave a comment down below after the show that says, I would like to enter the second chance drawing for Arizona Sunshine Remake. And in 2 weeks' time, we will draw second chance winners. 4 more copies going out the door thanks to our friends at Vertigo Games. There we go. Another one up, another one down. And actually, you know what? While I'm at it, since someone mentioned After the Fall, I think, let me see here, that I might just have a copy of After the Fall Deluxe Edition on Steam.
I feel like I should have brought Shocker Oprah out. I'm starting to feel reminiscent of her. Scott, the PSVR game cat for life, says, give it to someone else, Wes. I already own it.
Okay, well, I'll just go right down the line. I'll mark Scott off of this list, and whoever the 5th one is will now be the 4th one. Let's see. The last one was Matt Ancuda. Directly after Matt Ancuda was AppJ. Congratulations, AppJ. Sorry that we banned you on accident earlier.
Radio
Run.
Accident. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Congratulations, AppJ. You just won Arizona Sunshine Remake.
Do you not have the comment button anymore, Roots? There it is.
Yeah, no, I don't use them so enough like I used to that I sometimes I forget which ones are which, and I'm like trying to afraid. I like this one though. Wait, is it this one?
You don't take no shit from anyone.
Yeah, he doesn't take no shit from anyone, man.
All right, there we go. After the Fall Deluxe Edition Steam key floating in the chat for anyone who's fast enough and wants to check out that awesome multiplayer experience.
Oh yeah, that's a good key to give giving away right there. Lots of game there still.
Yeah, especially if you haven't played it. I think that's it's kind of. I was thinking about this after we had our discussion last night and where it came up. You know, I was talking about zombies and wanting fast running zombies. Well, shit, that's After the Fall, right? That's what you get. They're chasing you. They're running you down.
Probably have more time in that game, more raw hours than probably any other. I've probably got 150 hours in that game or more.
You still have all the cool weapons?
Yeah, yeah. On Steam, I do. I don't think I've worked them all out on PlayStation VR. Um, but yeah, on Steam, I'm loaded. Anyways, let's move along to the next award category. We stay with the multiplayer genres, or we move in, sorry, to the multiplayer awards. And we start with competitive multiplayer game of the year. This is, let me be clear, this is a new category. Typically, well, not necessarily. Typically, we have the competitive multiplayer game of the year be um, all inclusive, all competitive multiplayer games. But we had such a variety this year of both shooters and then competitive games that aren't shooters that we actually split it up into 2 awards this year. So we're going to have best competitive multiplayer game, and then we're going to have best competitive shooter as well, so that the shooters don't just dominate. Because we had some very unique concepts for multiplayer games this year, and I wanted to make sure that we recognize those. Starting with one that we talked about a little bit earlier, Racket Club, mixed reality / VR pickleball game that Eric already put over pretty hard, is a very top quality title, probably the best thing that Resolution Games did in 2024. So shout out to Racket Club. But we move along to a game we have not discussed yet. From Fast Travel Games, Mannequin came out this year. And while this is technically a shooter, Eric, I didn't class this one as a shooter like the other competitive multiplayer shooters, because this isn't anything that you're going to go in and do team deathmatch or any of those classic multiplayer shooter game modes. This actually does something very different that we've never seen in a VR game before, and this is more of a social deduction game than an actual shooter, right?
Yeah, and I think that was a smart move on your part, Wes, not putting it like, because it's not what you would consider a shooter. Like if you play that game, number one, this is probably one of the hardest games to explain to anybody, like what it is and what you do with it. I think that was one of the biggest reasons that the game, maybe didn't do as well as it could have, because it's tough to explain and tough to understand. But if you get behind it and you kind of look and see what it is, there's some cool things here that you can do in here, and there's like some very interesting mechanics. The way the competitive play in here and the way you have to work as a team is like, super forefront here. I mean, there's a lot of cool things here. But it's a different game. Like it does not belong in a shooter category, but I think it is a great competitive multiplayer game that everybody just should give a chance to, because it's just such a great idea. Like again, like you have, number one, you have two different factions, and then you have, the way that each part of the factions have to work, inside of that team together to like really get your goals done. It's just really cool.
Is it like the movie Mannequin?
Yeah. Oh my
No,
God.
maybe not.
The 80s movie, Mannequin?
Yeah, the 80s movie.
Yeah, that's a good movie. It was close. It's not quite like that, but different. A little bit different. That's cool.
A very unique concept for a game, and kind of the second game that's kind of in this social deduction genre after Among Us VR, but a very different take on it than what Among Us brought. Brandon says that it's a really good game. It's really fun, and a lot of people say the same.
I didn't even know Brandon played anything besides Breachers. I thought
I
he was
know,
like
right?
Yeah, I know, right?
a Breachers one trick pony.
So 12 the Backlog Game Cat wants to know if Red Dead 2 still works in VR. It's on the Steam sale for $15. It depends on who you ask. 12. Roots is still playing it just fine. D and I are trying to mod it and get it to work, and it just crashes for us. And I don't know if that has something to do with hardware configuration or what, but again, if we're successful with our fundraising drive here, we're going to find out definitively soon, because as soon as I build this this no compromises PC, one of the first things that I'm going to do after, of course, I stream the games that people request, is I'm going straight to Red Dead 2 and seeing if that thing will run for me and not crash.
Maybe, like you said, maybe you can behind the scenes get a hold of somebody that knows how to upgrade it to the new version. I'm sure Luke probably could do it if he. I know that there's supposedly ways to do it. I just don't. I'm not privy to it.
That'd be great if we could get an updated version that has all of the new.
That'd be amazing.
The new features from the Real VR mod on the games that it used to support. That
because even the old version is amazing, but I would love it if you could use the newer one.
Absolutely. We move along to another competitive multiplayer game that came out this year. Exocars. This is a VR kart racer that came to PC VR, and Quest is coming soon to PlayStation VR as well. I think this one came out when you were away, Roots, if I'm not mistaken. Eric, did you have a chance to check out Exocars?
I did not. This was one game I did not get, and I've had a key for it forever. It's just I don't know what it was with this one. Just timing-wise, never worked out for me. So unfortunately, I don't have anything really to say about Exocars.
Well, you know what?
I've heard it was great though. Like everybody I talked to said it was great.
The only thing this is what I don't like about it without actually playing it, because we had, Dee does racing nights and a bunch of people in the community, and they were all excited to play it, and then they found out that it's only 4 people, and that there's like 7 people that want to play together, and so they just ended up not playing it because it's not, I don't know if there's limitations on how or why there's limitations on to 4 people, but most games like this are like 8, so
yeah, it's a little bit it's not feature complete yet. They're still working on this and adding in stuff. They put a roadmap out for it, but yeah, you're right, it's only 4-player multiplayer right now versus multiplayer. There's no real progression yet in terms of like upgrading your vehicles and stuff like that. It's just a pretty standard kart racer that has some good physics to it, has some beautiful courses, and has a pretty decent sense of speed to it. It's a good start, I'll say that, and it's already fun. I played head to head with Brian Paul when the game came out, and we had a pretty good time with it. But if they successfully enable the things that are on their roadmap, when it comes to PSVR 2, if it supports the wheel like it's supposed to, this one's going to take a pretty big step up in a very short amount of time. But it's already worth checking out if you guys like racing games. This is a pretty decent one. Super Nintendo Chalmers in the chat asking for the link to the Fake Frames Fund. I'm about to post it in the chat right now. Thank you for your support.
That Hot Wheels Unleashed, playing it with multiplayer, and you can vote on which map everybody races, is actually really good. I think we did that on Wednesday. There was like 5 or 6 of us, and it was super cool. I really love the racing in that game.
Flippy Nugget said, I had fun playtesting this. Stacking and flipping the car is wild. Yeah, man, some of these cars are really squirrely going around the corners, right? And some of these tracks put you up on like mountains and stuff, and you can slide right over the edge if you're not careful. Oh, shit. Hamoud putting a Risk of Rain 2 key in the chat. There's a good
nice
moddable VR game.
It's a really good game.
Flat game.
It's a great game.
It's a solid one. You guys jump on that. All right. Where are we? We are on to the 4th nominee, a game that I did not get a chance to try, but got nominated off of its initial success late in the nomination window. The Thrill of the Fight 2. Kind of a weird story for me in this game, Eric, because I am first and foremost a combat sports fan. I don't have very many hobbies, outside of VR, but one thing I do follow is combat sports, boxing, mixed martial arts. This is stuff I would love. With that said, I've never tried any of the Thrill of the Fight 1 or 2, and people say that this is a really good boxing sim.
You've
Have
never
you
been
had a
in
chance
either
to
one of them? Not once for a minute?
Neither one of them, not for a minute.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have none
Wow.
either.
Like never even one time, even the first one either?
No, I heard it
No,
was
no,
like
man,
just
no.
a boxing sim, and
No,
that
no, yeah,
people
that's
use for
exactly what they
workout
are.
and that type of stuff. And
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
But it's well done though. Like I don't know. It's so. I mean, because you can do these things poorly. Like there is bad physical combat games out there where hit detection's bad, or like it doesn't give you the feeling of real boxing, or it's like again you're gonna waggle your hand and you can knock somebody out, and like this is not that, right? Like so it's just so while it is definitely sim, both of them are very much like a sim thing to where it's like you'll like pass out, man. Like if you try and like, because it's like you're boxing for the exact amount of time a round would be. Like literally, I mean, you could just people work out and like lose like tons of weight in these games, like because it's like you're super sweaty and like you're really physically throwing punches here. But it's well done. Like, and for me, it's not something I'm going to go into all the time, but like, it's a game that like I think it's cool and it's fun. The physics are good. They do it really well. And it feels like you're boxing, without having the resistance of actually hitting something. And I think, that's the only probably issue that you have here with a boxing game is you don't have that feedback of actually, hitting a heavy bag or hitting something like that. Other than that, though, I mean, this is like you guys should just try it. Like I know we probably have keys or somewhere, but you guys should just try it. Like it's actually well done. Like better than I thought it would. Like so, if you've played Creed, these are way better than Creed. Like
I played a ton of Creed. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like Creed.
Yeah, well, Creed's cool because it has the story of Rocky and and then Creed itself. This is definitely more sim than that, but it's competitive, and the multiplayer now is super cool.
Yeah, the problem with Creed is it was just some of it was weird, like the training and stuff, and it was like I don't know. I like the story of it. I just didn't. I thought some of it was a little weird.
Keys are flying in the chat. Hamoud keeps putting up awesome titles, multiple titles. Ghost Runner 2, which is a UEVR title, in the chat. Hot Wheels Unleashed, one of Roots' favorites, in the chat as well. And then Ace Gamercat coming in behind him and putting a PSVR 2 key for Skyclimb in the chat. So thank you, everyone, for your contributions. Anyways, where were we? Okay, yeah, no, but yeah, you're right, Eric. I was talking to you earlier today about how I need to find something to be more active, and I think something like this would be perfect for that. And it's only like $10 or $15. So
my problem is I don't like to sweat in the headset. It's even though there's some really
I don't know
good,
either.
Yeah, there's some really good ways to exercise in there. It's like the last way I would want to exercise. So it's kind of like I'm torn because I really did enjoy that workout program that they did. I just don't like to sweat in VR.
Yeah, so I wouldn't do it on like my newer headsets, but I could definitely see myself grabbing a Quest 2. And, I've got a few of those laying around here. Putting one of those on and kitting it up with some, some facial interface that's made to sweat in and doing it that way. All right, we move along to the winner of the competitive multiplayer game of the year, 2024, V-Rider SBK. This is the officially licensed supercar or super bike racing title, the debut title from Viral Games. That is one of the best racing sims we've seen in many years in VR in general. Eric, the really amazing thing about this is that this is a Quest game. You wouldn't know it from playing it or looking at the footage. Just a super high quality title, and real tracks, real riders, real bikes. This is a 100% full-blown sim racer, and lots of different features and options. Just a really well done first title from this studio.
Yeah, I mean, for a first time studio, I mean, like, it's crazy how good they did with this game. Like, first time studio, first time publisher, working with them as well, and like they really kind
Yeah.
of nailed it. And they went and got a license for the SBK, which is great. Which I know a lot of us in America are like, what the hell is the SBK? But it's actually quite popular in Europe. I mean, these superbike things are pretty big over there, and they did true to the IP. They did a great job with the mechanics. This is like a game that you got to be super careful of because of motion sickness, and I think they did a good job, mitigating that. And again, a first time team who's never done anything like this in the VR space. So I just think it's well done. It's polished. The mechanics are great. They even came up with a peripheral somewhere in between, which I don't know how much they've actually done with the peripheral, but the peripheral was pretty damn cool, which was like this thing on it was like a post that you could put your controllers onto that had like I don't know, it had a sway bar on it, so you could lean like on the super bike
Yeah.
with it, and then use your controllers to actually rev your bike. It was
That's
just
cool.
it was super well done and well thought through, and like I said, I don't know what they fleshed out about that, but it was just a great idea. But that was the amount of detail that they put into what they were doing with this game, and it definitely shows through. And like you said, Wes, on the Quest, I mean, this thing looks beautiful.
Have you played it with your helmet on?
I have not. That's a great idea, though. I
You
should.
should. That'd be a good video.
Yeah, I mean, the team that did the boxes, the PR boxes for that, are super good.
Yeah,
That's probably one of the best PR boxes I've ever had.
It is the best one I've gotten. It was super cool.
Art by Mara says, it is confirmed getting ported to PSVR 2, right? I don't remember. I want to say yes. Eric, do you remember if this game has been announced for PSVR 2? I think it has.
It has, yeah. It's been announced for PSVR 2 coming, definitely coming soon. So I don't know exactly when. I don't want to speak for VRAL and the team, but yeah, definitely coming, and I think it'll be amazing on the headset. It'll be crazy.
Yeah, agreed. I look forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do, not only with that extra horsepower, but those haptics, man. Like, again, this is a legitimate sim game that has every option that you could possibly think of with regard to controls or how realistic you want it to be. I mean, you can make it a little bit more arcadey just through the settings. But to get it in that OLED with the extra horsepower and the headset haptics and the triggers and all of that, like, there's a lot of potential for this title on PlayStation VR 2. All right. So that is the competitive multiplayer game of the year. What about the best?
Before you move on, somebody wanted to see the helmet that they sent.
Oh, okay.
I think it's super cool.
Nice.
It's
It
very
is,
nice.
Yeah,
super
definitely go
nice.
get that thing. This is super awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. One of the more unique things we've ever received in a kit. Anyways, we moved from the competitive multiplayer game of the year to the best competitive shooter of the year. And we've actually had a great year for competitive shooters. Now, admittedly, this is not my genre. Like, I'll get in and play with friends from time to time, and it's always good fun to get in with your friends and play VR. But I'm not one of these super hardcore competitive shooter guys. But with that said, even I can recognize the quality of titles that we've had come out this year, starting with Veil. Veil released this year as a free-to-play, I think. Or maybe it didn't launch as a free-to-play, but it has gone free-to-play since then, and then has lots of extras that you can pay for, extra gameplay modes and things like that. But Eric, this was a game that was in development for a very long time. They spent a lot of time polishing it up, and while I still feel like it has a lot to be desired in terms of art direction, the gameplay mechanics are actually pretty solid with this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think Vale has done right by their community and the game, and like put a lot of hard work and effort into like the whole like path for this game. Like this has come a long way for them of originally only releasing on Steam, and not, they were like, you know what, I don't think we're going to be able to go to Quest. Like I don't, like we don't want to sacrifice, you know, what we think the Quest would have to be, and we're going to stay on Steam and we're going to do really well there. And then I think, you know, they had a lot of, you know, feedback from the community where like, we want to be able to play it on, you know, standalone, and we want, you know, more people in the game. And so that, you know, they decided, hey, let's put some time and effort and work into not just bringing it to Quest West roots, but like working on the game itself, and like, you know, kind of working on that whole process, making it better and better and better. And while I'm on board with you, where I think the environments of Vale are probably some of the most uninspiring levels I've ever seen, the gameplay and the gun mechanics, and like, you know, the actually having fun in the environment is super good. Like, I mean, it gives you a lot of what you want with these types of games. And like we talked about developers like not giving up on games, and could have just been like, hands up, here's my game, there's it is, and we're done with it. And then they haven't. They've put a lot of time and effort into it, and I will definitely, you know, tip my hat to the Vale team, and I think they've done a good job with this one.
I wish somebody was saying in the chat that the only thing they got, the people that paid $30 when it went for free, the only thing they got was regret. And you know, because some games they'll give you skins, or they'll give you something like you paid for the game and now it's going free, and a lot of people feel shafted. It's like, well, dude, I paid $30, now you're giving it to everybody for free. You know, if that's true, I wish they would have given them something.
Yeah, I'm not so sure how true that is. That would be odd to me, because they do have paid game modes and things that you have to buy into.
So maybe they got those for free.
Yeah, I would be shocked if they made people that paid the full $30 for it to have to buy into those extra game modes. Anyways, we move along to a different type of competitive shooter. This one is more of a looter shooter that is still kind of a work in progress, but is pretty solid for what it is. Astro Hunters VR. This is like I said, a looter shooter that is themed on like an alien planet, and it's kind of a PvPvE game where there are other players in there you got to watch out for, and there are also alien creatures that are driven by AI that you got to watch out for, and then there are alien soldiers that are driven by AI that will kill you pretty quick if they see you. Erica, I mean, we got in and played this. We felt like it had some potential, still needed some work, and it's got a bunch of updates since we played it. With that said, I don't think it was ever. I don't think it's classified as early access, so I think it's an official launch, and therefore, what's there is what's there. But with that said, I think it's good enough to deserve to get a little recognition here.
I love this. Like, I think where they're going with this game, Wes, like, I think if, I don't know, they could use another year of development, maybe, or 6 months at least of development.
Yeah.
But shit, what's here is pretty freaking awesome, right? Like, I mean, I don't know, like, what, I like, they had such a good idea, and like, there's so much in this game that like really like sets me on fire of what the stuff I want to play. Like, so this game resonates with me. I love a looter shooter. Like, I'm a huge fan of what they're doing here. It's just not fully fleshed out. Like, they just should have taken some time, or, you know, I wish they, like, this is the perfect example of go find a good publisher, because that's what this team needs. Like, and not every developer needs a publisher, but there are certain ones that do. And this like screams to me they just needed a little bit of help. Like, a little bit of help, get me a little bit closer, because this is a freaking good game, man. Like, I just wish, like, I wish it was a full game, because like I would put hundreds of hours in this game, Wes. Like, even the tutorial on this game is like one of the worst I've ever seen.
Apparently, there was a lot of stuff in there that we missed too. Like, I got a lot of comments after we covered the game about, you know, some of the stuff that went right over our heads. But I mean, they should have a tutorial in there. They should show us where this shit's at so we don't miss it, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, and even make the tutorials like now more than ever, you need to make the tutorials so easy when you have so many games vying for people's attention, and then like so many life issues are vying for my attention. Like everybody has so many things to do. Like we only have so much time to play games. So if you put me in a situation where you frustrate me in any way, or make me want to throw my hands up, like then you're like, ugh, I just, it's almost like a chore at that point. Like this is supposed to be a fun thing. So I want them to think about those things when they're in the development processes of like, this is a challenging game and there's a lot to it, but how do we get people through those first 40 minutes, 30 minutes to keep them involved to where they're not getting frustrated, they're not noping out. Like Roots, you would have never made it through this thing, dude.
Yeah, I don't want to do any tutorials.
No.
And so like you got to kind of make them flow. That's why I thought Arcane Ages, the way they did their tutorial was actually kind of fun.
Someone in the chat said, it was Looper, says Astro Hunters or Grim. And I haven't played Grim and since it was pre-alpha, so I can't really speak on that. Have you gotten in there since they launched it, Eric?
I haven't. It's just me being a little bit too busy because I will. We know we're all good friends with Scott and that team from Combat Waffle, and did play it early on, so I know what they're going for here. I know that it's still early, Grim. Like it's still early times. It's not fully released. It's I don't know. Astro Hunters looks really good. From what I can tell, I think Astro Hunters looks better than Grim. But I don't. I think Grim will eventually be probably the better game, just because I know that they won't. I know that the team at Combat Waffle won't stop. And Spoon won't stop until Grim is great. And Astro Hunters, I don't know where they even are in this process for this other team. So
Amnesia Rebirth and Amnesia The Dark Descent both floating through the chat, along with Les Mills Body Workout and
Power Beats.
Power Beats VR. Oh, Power Beats. So thank you to Rattlehead. Thank you to Hamoud for continuing to drop keys.
Is that Combat Waffles same people that did Ghost of Tabor?
Yep.
Okay,
That is correct.
So let me ask you this: do you think somebody else will release a better version of the game before they get their Grim finished? Because it's kind of happening with Showdown, from what people say.
Yeah,
We'll talk about that in a minute.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I think they're far enough along with Grim that I think, and they will have enough coming soon, and I think they'll put enough behind it fast enough to make sure they come out ahead. But you got to be good. We talked about this earlier. Like, landscape. This landscape is changing, and if you are not on the forefront of things, you'll get left behind. And that means everybody. That means a studio that's really good, like Combat Waffle Studios. Like I guarantee you, they're looking at those things now. And we'll see how they pivot and what they do, especially with Ghost of Tabor, based off of what contractors did. So,
well, that's what's great about competition. It makes people want to like shit. We need to get. It's good for us. You know what I mean? As a consumer, yeah. Because now that I guarantee they're not just going to sit on their thumbs, right? So.
Well, Darth wants to know if we played the Crisis mod yet. I have not.
I have not, but I heard last night that it was amazing, and I've heard a couple people today say it's amazing. So
I have not either, but I work with the developer on a daily basis in with Elliot, and he's told me everything that he's put into that game. Like I hear about the development process and what he's been doing, and this is all in his spare time too, by the way, because Cab is currently working on RoboQuest. Like we're working his ass off on RoboQuest. So like I don't even know where he finds the time to do this stuff. Literally, it's like the guy doesn't sleep. But yeah, I know what he's put into this thing, and once I get as soon as I get a chance, like if I just need 5 minutes home, and I will definitely, because this is my game. Like this is my kind of game, and like to do this in VR will blow me away.
I've never played Crisis before.
Haven't either.
Pretty
You're
good.
Gonna love it. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, maybe that'll be one of the first things we cover when we get back into the swing of things. All right, so moving on, best competitive shooter nominee 3, Zero Caliber 2. I basically just put this in here on the strength of the other modes that I played. I have not actually tried the competitive mode in here, but I know that the competitive mode in the first one was a community favorite. So I got to imagine that the competitive mode in Zero Caliber 2 is also quite polished and fun. But with that said, we move along to a game we haven't really talked about yet. Ghost of Tabor launched into full release this year. It came out of early access finally on Quest and Steam. Still waiting for the game on PSVR 2, but it is coming. But Eric, I mean, this game has already achieved legendary status in the VR, the VR ecosphere, so to speak. And Root's kind of asking this question about whether or not somebody might come out and nail the Grim gameplay loop before Grim is finished. That's not exactly what happened with Ghost of Tabor, because the fact of the matter is that Ghost of Tabor launched first and made millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, but this is my point was it had nothing to do with how much money they made. Everybody that I know that plays Showdown says it's 10 times better than Ghost of Tabor. That it makes Ghost of Tabor look like crap. I haven't played it. I didn't really care for Ghost of Tabor very much myself. I only played it when it first came out, and it was and I'm a big fan of Tarkov. You know, I could see the plan. I could see that they were getting there. But like I said, every single person that I know that plays Showdown says it's way better. They're trying to get me in there to play now. They're like, it's so much better than Tabor. They said it feels like legit Tarkov. And I know that's what Ghost of Tabor is doing, trying to do. And so, like, my point is maybe they're they're trying to focus too much on making it just like Tarkov, and they're letting a competitor get ahead of them as far as gameplay wise. They do have the sold copies ahead of time, and which is awesome. But you know, if everybody gravitates towards a different game, this is a competitive shooter, then your game becomes dead. Doesn't matter how. Well, I guess it does matter. You still made a lot of money, but your game is still dead.
Yep.
They'll definitely gonna need to. Everybody's gonna need to pivot for sure. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, they're pivoting to other games is what they're doing. They've got 2 games in development, and I'm quite sure that they'll get theirs on those as well. And I'm sure if they do well, someone else will come out and release a version and maybe even do it better.
Which, like I said, is good for us as consumers. We want the best versions.
Yeah.
I was just curious because, you know, I just hear so much about Showdown, and I still haven't been into it. So.
Yep. Well, I guess as we get into what the winner is, spoiler alert, Contractors Showdown is the winner of the best competitive VR shooter for basically everything Roots has been saying for the last 5 minutes. They not only have come out and given us already what is hands down the best battle royale shooter in VR, but out of nowhere this year, they released a whole new mode for free into the game, Exfil mode, which basically does what Ghost of Tabor does. And it's almost unanimous, not almost unanimous, it pretty much is unanimous from everyone I've talked to that's played this game, that even in its early access state, it does Ghost of Tabor better than Ghost of Tabor does it. Now I know that you're friends with the studio, Eric, so I'm not gonna ask you to kind of throw them under the bus here, but you know the community speaks for themselves there. I haven't played it. I can't really speak on whether it's better or not, but I can tell you definitively that this is the game more than any other right now in our community that people are talking about in the Discord on the daily, going in and playing, and everyone seems to be pretty blown away with it. And again, and that's just talking about the early access Exfil mode, not to mention everything they've done over the course of the last year with Showdown. This is an incredible title, and I think that the Contractors developers deserve a lot of credit for it.
I agree. Like, I mean, and look, I am, good friends with Scott and Combat Waffle and Ghost of Tabor, and they're a great team. And like I said, this, contractors wins right now. Like, and rightfully so, because it's great. Like, and Exfil was a smart move for them. And you can say what you want that they stole it, from Ghost of Tabor, but like, you know what? They saw that people wanted to play it, and they made a really good version of it, and Combat Waffle doesn't own the rights
Yeah,
to a
yeah.
genre. They can, they can do whatever they want. So,
Something tells me they took some inspiration pretty heavy from somewhere else themselves.
oh, they looked at, and this is a thing that developers have to look at too, right? So Combat Waffle Studios is very, very open with their roadmap, right? And that's one of the things that they always have hung their hat on is like, hey, we are going to tell you what we're going to be doing. We're going to be very open about everything we're working on, and here's what we're bringing you. And you have to be careful. This is a competitive market, and they opened up their roadmap, and contractors, rightfully so, saw the roadmap. They saw that the popularity game. They see the numbers that Ghost of Tabor was doing, and they went out and they took a lot of their stuff and they decided to make a version of their own and make it better. And you know what? And that's competitive marketplace. You know what I mean? And while I'm sure it wasn't super happy for the Ghost of Tabor team, now they need to step up and do what they do, right? So now that's what I'm saying. This is decided here, and rightfully so. I think this is a fair winner. But now we see where we go from here, right? So like we'll see what Ghost of Tabor does, and they are working on other games, but they're not done with Ghost of Tabor. Trust me. Like they will continue to work on this game, and they'll add new things and they'll add new maps, and we'll see where we are 6 months from now. And then, you know what? May the best team win at this point. Like both the teams put their best foot forward. They both have great people, and then hey, hopefully there's enough room for both of them to survive and keep this thing going. But yeah, I mean, I think this is the ecosystem that we have. It's like it happens in flat gaming all the time. You know what I mean? We're gonna get this stuff.
Well, and that's the thing. That's why I was saying it's good for us consumers, is because now you have two studios competing to make their game better. So it can only be good for us. And I think Wes has got a good point as far as taking inspiration, because even though it's VR, flat to VR, they clearly took their inspirations, and some would say they, not copied Tarkov, but they wanted to make Tarkov in VR, right? Very similar, because it works, and there's not anything like it in VR, and so there's nothing wrong with that. And I think hopefully for their sake, maybe they're a little bit less open with, even though they want the community to know where they're going. I think you're right. They showed their hand to competitors, and competitors ran with it, And
It's a catch-22, man. Like, so Ghost of Tabor came out with this early access model, right? And I really don't like launching in early access, but there are limited exceptions to that, and I think one of the exceptions to a game that I think it's sometimes a good idea to launch in early access is a competitive shooter game like this. These games, they take a long time to develop, and you need to test your servers. You need to get feedback from the community and polish it up. But one of the problems with launching in the early access, no matter what type of game it is that you're going to be launching an early version, and it's not going to be feature complete, and there's going to be all kinds of jank. So you have to take measures to deal with the negative consequences of that, and those measures are marketing. You have to do some marketing, and the only thing that you can do really to earn the trust of your community and keep them involved is put out a roadmap. Let them know what you're going to do. But like I said, it's a catch-22, right? And now we're seeing what the other side of that equation can look like, because this isn't only a competitive game, it's a competitive marketplace. And it isn't just your community that sees that roadmap, it's also your competitors in the marketplace.
Right. Yeah.
Anyways, we move along. We stay in the shooter genre, kinda, for the most part. And we're staying firmly in the multiplayer arena as we move on to the co-op multiplayer VR game of the year. Best co-op. Now, while I prefaced the last category with this just really isn't my thing, competitive shooters, co-op multiplayer is my thing. This is the exception. This is the kind of multiplayer I like. I like getting into a game with my friends and working toward the same goal. That's what I enjoy. So we've got a handful of games here that let you do just that. Most of which we've already talked about at length, but there's one or two of them in here that we haven't. But we'll start with one that we have talked about, Arizona Sunshine Remake. The winner, I think, of the Lee Van Cleef Award, if I remember correctly. But one of the things that I really loved about Arizona Sunshine from the very beginning is that co-op multiplayer campaign. That's what drew me into it. That's what has kept me interested in it over all these years. And of course, since they have remade it, that has only served to improve and make new again one of the best co-op campaigns in the history of the VR library. So a deserving nominee there. Nominee number 2, another game we've already talked about at length, Legendary Tales. And everything that we said about this game, true. Tons of content, endless progression in this game. And the beautiful thing about it is you can play it by yourself and it's awesome. You can play with 2 friends or 3 friends, up to 4-player co-op multiplayer in this. And the game scales with you. So if you bring in a friend, the enemies are a little bit tougher. If you bring in 2 friends, they're even tougher still. So this is an excellent co-op multiplayer VR game. But then we move to the next one. This is a game that we haven't talked about yet, but I can assure you it's going to come up more than once throughout the duration of this episode, and that is Into Black. This is a game that kind of came from out of nowhere this year from the Binary Mill, a longtime VR developer that brought us classics like Rush VR, Gun Club, Mini Motor Racing X, and Resist. But with Into Black, they continue to evolve as a studio and bring us something that's very different than anything that they've ever brought us before. And Eric, this turned out to be one of the best experiences that I've had in VR this year. And, it's tons of fun to play it by yourself, but where this game really shines is when you go in with some friends.
It is. This is this is probably like if we had a category for surprise game of the year, I think I would probably give this one the winner also. Like,
well, surprise, surprise.
Do we? I didn't even know. Like,
category.
do we? Okay. See, there we go.
Yeah.
I didn't even know. I'm sure I voted though, which is good. I actually might have voted for this. But I mean, this game shocked me. It shocks me how good this game is. Like, and I did not put anywhere near as much time as you did into it. And I don't know how much you put into it, Roots, but I played a lot.
I think I played like 8 or 10 hours of it.
Yeah, and I think I'm probably close to that. Wes, I know you probably got double or
You
triple
finished
that, right?
it.
Yeah, like
I finished it twice.
Yeah,
So,
there's so much into this game that's just so freaking cool and so well done, and it was completely off my radar. Like, just like completely, like when I get in there, like this was like so many good parts of this was, like a lot of the games that I wanted to see. It's like they took several games that I like, games or gameplay styles that I love, and then they mashed it into one super cool game and put it in virtual reality. Like, it's got Deep Rock Galactic feel to it. It's got like,
No Man's Sky.
100% No Man's Sky, and some of the movement mechanic, the cave systems, the physics, the graphics. I mean, just super cool.
Kevin Russ says another game that needs to come to PSVR 2. This game actually was just announced for PSVR 2 this past week. So it is coming, and I look forward to it. Roots, I mean, this is a Quest 2 game, Quest 3 game. But even with the the challenges of the standalone hardware, not to talk about the awesome gameplay and all of the great progression and stuff that this game has, just like visibly, graphically, this is a good looking game, even though it's not like super highly detailed or not. The dark environments with all the like glowy crystals and ambient light, this game is going to absolutely look beautiful in the PSVR 2 OLED when it comes over.
Yeah, this game actually really well, let me address this, I guess, because I've seen a couple people say something in the chat. I guess the ear things are bleeding into the mic, Eric.
Oh, is it mine?
Yeah, he said that
he
he sees Wes.
Who was it?
I don't know. There's a couple people that were saying there.
Okay, they're dead to me, whoever they are.
Well, the dank cheese says, I'm listening with headphones and Eric typing is driving me crazy.
Is it really that loud too? Can you guys hear it?
I don't hear it, but I'm also.
I don't hear anything.
But anyway,
I'll just say this. You know what's amazing is like I get in like it's Sunday, right? I get in the middle of these shows and work. There's like a fucking major fire right now. Like, I'm like, how the fuck do I get myself into these things? Like, why do these things happen now? Like, right in the middle of the show. Like, it's a Sunday, for God's sakes.
You're multitasking. That's what bosses do, and you're getting shit done, and it's unavoidable.
Hey, right? But I tell you what though, I've been trying to stay like super focused on what we're talking about though. Like I'm still hitting my points.
Yeah, you're multitasking. You're doing a really good job. I just was watching people in the chat, so I was like, yeah, I probably should say something. But my ears get so close to the mic and the phone, my headphones bleed in. But this game actually shocked me in every way. The way it looked, the sound, the gameplay loop, the lack of jank, like just everything. This is one of the few games like Arcane Age, when it came out, I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it was and to be as polished as it was, and to come from a studio that every game has been completely different. This is so different than Mini Motor Racing X or any of the other things they do. And it does things that I haven't seen in a game like this. It's one of my favorite multiplayer games that I played this year. It is definitely, and it's got a story. I mean, just the crafting, I mean, everything about it, they just nailed it. And I say kudos to the studio, because we need more games like this that are this good.
Yeah, agreed. I'm totally going to fight back my urge to really start gushing about this game right now, because I happen to know that we're going to be talking about this one more before the end of the show. But it's definitely a deserving nominee for co-op multiplayer VR game of the year, and it's a little surprising, honestly, that it didn't win, but not shocking. We move along to the fourth nominee, which was a game that recently got co-op multiplayer. I guess not too recently now, but Hellsweeper VR, a game that launched in a very rough state, everywhere but PC. But over months and months of dedicated development, it finally got polished out, and then since then has become a really solid co-op multiplayer experience in VR. Roots, I think it's kind of a shame. I think that what we've got here with Hellsweeper is something similar to kind of like what we had with Bulletstorm, where this is one of the better releases of the whole year, but it's kind of living under its own shadow because of not so stellar of a launch.
Right. And this is a problem in flat gaming as well as VR, where developers just figure, well, it's just better to put it out and we'll fix it with a patch or two or whatever. And the reality is there is a danger that enough exposure happens that is negative that it's very difficult to come back from. And you're really relying on people that haven't tried the game at all, and then they look at reviews and the reviews don't reflect the changes, and so people think it's still broken, and they don't even give it a shot. In their mind, it's already done. And it's a shame, because it is a really good game. And somebody was saying in the chat, actually a couple of people, somebody said this is like their favorite game of the year. Somebody said it's so effing good. Got to play it on the PSVR 2 early. Like, for those that have actually played the good versions that were fixed, it's amazing. And I would recommend that anybody that is curious, check it out, because it's not jank anymore, but so.
Yeah, Eric, one of a kind locomotion and movement settings in this game. Deep roguelike progression in this game, and a wide variety of combat mechanics. All can be experienced with a friend.
Two
Pretty
friends
solid
now.
title here.
Somebody says
Two
three
Yeah,
friends,
you
there
person.
can
you
do
go.
three-person
Yeah.
co-op.
So maybe we need to go back in there and check it out.
That
Stream
would
it
be
with
cool.
I'm down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally down.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
the movement in this game is one of the things that does it for me the most, Wes. Like the wall running, the jumping, like the aerial combat, the slow motion time, the slide maneuver that you could do across the floor, and like, oh man, there's a lot here. But the mechanics of the gunplay, the melee, magic, right? There's magic in this one too, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The
Yeah,
platinum
for sure.
magic.
Yep.
Mark Poppin Pringles Leaf says the backflip is his favorite.
The backflip is awesome. You can tell this is the team by Sirento, right? Like, there's
Yeah.
so much of that movement style in this game. Like,
Yeah, you can even blend the magic with the weapons. So like you can take the fire magic and blend it into your sword, or take the lightning magic and combine it with your gun. Like there's a lot of variety in this game.
definitely.
But not the winner for co-op multiplayer VR game of the year. The winner is a game that we've already kind of went on and on and on about, but it finally gets its flowers here in this category. Zero Caliber 2. We talked about it before. I've gone into it with D and SpryGuy and Traveling Man and with my wife, and played the same levels over and over and over again. I have not got tired of playing this game yet. It's just fun and really well done, and really in a big way realized the promise of the original game, which is great.
There's not
So,
any games like this either, really, in VR, right? A military shooter that's a campaign that's with 4 or 3 friends. There's other military shooter games, but nothing like this.
Right, completely story driven, with voice acting, although it is a little over the top, kind of like being in an episode of G.I. Joe. But yeah, the weapons are awesome. There's so many different weapons and attachments, and yeah, like I said before, like the set pieces are really huge. You can fire off like artillery, like heavy artillery in this game. They have a couple of levels where you do that, and then there are other levels where you have to take out the artillery. You can call in air support, and if you've got people coming in on you, you can bring planes in overhead. You have to shoot helicopters out of the fucking sky. Like this game, the scale of it is on such another level from the original, and no, it's just really really good. Recently updated for Quest 3, and finally got that that enhancement to take advantage of the stronger hardware. Just a solid quality title on Quest 3, and hopefully we'll get some news soon about this coming to other platforms. I'd at least like to see it come to Steam and get that PC VR makeover. I think that would be great.
Yep.
Anyway, Zero Caliber 2, the winner of the co-op multiplayer VR game of the year. Congratulations to Xreal Games. And that's three more categories down. It's time for us to check in once again with our friend Oprah. And
Love
Oprah has some gifts from our friends at Xreal Games, as we have some copies of Zero Caliber 2 to give away. We're going to give away 2 copies of Zero Caliber 2 to the chat right now, and we're going to hold one for the second chance drawing. So if you'd like to enter to win a copy of Zero Caliber 2, just make sure you're subscribed and leave a comment down below that says that you would like to enter the second chance drawing for this game. First 2 on my screen. This is a quest only game for those of you who maybe aren't familiar. This is only available on Quest right now. But the first 2 people in the chat that can answer this question, well, never mind. Magic the Game Can's answering the question before I ask it, so I have to come up with a new question.
That's funny.
You should
I
have
love
waited
that.
a few seconds. Actually, didn't he already win one anyway?
Yeah, he already won once. But we did tell them we would let them win one
Oh,
more
that
time and
transfer.
choose.
Was the question going to be what's the most abandoned multiplayer game ever?
That was what I was kind of alluding to earlier.
Yeah. But since Roos didn't say it, I was going to ask it. But Magic just ruined it for everyone. Anyway, so another question. Let me think.
Well, while you're thinking, let me ask you this, because wasn't this the game that promised that they would come out with the PC version if the Quest version did well enough, right? Because it was originally
So they didn't come right out and say it. They alluded to that, right? So when they first announced Zero Caliber 2, they announced it with a Steam page. That was where it first popped up, was on Steam. And then they put out their announcement trailer or what have you, and there was some good hype generated behind it. And then sometime later, as it got closer to launching on Quest, they announced some kind of announcement on their Discord, and one of the comments during that announcement was, if you want to see this game come to PC, like this comment or leave some kind of reaction, thereby alluding that it's not a done deal. Like they're not sure if it would actually come to Steam, even though it already had a Steam page and already got announced.
And the original was a Steam game, right? The first one.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, hopefully it does.
So no, I think it will. I think it will. I mean, what else are they going to do right now? Take care of Gambit, fix it. I doubt it.
Yeah, no, that's a done deal, man.
Anyway, this is story-driven military shooter in VR. First two people that can name another story-driven military shooter in VR by any developer will win a copy of Zero Caliber 2 on Quest. Our gamer says Firewall Ultra is most played VR2 game. Loves it. Yeah, I think it got a raw deal. Like, obviously, with the multiplayer servers and stuff being broken, that was a disaster and unacceptable. But I think the overall quality of the game got short sold. I think it was better than most people say it was.
It was a perfect storm of crap, and unfortunately, the servers was the linchpin that screwed everything, because people didn't really have the opportunity to find out that it was better, because the servers were always jacked and
So our winners are Hamoud. Good karma coming back to Hamoud for sharing all those keys earlier. And Mark Pringlesleaf. Hamoud and Mark Pringlesleaf, winners of Zero Caliber 2. And if you'd like to win a copy of it, like I said, subscribe, leave a comment. We're going to draw another winner and give another copy away in 2 weeks. Let me just write these down.
Do you think that Contractor Showdown is a story-driven game? Because Brandon VR said Contractor Showdown. I don't think there's a story to that, is there?
Not that I know of. There might be some lore or something to it. I think there is some lore, but I wouldn't call that a story-driven military shooter. Crossfire certainly is, though.
Yes.
Definitely.
I do want to take this opportunity to. I feel like we're moving through pretty good through this stuff.
We are. We've got about a page to go, and we'll be about at the halfway point. We've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more award categories, and then we'll be going to our first pre-recorded segment. That'll be about an hour and 20-minute pre-recorded segment. We can get a little break, eat some dinner, put out some fires.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're almost to the halfway point. And I think as we move along and we talk about more of these games, we should pick up steam, because we're not going to repeat talk about most of them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Rattlehead dropping the Walk Dead Onslaught key in the chat.
Walker's got me.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. That's the first thing I heard in my head was the Walker's got me.
Okay. All right. So let's move along. With that said, let's pick up the pace here a little bit and get into the John Riggs Award, the best retro nostalgia in a VR game. And you know, it's funny. Every year, when I come up with these nominees for this award, I contact Riggs and I ask him, you know, are there any nominees, any VR games you played that you think deserve to be here that we missed? Are there any of the nominees on here that you favor over any of the others? And I was shocked to hear from him this year that he actually had not tried any of the nominees in this category. And that blows my mind because there's a couple of these that I know he would love. I know he would absolutely love them. So I told him about a few of them, including the winner, and I think he said that he went and actually picked up the winner of the category after I told him what it was, and he learned about it. But I guess he's so busy with his channel and all the retro games that he's not been playing much VR lately.
He's playing legit retro. There's a lot of retro out there, good retro. I always see his videos he's putting up. So
yeah. It is a great channel. Like Left Control Gaming says, it's a great channel.
Yep.
Anyway, lots of retro nostalgia in VR this year, as there has been every year. And we start with, from Atari and Llamasoft, Aka R. This game comes from Jeff Minter. The follow-up to, what was the last one they put out? Moose Life, I think was the last one they put out, which I really enjoyed. I really enjoyed Moose Life, but
this is better.
I found it kind of basic and lacking a little bit of polish. But, Llamasoft, while they've always been fun and really cool and trippy, the VR Llamasoft games have always kind of been hit and miss. The initial one, why can't I think of the name of the original one? It's one of my favorite games in VR.
You haven't slept for 2 days.
Polybius. Polybius. The original one was very, very polished. Polybius was a super polished game, lightning fast. Still to this day, one of my favorite VR games I've ever played. They followed that up with the Minotaur Arcade, which was cool, not so polished. Did not have the polish that Polybius had. And then Moose Life came out. Same story. I thought Moose Life was a lot better than the Minotaur Arcade. But still kind of like 4-bit graphics, not real polished, really kind of basic, so to speak, in terms of like in technical terms. So I started to wonder if we were ever going to get another like really polished game in VR from Llamasoft. And then here comes Aka R, which is exactly that. This is like a Tempest style game with multiple layers of gameplay going on, so to speak. Very complicated in terms of there's a lot always, as always with Llamasoft games, there's a lot going on at any one given time that you have to pay attention to really zone in. But once you get zoned in, you can achieve flow state and really progress in the game. So Roots, I was glad that this game came out this year. Didn't quite land with me the first time I played with it because it pretty much went over my head and I just couldn't get it. Couldn't get the concept, didn't jive with it. But upon returning to it, it started to click. And I think this is probably a solid number 2 behind Polybius in terms of the Llamasoft catalog.
Yeah, I agree. And I agree with what your first statement is. Somebody's, Matt Ankuda says, I couldn't get into Aka. That's how I felt at first, too, because I didn't know what the hell was going on. I think it might have taken me more than one time to figure it, of playing it. And then once you start to realize that, the different layers of what's happening, I thought it was really cool. And I definitely thought it was better than both Moose Life and the Minotaur Arcade.
Eric, classic arcade mechanics here, arcade gameplay loop, behind sensory overload in true Jeff Minter style. Like if you hit certain power ups and play in a certain way at any given time, this game inside a VR headset will melt your brain, which I absolutely love. It's why I love these games so much.
Yeah, I mean they're cool, man. I love these. I love these kind of games. I mean, Mentor is awesome. Does a lot of cool stuff. I loved Move Life. It's just cool. Like, I mean, and this game, it hits a lot of big things with me. Like, I like there's a lot of what I like about gaming, and I know in this game, and like it's one of those games too that you can just jump in and get some time into it and get back out. It reminds me like of an Atari game. Like, and those are some of the things I absolutely love. So yeah, I mean, this was a great game. It was super cool.
Yeah, certainly gave you those retro vibes that it should to be in this category. But we move along to the next nominee. This game's actually been out for a while on PC VR, but really came to prominence in our community, or at least in my mind, this past year as it launched onto PlayStation VR, and that is Cube VR. And Roots, this game is proof positive that deciding to do kind of like a Minecraft clone in VR isn't always a lost cause. People aren't just going to write it off immediately, because if you have a really great game with lots of depth, the way this one is, people are going to like it. People are going to play it, and people are going to like it. And people that play this game love this game.
Yeah, it's similar enough to Minecraft to make you feel like it's Minecraft in a lot of ways, but it's also different enough to be different enough, like especially graphically. And people really love this game. I like Minecraft myself. Kind of looking forward to seeing Minecraft too and seeing if there's any differences. But yeah, no, I think they did a really good job. And it's one of the best looking games on the PlayStation VR 2. Isn't that what Brian was saying? So I definitely think that it's definitely an amazing game.
Moving along to the nominee number 3, and Eric, this is one of the ones I thought that Riggs would have really, really appreciated, and that was Arcade Paradise VR, because this is retro for a whole other reason. This game is set in the 1990s, and not only that, but a big part of this game is building out a retro arcade. I mean, there's never been a more deserving nominee of the Riggs Award, in my opinion.
Yeah, agreed, 100%. I mean, this is just one of my favorites. And to be fair, and to be honest, I was there this weekend, or last week actually. I think it was Thursday or Friday. I was actually at the studio at Wired Productions, and I met some of the people that worked on it there, and I met some of the developers there. And this is just such a cool game, man. This is just one of my favorites.
Did you tell them that you want a sequel?
Yeah, of course. They put a lot into this game, like afterwards too. Like, even the flat game part of it was super cool.
Did you tell them to let us bring grip to PlayStation VR 2?
I have no comment.
Anyway, super retro vibes with this. Amazing soundtrack, cool art style. Even like the office computer that you're playing on in this game has like Windows 95 on it. It's just so retro to the bone. And if it were in any other year, it probably would have won. But we have some other strong candidates, like Witch Blood, for example. Roots, I don't think there's anything particularly retro about this other than the type of game it is. Like, this is one of those old school games that I could see myself playing 20 years ago, just on a flat screen. Exactly the same game, just as it is.
Yeah, that's it. The gameplay is what's retro about it. It's very old school, very straight to the point. It is what it is, and I love this type of game. I love I don't know, man. I guess it's not lost on me that, you know, we have nostalgia for what we grew up with, but I kind of feel like in a lot of ways the games we grew up with were better than a lot of the newer games. If anything, just because there's so much hand holding and everything these days, and they don't really want to let you play the game. They kind of want, everybody expects to just kind of roll through it. And so I just liked everything that Witchblood does. I think it's a very good game.
Yeah, a lot of nerfing in today's game design.
Yeah.
And I disapprove. Harumph. But no hand holding in this year's winner of the Riggs Award for Best Retro Nostalgia in a VR game. Triangle Strategy on MetaQuest. This is a straight to VR port from Flat. This game came out in recent years on flat platforms like Nintendo Switch. I think it may have even come out on PlayStation. This is from a big studio. I think Bandai Namco produced this, if I'm not mistaken. But this is an old school turn-based RPG with full-blown pixel art brought to life in full 3D VR. Roots, like I said, no hand holding in this one. This is about as old school as it gets. And if you have the patience still to play a game like this, because there's so much dialogue and story going on with it, this will definitely throw me back to my young teenage years pretty much instantly.
Yeah, no, I think this is amazing game. It is retro. Like it's it's the definition of retro because it's what it was, but they brought it into VR. And although I agree with what Eric said in the past, that there was some things that maybe they could have done to bring it a little bit more into VR, just the fact that you're in there and the 3D and just, I'm not really that big into this type of, I'm not a turn-based person, I don't like it, but I'd be lying if I didn't say right now, it makes me want to go back and play it. Just seeing this trailer, because I feel like if I got past a certain point, I think it was Gamertag that said once he got several hours in, it like really gripped him, because that's what these type of games do. And I would love to be gripped by this game. You know who loves to be gripped?
My mom!
Yeah,
she does.
She does. The chat rightfully calling me out. Square Enix is the developer of this game, not Bandai Namco.
Well, you said that last time too, so for some reason you just want that to be.
I've got it on the brain.
I'll tell you what, I didn't know either one of them, so I could have told. I wouldn't have gotten either guess.
Eric, extremely polished and complete, deep role-playing game here for MetaQuest. Kind of launched to not much fanfare. And I feel like, looks can be deceiving through a flat screen trailer with this one. This is one you kind of got to get into the headset to really fully experience it.
And this was not one that I got into, to be honest with you. Like this was another one where I just did not have the time or the chance to put any like significant time in other than just firing up in the headset. But I've seen and talked to a lot of people who have, and it is apparently it's amazing. It's super deep. How much time did you guys spend in it? Like I just, and it looks super cool. Like this is up my alley. I wish I had more time with it. But I mean, I think probably looks like it was definitely the good choice for the winner.
I think a couple hours for me, 2-3 hours maybe.
Wow, yeah,
same.
And
just scratch the surface with it.
I honestly, Eric, I got into it thinking I'm just gonna go check it out for a little bit, and like 3 hours later, I was like, holy crap! Like it just really drew me in. So I think it definitely would be worth. I was just saying to Phil Yarn, don't let the dialogue, the beginning part. It just is establishing a story. You're the prince coming in, and you're. What's cool about it is you're creating a posse as you're going through. Certain people are joining your party, and you get to control each different one. One's a healer, one's a magic dealer. It's just very, very cool. Like very thought out, and I think it's worth playing.
Yeah, if you like the Table of Tales game from way back when, in VR. This is on a whole different level. If you like that, you're gonna love this, because this, while that was, it was good for what it was. It was kind of thin though compared to a typical role-playing game. This is a full-fledged. Again, this game wasn't originally designed for VR. This was a flat title that was meant to appeal to that hardcore community of gamers, and you can absolutely tell it when you get in play.
When you level up, you get skill points. You get to put them where you want. Like, it's a legit RPG. Somebody in the chat is asking, Hooked Worm, the Hoosier Game Cat says, is there a PSVR 2 version planned?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, they obviously haven't announced it yet. I don't know if there was meta funding behind this. I know that, like Looper mentioned, this was one of a few games that Meta was advertising during Connect last year. So it could be that Meta paid for this to come to VR. But if that's not the case, I'd say it's a possibility, right? Like, this is a Square Enix game. They have a great relationship with Sony. Probably wouldn't take much to port this over. So I'd say it's definitely a possibility.
What are your thoughts about Zelda? Somebody was saying Super Nintendo Chalmers says it makes me want to play a Zelda type game. Why couldn't they bring any of the Zeldas and do the exact same thing, or any game like this, right? This kind of opens the door up. Sometimes we don't need to recreate. Just bring it into VR and let us relive our memories. We forget that a couple years ago, it was enough to just look through a screen that was 3D, that we try to get as close to our face, and now everything's got to be like VR as F. Just bring the old school game in there. Let me play my favorite type of old school game in VR in amazing 3D with particles, and sometimes you don't need to change things, and other times you do, but a lot of times you don't need to change it. You just bring the game as it was, and you bring the nostalgia into VR. And this could, I guarantee there's at least one person, probably thousands of people, that saw this, that was in MetaQuest, never played a Quest before. And they're like, you know what? That was my favorite game growing up. I'm going to get a Quest and try this. And it would blow that person away, just like any VR has blown us away. Right. Being in the world and seeing the 3D-ness of it. And I just think it's super cool and different.
Yeah, and for the record, through modding, there is a great number of ways to enjoy various Zelda titles in VR. Things that would blow your mind. You can use the 3D SEN program to it's a NES emulator, so you can play the original Zelda much like this from an isometric view in VR. With that, there's a mod on Quest using the Doom framework that lets you play the entirety of the original Zelda in first person VR. So literally ground level, and you can play through the whole game like that. Crazy.
That's crazy.
There's Dolphin VR emulator, lets you play the Wii games and GameCube games in VR. And there's even a Breath of the Wild VR mod, first-person VR mod that's been worked on for many years now, that still hasn't fully released, but is in a very playable state.
I'd be afraid to
there's
release
lots
it.
of ways.
I'd be so afraid,
Right.
man. Nintendo is
Right.
so happy, dude.
Yeah, they're watching for sure. Probably watching this right now.
We're sorry, Nintendo.
Anyway, Triangle Strategy. Excellent choice. Excellent game. Winner of the 2024 Riggs Award from Square Enix. Square Enix.
We're gonna have to remove Riggs from the award now, though. Sorry.
Uh,
He's not gonna
Yeah,
play
you're
any of the
gonna have to-
games. He's out of here.
You got
I'm
to
gonna
start playing
call
VR
John.
again, bro.
I know, right?
He picked this one up, Wes said.
Yeah, he did. After I told him about it and kind of
Well,
sold him on it.
I mean, this game makes so much sense for him. This is up his alley. He would love this game.
Yeah. Well, it's just like I said, that's one of the reasons why it won, is because it's legit, is an actual retro game brought into VR, right? It fits this category perfect.
Absolutely. We move on to one of my favorite categories, Not, I don't even think we did this one last year, but we brought it back this year because there's so many good nominees. The 420 award. This is for the VR game best viewed through bloodshot eyes.
Mm.
So this is the trippiest VR game award, essentially. And we start with a solid title, trippiness or not. Thrasher came out this year from the team that brought us Thumper in years past. And Eric, we didn't really know what to expect from this title until we got our hands on it. And what we got when we ended up getting our hands on it was a very, very unique game, unlike anything else we've ever played, really.
Yeah, this is another one of those games that completely caught me off guard and kind of blew me away. Like, and I'm a huge fan of Thumper, so I probably shouldn't have, but like, I don't know, it kind of was off my radar a little bit, and you know where I played a ton of this game was on the Apple Vision Pro with hand tracking, and it was freaking amazing in there. The inside that headset, like, I mean, it is not a gaming headset. We've gone through that, but you can definitely game on it, like, and it's beautiful in that headset. And this game with the colors and the movement, and it works so well with hand tracking, you know, and not having to have the input of the controllers. It's so good. And I was actually way better with this game on the Apple Vision Pro than I was with on the other version, because however good the controller is, there is still going to be input lag, right? And there is no input lag when you're doing it with hand tracking. It's 1-to-1, right? So I don't know. I just ended up being way better that way, and this game is like meant for that type of thing. But it's great everywhere. There's nothing wrong with this game anywhere. So yeah, it's just really good.
Yeah, it kind of surprises me a little bit, Roots, because I felt like the way they kind of used the sound and the haptics together in this game almost gave it like a tactile feel with some of the mechanics that you get into a little bit later. Popping bubbles and crossing all those lines and stuff had like a feel to it.
Right. Yeah, it's the one reason why it's going to be very hard for me to get to hand tracking is it's just I like having some kind of feedback in my games, and this game was amazing. And somebody's asking saying if this is going to look so good in the PSVR 2, and I agree, right? It's a very vivid, colorful game, and it makes me a little jealous because I'm 82 days away from 420 forever, and and so I look back and I'm like, oh, I remember those days. But yeah, I bet it's super cool.
Yeah, absolutely. A great game, one that we will be talking about more before the end of this episode. But we move on to a bit of a surprise nominee for the 420 award, Happy Funland. And some people who haven't played this game yet might not understand why this game is nominated. But Roots, I'm not sure how far you played into it. I'm pretty sure
I did
at the very least you made it to the hallucination sequences in the game. Yeah. Well, even more than just that, like Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, some of the other rides in this game, absolutely a tripped out experience.
Especially if you're a fan of Disney World as well, just going through and seeing things that are similar but off. The colors are very beautiful, and like all the things that I think you were saying at one point about reading, there's just so much that there's this, one of the things about 420 is you get focused, right? And you zone out. Yep. And there's so much to get focused and zoned out in this game. Even just the gift shops or the videos playing in the background, and you're like, what the hell's going on in that video? Cigarettes, they're pushing cigarettes on everybody and every poster, and like old school days, where it was good for you. I think this game is definitely a gem, as long as you're not going into it to play combat. If you're going in there for an experience, it's super cool.
All these rides in this game, Eric, and like the fireworks show, and just so much to enjoy if you're in that altered state frame of mind.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I know we talked about this one last night too. It's funny, we have to kind of like go over these again because people will hear it later. But like, I don't know, just right. There's just so much cool stuff in this game. Like, I don't know. It's just one of those games that will completely be like, this is the game that, there's so much in here that like it gives you like backstory and like, lore of like Disney World, and like, I don't know, it's trippy, and like there's innuendo of different things and deep and dark things. And I don't know, like it's definitely got that feel to it, man. This is like the perfect game for this award.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of which, though, our next nominee, kind of trippy in its own right, Squingle, which, is a game that has been out in early access for many years, um, but actually hit its full launch in 2024 with a bit of a reimagining, Eric. And not only have they kind of refined the game quite a bit since the early days, they've brought on full mixed reality support too. So you can chill out in your room, get baked, and have these crazy looking puzzles just kind of floating around in your space.
Squingle, I love Squingle.
It's on every platform.
You can play it on the Vive Flow.
Yeah, it's on almost every platform, right?
I think it's the only game you can play on your Vive Flow. I think it's the only game that's there. The Squinkle's just a cool game, man. It's like very psychedelic. Like there's a lot of cool things to it. It's like, I don't know, it's very much like, I don't know, it's tough to explain. It feels like it's like a puzzle game wrapped inside of a psychedelic experience, and then with now mixed reality. Have you done the mixed reality in here now?
No, I have not actually.
It's actually freaking really good. Like it probably could have went into like the mixed reality category too, because and superimposing these like psychedelic weird puzzles, and these I don't know what to call them. They look like intestines throughout your own environment is super trippy. Just kind of because it's like the colors along with the way everything kind of looks in it. It's kind of like liquidy. So the way it looks over your own environment is super cool.
Yeah, definitely a game that you can get into roots and kind of vibe out and feel the flow, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think the puzzles are they're definitely unique, and they're cool to play. So yeah, I would agree. Get zoned out in. It's definitely a good 420 contender.
Indeed. But we move on from there to another great surreal game that came out on Quest this year. Well, maybe not a great surreal game, but it's
Great concept.
great concept, great surreal experience. Metamorphosis came to VR this year over from the Flat Realm, and this is very much based on the Kafka esque metamorphosis experience. You play as a man who wakes up as an insect, and you then start your long story driven journey through the insides of walls and climbing up mountainous bookshelves, traveling around piles of pocket lint, and that this is a very surreal experience. And I think if it weren't for all of the jank and lack of polish that this title had when it launched, that it would be nominated for a lot more than the 420 award this year. I enjoyed my time in it because of the surreal experience that it provides. Just being shrunk down, and the way this game plays with scale is kind of mind-blowing. I'm not sure, did either one of you guys get a chance to play Metamorphosis?
Yeah, I did. I went in and I thought it was cool. And I think the jank is the only thing that, like, if I'd gone into it and it was like really smooth and polished, like you said, I would have thought, man, this is freaking amazing. Like, it was surreal, even just going down the hallways at the beginning. And my thing is once I started trying to traverse things when I was shrunk down, it was like in some ways a nightmare. I didn't even make it as far as you did, Wes, but I didn't also glitch up the wall or whatever you said you did. But the concept is super cool, and I see what they're doing, we're trying to do, and I would hope that eventually they get all the kinks out of it, because I think it's worth playing and checking out. I just, in its current state, or at least the state that I played it in, There was just too much jank to it to make me want to continue to play further than I did, I was kind of bummed because I did think it was really cool.
Yeah, I played a lot of this game. Played hours and hours, and I played well over half of it, I would think. Just because the strengths, it was cool enough to make me play through the jank, although there was a lot of jank. Eric, did you get any time in Metamorphosis?
I did. Yeah, we think we covered this on one of the shows that we did. But it was just a me and you show, or maybe it was
No, I
when
was
Roots
there.
Came back. Yeah, maybe we
See,
came back for a
it's
show
so
or two.
hard for me. It's so
to
hard for
remember.
me to remember who was around for what, because the Roots was in and out, and then
Yep.
you've been in and out.
When
so
you do
I
another
didn't-
show, and who knows, what, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I know we covered it for the show, and for me, I mirror everything the Roots said. Like for me, this game was really, really good, and it was really well thought out. And this goes to show you how hard it is to do these types of things. Like you cannot just, because it was a good flat game, you cannot just automatically grab the game and think you're just going to make an easy conversion to VR, and that's like not that big of a deal because it's a game that's already made. Like there's a lot of hard things and that have to be done to make a game, good in VR. And if it was easy to do, everybody would just port every game, and it would just be a straight port, and it would be done, and it'd be fine. But you can see where the difficulties the team had here, and maybe some of the inexperience they had here. And they did the best they could. Like a lot of what's good about the game is still here, and it shows, and it's fleshed out. They just had issues with like the jank and getting through that, and that's a first time developer, right? Like trying to get through and figure out how you make a VR game. So and then how do you optimize that VR game and make it work? So I applaud them for what they did here. It's a beautiful game, but the problem again is like there's so much jank in the middle of it that there's not enough here to keep you that involved where you're willing to like put up with all the problems. Not for me anyway.
Right.
But yeah, I was super impressed with this studio. Like, I mean, these are the ones I usually try and like give a break to, right? And I think it deserves to be on this list. I'm glad it's on this list because it is one of the cooler, like trippier experiences. I played this game flat a little bit too. When I was looking at it for something else for Black, because I know the studio, Black Sun Studio, and we've talked quite a bit about, because what they a lot of what they do is what we do. And it's a trippy experience. It's super cool. Like it belongs in this category. The game was decent, but it sounds like you actually found a little bit easier time getting it through it than maybe me and Roots did with.
Well, I mean, I even had fun like playing with the jank, like finding holes in the map and moving outside the map, and exploring the nether regions of the game. I had fun with even doing stuff like that.
Let me ask you this: if this game was like as a flat game, and they had somebody had plugged it in, it was Unreal Engine, and they just plugged it into Unreal Engine VR, and you played it with a controller, do you think the same jank would have been there? Like, is it a jank of trying to bring it into VR because with the built from the ground up? Because that's why sometimes I feel like, if some of these titles just brought it in as it is, and they don't try to change the controls and everything else, they could have a relatively easier time porting something over and having success with it, at least for the people that aren't VR Andies and everything's got to be a recreation of life and a simulation. I need my hands and whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I believe that this game you can play it with UEVR. So
that'd be a good question.
We can find out.
Yeah, we should check it out.
Go play it and find out. Yeah. Anyways, we move along to the winner of the 420 award, and was there ever any doubt? Aka R from Llamasoft. I said it a minute ago. There are certain things that you can do in this game, certain power-ups you can get, certain sequences of events that will melt your brain in an audio-visual sense. And like any great Llamasoft game, there's a lot of challenge in this game. Just being able to look past all of the stimulation that they're throwing at you to see the game behind it. So yeah, I'm not going to do another 10 minutes on Aka R here, but a great game and a perfect winner for the 420 award.
I do want to throw this out there. The Flippy Nuggets just said, you know who else likes to explore the nether regions?
My mom!
Yeah, a little too much. Tell her stop.
She's so dirty.
She is dirty. Filthy, even. Oh.
Yeah. Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Some
yeah.
like all the
Except
time.
for on Mother's Day.
We move along to best arcade style gameplay. So this is kind of a wide genre, so to speak. We don't really nail it down to a genre here, but instead these are games that have like a faster pace to them and have kind of a basic gameplay loop, so to speak. Stuff that arcade style, right? A lot of the times people might even consider these to be palate cleansers, though not always. Fast paced, easy to pick up gameplay loops in these games. And we start with a game that we haven't talked about yet today, and a sequel of one of our favorite games, Swarm 2. Roots, I feel like this is one of the better examples of arcade style gameplay on Quest, as you have these enemies streaming in, oftentimes single file, just like they did in Galaga in 1977. Only now you're in there first person, flying around in the air and blasting them out by hand.
Yeah, definitely an amazing game. Although I'm torn on whether I like the first one better than the second one. I feel like it was a little bit more arcade style than this one was trying to do something different, and I don't know if it exactly landed where they wanted it to, at least for me. And so I need to get back into this because I haven't been into it since it first came out, and so it's hard for me to really formulate, whether I do like the first one better or not. But I think they're still both good.
World of Long Plays sharing a key for Vectrix in there. People snatch it up on Steam.
The hell's Vectrix? I've never heard of that one.
Nah, me neither.
It's a Tetris game. It's a different kind of Tetris.
A weirdo Tetris.
Eric, Swarm 2, like what Roots is saying is true. Like there were things I liked about the first one better than the second one. I liked, the second one kind of shuffles the levels and enemy spawning up on you a little bit, where it was written in the first one. You always knew what the level was going to be, where the enemies were coming from, so on. So I like that about the first one better, but I like the progression better in this one because this had a full-blown roguelike progression system baked into it, which I felt gave it a lot of replayability that the first one maybe didn't have.
Yeah, I'm along the same lines with you. Like I really like the first one. There are things that I definitely thought that they went away from in the second one that I wish were more like the first one. But I mean, I understood why they did it, and the path that they went down to make it a deeper game. I just missed some of the elements that made the first. I know that the very much the first game was that arena style. You get into an arena, it's all about like movement and throwing yourself up in the air, and then shooting, and and just the craziness of it with the little mini bosses, then the big boss, and in the end of them. And they wanted to go to something bigger and deeper for the second game, and I think they lost a little bit of what was great about the first game. So I'll kind of give it like a both. Like I think it was like,
right.
I really love the first game, so I wish they had some more of that. But I mean, I did see why they wanted to do more progression for the second game. But it's still great. I mean, trust me, I'm like kind of nitpicking here over what game is better when they're both freaking great. But yeah, I think Swarm 2 is fantastic. I mean, I just love that. Like they did such a good job with this game. Like how they do the movement in this game without getting people sick, I never could figure out how. Like they're geniuses on like movement in VR, and like there's almost no motion sickness for people in this game.
I think Wes nailed it. Like when he talked about the first one, I felt like I was swinging around and I was in Galaga, and like you just it had that retro old school feeling, but in a way that you felt like amazing as you flung yourself in the air and you're turning around and shooting. Like it makes me, just talking about it makes me want to go play Swarm 1. But yeah, I think it's cool.
Yeah, maybe we take a week this year and just head to head these motherfuckers and answer the question once and for all.
Yeah. Yeah. And I just wanted to say, Phil Yarn says, just wanted to say that I tried Trombone Champ Unfiltered on Quest 3. Wow, what an awesome game. Great job.
Yeah, thank you, Phil. And
yeah.
yeah, it's still kind of a well-known secret. What an awesome game that Flat to VR has put out here with this thing. Everyone kind of knows it for its its viral humor, so to speak. But what people quickly realize once they actually get in there and start playing it is that it's a legit music/rhythm game that's very challenging and addictive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Thank you,
we'll
Phil.
talk more about that in a little bit. I'm sorry, Eric. What was
No, I
that?
just want to say thanks. Yeah, it's a great game, and we're super proud of it for sure.
You should be. Yeah. I have not heard one person say a negative thing about it. It's always been positive. So
Yeah, thanks.
Moving on to nominee number 2, Best Arcade Style Gameplay, Bulletstorm VR. We've already talked about this game a few times already, but I certainly feel like it fits within the arcade style mantra. I mean, it's super fast paced with over the top kind of characters and enemies. You've got your the larger than life guns that just do crazy explosive damage to the enemies, and then you've got your energy whip that lets you throw things around almost like a run and gun shooter almost. But definitely a solid title and one of the best examples of arcade gameplay this year. Moving on to the third nominee, one we have not yet talked about, Vendetta Forever came to us from Meat Space Interactive this year and gave us kind of a new take on that super hot / pistol whip style of shooter. That again, it's all about the runs in this one. Roots perfecting the run. They give you levels that literally you can make it through in 11 seconds of the clock running, given that it's got one of those time manipulation mechanics going on here where as long as you're stringing kills together, the clock doesn't run. But a very unique take on it. Not the first time we've ever seen it, again, because Desperate Vladivostok did something very similar where you move by killing an enemy and grabbing their weapon out of the air. But this game does it way better than that game ever thought about doing it. And it was just super polished right out the gate. You could tell that In Dreams had their hands and fingers all over it. And this game is, I mean, if anything, it's an arcade style game. This is pure arcade fun here.
yeah, I agree. You know who else loves to have their hands and fingers all over it?
My mom!
Yeah,
Okay, where are we at number one? My mom's got it.
I lost count so long ago.
Somebody was supposed to be counting in chat. Come on.
Somebody's got it. Well, they I don't know. Somebody guessed 69. So, but no, I think that there was so much polish in it, and they made it their own. I think just the fact that the weapons change up, and that there's so many different directions to go, and that you can go backwards, and then you can actually kind of screw yourself by running out of weapons, and like it's not an easy game, but it feels easy. Like you can, as far as like just getting into a rhythm and making your way through there. I just thought it was super cool. And even though there's other games that are similar, I definitely think this is the best version of this type of game that I've played.
Like any great arcade style game, Eric, super addictive from the very get go. Like 40 short levels that are endlessly replayable. Yeah, just so much to like about this one.
Yeah, I thought it was great that you brought up Desperate Vladivostok, because it's funny that is basically the exact same game almost. Like, and it's just a difference of like having like a super big team behind a title, or having a team that's like, a little haphazardly, not a full-fledged team, maybe not as much,
No, not necessarily. I mean, they did get some support from In Dreams, um, but I mean, this game it's from a dude. It's from one dude,
yeah, no,
Xander,
no,
pretty much.
but it's not even just like, again, it's the End Dreams, that what a publisher can put behind things, or it's just even direction. You know what I mean? And a lot of it is
Right.
is when you, especially when you get one man teams, right? Normally, unless you're like a whiz kid, you can normally do one thing really, really fucking good. So like, you're either a great game designer or you're a great game coder, right? And then that's what you'll see a lot of these times. Like, you get a game like Desperate Vladivostok, probably made by a couple of dudes, but it's just not fully fledged out like this game is. And when you get a publisher that comes in, maybe they just give you some design elements that you help. Maybe they help you with a little bit of maybe they help you with UI, UX, and you didn't know how to do that. But you can see a polished effort when you have a good publisher come on and help a title. And this is probably one that did that. Like, I would doubt very much that they came in and were like, I did nothing on this. They're like, okay, here's your game and you're good to go, and signed off. Otherwise, why the hell would you even need them? So I do think again, you can see those differences of maybe a little bit of help, and maybe like Desperate Vladivostok was a cool game, man. They had the whole potential of being something really good, but this was realized by the Vendetta Forever team. Like, they fully realized what that cool promise and premise is, and they kind of fulfilled it, and they came through on it.
Yeah, we see this a lot of the times too in VR. We see it as VR experts or what have you, but might fly over the head of the common gamer out there. For example, people praise the grappling in Behemoth because it's so polished and well done, and people don't remember that Everslot did it first. And you know, people praise Arcanage for the climbing and the cool hooks that you have to climb trees with, but people don't remember that Beanstalker did it first, and that was cool in its own right. So you're right. Having a good team behind you and having perspective um, and the resources to polish up and refine these mechanics is everything. Anyways, we move along to the fourth nominee for Best Arcade Style Gameplay. A game we already talked about, Exo Cars. Kart Racer, we already talked about it kind of being light on the on some of the features, which just kind of slots it right down firmly into this arcade style category. This is about as pure as an arcade style racer as you can get. Definitely not a sim, but a lot of fun. And then we move on to the winner of the Best Arcade Style Gameplay Award. And again, we've already talked about, but no more deserving winner than Dead Second. This is essentially the best kind of time crisis style arcade shooter that we have in VR. We've had a few others. Crisis Brigade, for one, comes to mind. But I think Dead Second kind of did it better than anyone. And yeah, I think if we had to pick the best arcade style game of 2024, Roots, I think that the community got it right this time.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of an arcade style type of game. Something you would go into arcade and work your way through until you either ran out of quarters or you beat the game, right? I don't know. This is a good game. So, and it's it's a perfect example of what hard work and time will do. Because you were saying, Eric, you played this several years ago, right? And they just kept working on it until it was in this state where it's just really good.
Yeah, it's amazing how long we've been playing this game. Like, I can't believe it. Like, but they kept doing it. Like Sponge Games, like, they didn't let it go. They kept pushing, and they knew they had something cool and something special, and they kept pushing, and they finally launched it everywhere, and it's great. Like, I think it's a deserving game, especially for this category. Like, I don't know, it's like some of those games, like this is a tried and true. This is Time Crisis. This is like, you know, what we all love playing in arcades, you know, forever, but it's in full-fledged VR, and it definitely has that feel to it. You know, could it be a little bit longer? Yeah, it definitely could. Could it have a little bit more into it? Yeah, it probably could. But I still love playing it. Like, you know, despite those couple of things, I'm still in love with this game, and I still jump in now and just want to jump in you know, 20 minutes, try and beat that score, you know, that I've been working on forever. I like it, man. Just in the movement, Wes, like moving from like, it is node based, but I love that they give you different paths with the node based, and you can move backwards. That's very
And you can move
uncommon
backwards,
normally. Yeah, because normally you have one direction you can go, you move that one spot, and then you're stuck, and then you know you move your next spot. Here you can change your mind. You can go backwards. You can go sideways. You know, you can jump into a different direction, and then you can take different paths. You know, as you go through and redo levels over and over again to see where your best score is. So I think they give you a lot here, and you know. Yeah, I would love to see them do a little bit more. Like, I would love to see, you know, updated levels, more guns. It's a lot of
I
fun.
remember talking to them about it before it came out on PlayStation VR 2, and they kind of laid their roadmap out for me. And at that point, they said within a year there would be substantially more content in this
Hmm.
game. So um,
So it's
I think it's a
coming.
great game as it is. Yeah, unless plans have changed, which plans can always change. But yeah, no, I would definitely expect more out of this. But it's great for what it is already, um, and definitely a deserving winner of this Best Arcade Style Gameplay Award.
We got a Super Nintendo Chalmers $5 super chat. It says, what's the trickiest part of getting rights to IPs and making a full-fledged flat to VR port? Are a lot of companies reluctant to or leery about VR still? Like, what's the attitude of VR for most companies out there?
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah. I mean, I'll give you a little insight. So, so this is what I do mainly, as in my main role in the company. So, you know, I'm working with a lot of these flat game studios, and you know, a lot of this is like when I start these meetings with them, a lot of them have like, yeah, VR is cool. Like, we thought about VR, you know, we had somebody working on VR at one point and we looked at it for our title, but like we didn't have a good path, or we didn't have enough people on the team that were good enough to do it, or we didn't see like a ton of return on it. So it's something we dropped. I would say probably about 90% of the studios that I talk to that have made, you know, good flat games have thought about VR sometime in the past. But it's not an easy process. Like, and you got to remember, most of the time they're on their way to their next flat game. So like, it's tough for them to like put resources and a team behind making a VR game that they've never done before, that they don't understand the market. They don't have any relationships with the platforms. So it's not easy for them just to do that. So, you know, when a company like us, you know, comes and says, hey, we are experts at this. We have a passion for virtual reality. We know what's good in virtual reality. We see something special in your game that we think translates. It definitely sparks a conversation. The hard part of it is letting them know that, number one, we can do a good job because we haven't proven ourselves a lot yet. We have mods that we've worked on as developers, but we only have launched one game so far. And then the other hard part is like getting them to, well, it's getting them to trust you that we do a good job, but getting them to trust you with their baby. Like,
Right.
normally a lot of times we're looking at AAA titles, and we could do more damage to that AAA title, right? Like, so if they're going to ever do anything with it in the future, you know, think about a series like BioShock. You know, if we went in and did a terrible BioShock port and it just turned out terrible or looked bad, that could be more damaging to the IP than not doing anything at all and just remaining dormant, for another opportunity to do a remaster flat version later on. So a lot of times it's not even just about, you know, VR and showing them, you know, the reason to do something in VR. It's the reason to not potentially hurt themselves in VR. And you got to remember, we've seen a lot of this in the past. Like,
Right.
there have been companies out there that have done shitty jobs and not done right by their IP partner, and that puts us in a bad light too, right? Like, I think we've all talked about this. Wes has said this, and Roots has said this. I have said this. When we hear about a big game IP coming to VR, it's always like a happy and then nervous moment, because you can actually almost do more harm to VR if you do a bad job with it, because it's very public. It's very newsworthy if you do a bad job. And it makes it harder to get more companies that want to get on board later on. But we have had a lot of success moving forward, and then we have a lot of big announcements that are coming for this year. For Flat to VR Studios, we're going to blow your socks off with some of these announcements.
Yes, we are. You know who else is going to blow your socks off? And I'm not talking about my mom.
No, you're not.
She'll blow your socks off, though, Wes. I'm just saying.
We was talking about our good friend Oprah, who it's time once again to check in with.
Oh my God, Oprah, come back. We need you.
Because Oprah wants to spread the arcade love around by giving out a bunch of copies of Dead Second.
Oh my God.
Oprah has copies of Dead Second on PlayStation VR. Oprah has copies of Dead Second on Meta Quest. Oprah has copies of Dead Second on Rift, the Rift store. No Steam keys, but we have Rift keys. So if you want to play it on PC and you have a Meta device, you can absolutely do so. First come, first serve on that, of course. With the PSVR, both regions and the Meta keys, whether they be Quest or Rift. First come, first serve. We're going to do 4 in the chat right now, and we're going to do 4 for the second place or second chance drawing in 2 weeks. So if you want to win a copy of Dead Second, make sure you're subscribed and leave a comment down below that says that you would like to enter the drawing for Dead Second. Now, first 4 people on my screen to answer the question correctly will win a copy of Dead Second on either PlayStation, Quest, or Rift. And now I got to think of a question for this. Okay. So Eric was just talking about Trombone Champ Unflattened, the first release from Flat to VR Studios. Name any other announced Flat to VR Studios titles, and you'll win a copy of Dead Second.
I would have won right now.
Damn it! Can I get in there?
I know. I thought about it. I know. You know them all. I know a couple.
The first one to name the unannounced one.
Oh yeah.
That's a good idea, right?
One, we need to have a talk.
Yeah, right. Exactly. How'd you get into our Discord?
Ooh.
Damn, people coming in with the flat out. You can tell what people are waiting for, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
people are excited.
Exactly, Wes. And I'll tell you a little bit about this. So I went to England this past week, and Henry Stockdale from Upload VR was there, and he messaged me, and he's like, "Hey, we're both going to be here." He's like, "I would love to sit down. You got an hour to sit down with me?" And I'm like, "Holy shit, you need an hour?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "I have a lot of questions like to ask. I'd love to interview." So I'm like, "Yeah, that's of course, Henry, for you. I mean, I'll sit down and talk to you." I talked to him for over an hour, and he's going to write 2 separate articles on Flat to VR Studios. And I didn't even realize this. He wrote a whole article just on the updates I gave him about Flat Out.
Yep.
It's very highly anticipated. People want a really good game like that in VR, and it doesn't exist. It will soon, but it doesn't exist right now. So
it's exactly what I like when we looked at like what we wanted to do early on. Like I was like, there's so many unrealized things on the Quest that I'm like, and people are like, you can't make that work. You can't make that work. And like, we're all about tell us we can't do something and we'll figure out how to do it. Trust me. So like, I was like, there's so many good racing games and we don't have a good one with on the Quest. Like, and rightly so. I think even, there are sim racers, on PC. This is not a sim racer. This is going to be a fun, kick-ass, fast-paced, heavy metal, punch you in the face game.
Hell yes, it is. And as the article described, still in pre-development. It's going to be a while before Flat Out actually makes its way onto the stage, but when it does finally come out, it's going to take basically the best parts of all of the previous games and be the best version that it could possibly be. So people have every right to be excited about this, but hang in there. There's a lot more coming before we get to that. Congratulations, Hamoud. Congratulations, Emily Baxter. Congratulations, Drats EB and Mark Pringlesleaf. You all have won a copy of Dead Second. And if you didn't win, just leave a comment. Make sure you're subscribed. We're going to give away 4 more in 2 weeks on our next episode. Anyways, we are quickly coming up on break time. We have 3 more award categories to name a winner for, 1 more giveaway, and then we're going to go to a pre-recorded segment, halftime break. As is the case has been up to this point, we're going to continue to try to pick up the pace. A lot of the games here we've already talked about, so we're going to move pretty quickly through them. And we're starting with some really fun categories here. First of all, the most insane or unique weaponry in a game. So this is a very specialized category for the games that really think outside the box in terms of the weapons that they put into your virtual hands. What's up, Miles Dyer? Miles Dyer siding in the chat. Man, it is what, fucking 1:30 where you're at, bro? Thanks for stopping by.
Miles doesn't sleep ever.
Yeah, right. Maybe he's putting out fires too, eh?
It could be. That's a very good possibility.
Anyway, again, many of these titles we've already talked about, so I'll just start going down the line here. First of all, first nominee for most insane or unique weapons in a VR game, Legendary Tales. A big part of Legendary Tales is the looting, and most of what you're looting in that game are weapons. And not only is there a wide variety of types of weapons that you can use in the game, they all have attributes that some of them are common, some of them are rare, some of them are legendary. A lot of crazy and unique abilities can be infused into the weapons in Legendary Tales, and thus the nomination for this category. Miles says he's been listening in and out. Thank you, Miles. We're almost halfway there.
Oh man.
We move along to a game we just talked about a moment ago, Swarm 2, and Eric. Again, I don't want to rehash Swarm 2, but one of the things that definitely makes the second one compelling are the weapons. It's the the roguelike progression and the different weapons you can unlock and different kind of attributes that you can unlock as well. Probably one of the biggest reasons to play the sequel.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really good. It's just like it's one of my. We talked about it just a little while ago, but it's it's the original was one of my favorite games, and then this one is one of my again one of my favorite games, and a lot of it has to do with the movement that we talked about, but another big part of it is the weapons and the insane things that you can do with those weapons, and like, again, but I think Ruth said Wes said it right. Like it's like Galaga, right? Like, and the whole idea in Galaga is the shooting, right? That's the biggest part of it. And that's what it is here. And the part of that shooting is the insane, crazy weapons that you can get to take down these enemies. And it's really cool. Like, I love the way they do this.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving on to the third nominee, Asgard's Wrath 2. Again, epic level campaign in this game across many different stories, many different characters, and the hero weapons that are associated with them. I've only scratched the surface of this game, and there's already so many different unique examples of combat in this game. And I'm sure as you play deeper and deeper into it, it even gets even more crazy. So definitely a deserving nominee there. And then we move on to Metal Hellsinger VR. And Roots, this wasn't one of the first ones that came to mind. I think this might have actually been one that was suggestion by a patron. But the more you think about it, like these aren't just standard pistols and shotguns and things you get in here. These things are pretty wicked. And then that's not even to consider the first weapon that you have, which is literally a skull that you're carrying around and casting spells from. So Metal Hellsinger VR absolutely has some crazy weapons in it, even if they are based on your standard VR shooter fare.
Yeah. No, this is definitely the weapons are unique and crazy and cool looking, and just the way that they operate are different as well. So I would agree.
Yeah.
Me too. I think I actually voted for this one. I think.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm looking at all the ones that are on here, and I think I voted for Mental Health Center because
Well, there was other
I think it
ones.
deserves it.
There was other ones that didn't get make the list
on the main
for
list?
the OBS for today.
Right.
So who knows?
This award should be called the Genotype Award.
Yeah, you're right. Genotype won last year, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
remember that, but I'm sure
Had
it did.
to.
I think it
Had
did.
to.
Yeah.
They have such a unique weapon with that wrist machine, and even just the way that you change the weapon on your wrist is super cool.
Yeah, that's why we keep this this award year after year, because there's always one title that just does something that's just so different that it needs to be talked about, and I think that that's definitely the case this year with our winner, Soul Covenant. This is a game that was an interesting one, super polished arcade style game from a Japanese studio. Third Verse, if I'm not mistaken, did Soul Covenant. But it was a weird kind of step up from some of the old anime titles of the past that were just all completely interactive story. This had that same type of crazy Japanese storytelling in it, but this wasn't just an interactive experience. This was a full-fledged arcade style action game. And the story of the weapons are really half of what makes them so crazy. As you're playing as this like android that your soul is kind of your soul is embodying this android exoskeleton body, and you're kind of it's almost hard to explain. The story is so nuanced. But part of the lore in this game is that when one of your comrades falls, you have to go collect their remains. And when you collect their remains, those get formed into the weapons that you use, and certain attributes about their personality or their life are imbued into that weapon. So you literally, after you play for a while, you have this selection of weapons, but what you're actually selecting is which corpse of your dead allies do you want to wield as you take on the evil forces in this game. It's a really crazy concept, and one of the more unique things about this, a very different title. Did either of you guys get a chance to play Soul Covenant?
I did not, but the weapons do look pretty cool.
I did not either, and I feel like I've completely missed out now. Like this title, I know a lot of people talked about it, and it was super cool, and the weapons do look freaking cool.
Yeah, you're not the only one.
Awesome.
Magic the Game Cat says, as a PSVR guy, the host describing the Quest games kind of gives me FOMO. And here's the thing: that's why we always advocate, if you're able to, best of both worlds. You know what I mean? Because there are going to be PlayStation VR 2 games you don't want to miss out, and Quest 3 games like Batman that you're not going to want to miss out on. And although the colors aren't as good on the PlayStation as the PlayStation VR 2, those pancake lenses, at least in the Quest 3, are some of the best lenses I've ever seen. And it's definitely worth having if you're able to, for sure.
Yeah. No, so GameCat goofing in virtual reality says the story looked crap and couldn't skip from what I remember. Well, I mean, it wasn't terrible, but it was kind of convoluted, and they do I think that was the one kind of big negative I had with Soul Covenant, was the way the game was structured and the way you play through the campaign was completely disjointed and broken. There's so many times where you don't even know what to do next. Everything's so confusing the way that they lay it out. But once you actually get into the action levels and play the game, it's actually pretty fun.
Well, Miles agrees. He says the weapons are epic, but the game itself didn't resonate with him, and
Right.
he adored was it Altair Breaker? I guess it's a similar type of game.
Yeah,
So
it is a similar. It was a previous game from them, but no, you're right. It isn't going to win Game of the Year. I don't even think that this game is nominated for any other categories. But if we're talking about unique and crazy weapons,
this is it.
definitely a deserving winner here. Yeah.
Yep.
We move along to soundtrack of the year, and we actually had some very, very strong contenders in this category this year. And we start with one, again, another community suggested nominee, but I totally get it when you think about it. Dig VR. This was a game, this was a construction simulator, right? This was a game where you drive around various diggers and do jobs. It's one of those work sim games. And whether that's for you or it's not for you, the fact of the matter is that your diggers have radios in them, and those radios have fully fabricated radio stations with a fully commissioned and original soundtrack for this game. Um, so while it's Eric, it's not my favorite game in the world, certainly, and not the first thing that popped into mind when I started thinking about soundtrack. I totally get why this game was nominated.
Yep, and the studio and the publisher know how to do music in games, and we're gonna see that in a minute too with the next one. But like they just know what they're doing, and like having a simple thing of like a radio station and playing kick-ass music on the radio station. Grand Theft Auto has done it for years, and it's like a super important part of that game. And like to do that here is just super smart. But you have to have good music. Like you can't just put crap out there. Like it's got to be cool and catchy and fun, and they know what they're doing. You can tell that the publishing company that's behind it has done music in the past and also publishes music. You can just tell from the the quality of it, and they are really good.
Absolutely. And you already alluded to it. The second nominee from the same publisher, Arcade Paradise VR. This game really nails the vibe of the time, not just through the game itself and the environments and the story, but through the music. And you mentioned that Wired Productions, the publisher, they're a company that they're not just a video game publishing company. They're a multimedia company that produces film and television and music as well. And this game has a full-fledged original soundtrack as well. You can literally get on YouTube right now and type in Arcade Paradise music, and you'll find music videos that were made from the soundtrack of this game. And for me, Roots, when I booted up this game, it was that opening track through the opening credits that was the very first thing about this game that grabbed me. It actually has a really decent soundtrack and good music in it.
Yeah, it's more important than people would think. Is especially even just like background music. You don't even realize you're kind of bopping to it or listening to it, even though you stop and you're like, wow, that's actually pretty good. Yeah, I agree 100%.
We move along to Triangle Strategy, the winner of our John Riggs Award this year. This again, maybe not the type of music that you would just sit around listening to, but absolutely the orchestral soundtrack of this game was one of the things that really give it the really polished feel that it had. And with so many things kind of being a throwback, be it the visuals or the gameplay style, I think Roots that the music in the game was one of the few things that actually made this game feel more modern and polished, because it was absolutely crystal clear and again, just kind of expertly I can't find the word.
Composed.
It's good. Composed. Thank you. That's exactly what I was trying to think of.
Yeah,
Expertly composed.
yeah. It's a difference between like when you have a really good AAA studio, they know they get everything right, and the music was definitely top notch in this, along with gameplay and nostalgia. It definitely is a good soundtrack.
Excellent. Now, this next nominee is a game we haven't really talked about much yet, but I could have very easily seen this title win the award this year, and that title is Underdogs. So Underdogs was a game that I missed out on when it launched. I did not play it. I think we had an offer to get a game key, or maybe we got one. I don't even remember. But I never played it when it came out. I guess we must have been busy at the time or covering other things, and it kind of went over my head. This game comes from one Hamza, which was the solo developer that brought us Racket NX in the first generation of VR. But this is a very different game. This is a kind of an arena-based, like melee mech game, where you go through. It's kind of like BattleBots, first-person BattleBots in VR, and you go through and compete in like a Mad Max style pit fight, and you earn currency that allows you to kind of build yourself up and become more lethal and deadly. I didn't catch this on when it came out, but this game was so universally praised from the community, from other VR reviewers. Never heard anyone say a bad thing about this game. Everyone absolutely loved it. So in preparation for the 2024 show, I made it a point to get in and played it. And it was a lot of fun. I can see why people like it so much. But that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the soundtrack. And I was amazed at how good the soundtrack was. Now, this has more of a... it is not really even my favorite genre. Like I don't particularly listen to a lot of like hip hop music, but like some of the older school hip hop that I came up on, I do still enjoy, and just the overall vibe of the songs in this, I thought were great. Even if it wasn't my genre, I could recognize just how good it was, and my head was nodding the whole fucking time I was in there smashing shit up. This game has a great soundtrack to it, and I highly recommend anyone check it out. Not only to play the game, which was a lot of fun, but just the whole vibe of the atmosphere and the music was awesome in this one. Eric, did you get a chance to play Underdog?
Yeah, I thought it was great. This is a great game. This is one of those games like I don't know why it didn't get more, sell more, or it wasn't, talked about more, or wasn't played by more people. It's a great game. The atmosphere, everything about this game, I love the way they did the story behind it, the little cut scenes, everything in this game was super cool. And then the music was a big part of it. So the arenas, and listening to the music while you play, and then listening to the music in between the scenes of when they were doing the backstory, soundtrack. I mean, this could have won. Literally, this could have won with all of them if it wasn't probably for one other game that was freaking epic. This really would have won, because to me, the music added to a lot of the atmosphere, the dirty, grimy, gritty world that this was. And then you had the music that hit super hard. It was great. People should, if you haven't played this game yet, I would recommend everybody go try it.
Did it make you feel like an underdog? The music,
definitely.
Like rocky music.
You know what it reminded me of? Remember that movie? What was that movie with the robot boxer?
With Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman.
That was a good movie.
Kind of reminded me of that. Yeah. This is you're more in the mech, but it had that feel to it, because you're in this this battle arena universe, right? Where like the whole idea of that universe that they were in for that with the robot boxers is kind of like this one. So yeah, it reminded me a lot of that.
Yeah, and I love the overall vibe of it. It has this kind of underground vibe to it, and like, so like you're trying to earn all this currency, right, and build yourself up, and you need that stuff at the beginning. This is not an easy game, and they give you the option if you want to try to like steal from the vendors. First of all, you have to make relationships with the vendors. You can't just come up and start buying shit from them. You have to do jobs for them and stuff to earn their trust. But after you start to earn a little bit of a relationship with them, you have opportunities to steal from them, and you can go for it. And you have like it'll tell you have so much chance of success or failure. And if you succeed, you can level up a little bit more quickly and maybe progress a little bit more and take more chances and earn more loot. But if you get caught, not only do you get like a penalty for that and lose some stuff, but you also lose the relationship. So like maybe the vendor that helps you build up your armor won't deal with you anymore. So you have to build up in other areas because you can't buy armor anymore.
That doesn't sound like it's worth the risk, dude. Hey, I need my armor, bro. Like, that's not a good idea. That's funny. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I like
it's
that.
It's a well thought out game. It's really good. Anyway, I think everyone already knows what the winner of the soundtrack of the year. I've already seen it tick by in the chat, and Eric's already alluded to it. I mean, Metal Hellsinger VR. If you're going to go into the world of heavy metal and bring out legitimate multi-million selling recording artists and have them do an original soundtrack for your game, then that's going to be the soundtrack of the year. And that's whether we're talking VR or flat, it doesn't matter. A soundtrack like this, you don't often see in video games, period. So I think it's kind of a no-brainer here that Metal Hellsinger VR, definitely the soundtrack of the year.
Yeah, it's so scary looking, this trailer with the devil and everything. How crazy is it that, like you were saying, like it's, I guess you haven't said it yet. The music is so integral to the gameplay and being so good, or at least for people that like this type of music, it just kind of like it fits, right? It's just super cool.
I'm glad they pulled it off in VR because this is the rhythm mechanic in this game is so, it has to be so precise, or this game won't work, because shooting on rhythm is so important, or attacking on rhythm is so important to the game, that if you're not able to do that, then the game, it's just not going to feel right. It's going to feel like it's broken, and then you're not going to progress. It's just going to be too difficult to kill things if you're not killing them on beat. So they did a really great job, not only putting good music in here that you can vibe with, or at least I can vibe with, but they give you visual cues as well in the environment, in the enemies, in the weapons, and part of the setup process for the game is allows you to adjust for latency. So they let you literally control or test your controller latency. They let you test the audio latency and the visual latency, and then adjust the controller inputs for that latency. Absolutely crucial. Really would have been super easy for them to fuck this up, and they didn't. They actually pulled it off, and it plays really well.
Without all those options, how come I don't have like the Mariah Carey option or something, like, you know what I mean? Or like the Ace to Bass or something.
Britney option.
Just something that's so opposite of metal music. Can you imagine? You're like, yeah, I'm just busting away to
the sign.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Opened up my mind.
It's just so opposite, right?
No,
no, it's not my type of music, but I appreciate it for what it is, and I think it's cool that they finally have a metal a game with metal, man, with real metal. Like somebody was saying in the chat, like these are legit artists and some really good metal music. That it's just nice to see that there's finally something for people that aren't into pop and they're not into, Metallica or whatever else games that people have that, it's just cool.
Yeah, and I'll say that.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to add to it that, like, for me, like, probably the best thing I can say about this game is, there's visual cues on the screen that you can use that will help you, shoot and attack on the beat and the rhythm. But the music is so good, and the action on screen gets so hectic later in the game that I found myself not even paying attention to the visual cues anymore, and the rhythm and the beat of the music. If you just kind of let it take you, you can actually do just as good without looking at the visual.
That's
cues.
exactly what Wes was saying last time when we talked about it. He said that there's so much going on that you could use the visual cues, but you'd be at a huge disadvantage because you kind of need to be paying attention to so many different things and not to the cues of the music. So, but it's cool that they give you both, because there's some people, I don't know, maybe you're deaf and you can't hear music. You can still play.
It's good to have them.
Yeah.
I want a rhythm game that's based on the music of Zamfir, the master of the pan flute.
Yes. Yeah. Or Ace to Base.
Zamfir Helsinger. Anyways, we move along to our final award category before our first pre-recorded segment. And this is actually a category that we've already announced the winner for if you've been watching our recent episodes. Most highly anticipated VR game.
He looks so excited.
The reason he is excited, right? You can tell this guy's ready for it. The reason why we've already announced the winner of this category is because we did this voting weeks and weeks and weeks ago. And since we voted for the most highly anticipated VR game, some of the nominees might have already released. So we've talked about this recently, but we'll really quickly go through the nominee list here of most anticipated VR game. And then if you all don't already know what the winner is, we'll let you in on it. First of all, we had the Hitman World of Assassination coming to PSVR 2. Roots, the fourth time should be a charm for VR Hitman, as they're bringing the entire trilogy to PSVR 2, and they are explicitly promising this time that they're going to give us the things that everyone always ripped them an asshole for not giving us in the first place. You're going to have full use of both hands, full-on VR interactions, no more of this button press stuff, the full AAA favorite franchise of the Hitman World of Assassination brought into VR. We've seen some footage of it. It looks absolutely stunning, and a lot of people, myself included, are very excited for this release.
That is good. Isn't it ironic though? Didn't it get Game of the Year a couple of years ago? Was it last year or 2 years ago on PlayStation VR 2? So it was good enough then, but
it did.
I feel like the communities are so all over the place. I for one thought one hand was enough. Who never thinks one hand is enough?
My mom!
She thinks 2, 3, 4, whatever.
Yeah,
but yeah, but I think it's good. I'm glad that the VRSF crowd is finally going to get what they wanted, and I'm curious to see if they're still going to bitch about something, because usually it seems like there's still going to be something out there. But as long as the game is good, that's all I care about, man. Like, I definitely think that the Quest version of Hitman that came out was so bad that I think one hand isn't looking so bad. So
right, I miss that. I miss having that controller.
Yeah.
Eric, what's your level of hype for the definitive Hitman VR game?
I don't know. They're gonna get it right this time, right? Like they're definitely gonna get it right this time, right? They've had 3 chances now. They got it this time. Like they have to have it. Like this is gonna be it, right? Yeah.
You would think
right?
so.
Yeah.
They're saying that they're gonna get it this time.
Yeah. I mean, they only need 4 times to figure that you get it right?
How do you not? Like that's so tone deaf, right? It's like they've pretty much people have. Well, I guess it's not. I was gonna say have been consistent, but they kind of haven't One time they're telling them it's amazing, it's game of the year, and then the next time they're saying it's not good enough. And so they
That's
probably
true.
got really
And
confused.
and the second one, which was not good enough, was markedly better than the first one.
Absolutely.
You know,
That's the one that
crazy.
Eric punched somebody in the crotch, right?
Oh my god, that was great. Again, I had a blast in it. Like for me, it was the Quest version that was the biggest downfall. Like I didn't care. Like I love this. I thought the Steam version was fun, man.
Yeah, me too.
You know, we had the simultaneous play, right? Remember West played on PlayStation VR 2. I played on Steam. You were like, you know, going back and forth and talking through it in the middle, and we had a blast. I mean, both versions were great. To me, is where they didn't learn their lesson was with Quest, like, and they like completely went on deaf ears, and they launched probably the worst version. Like, here's what happened: you can't launch a worse version, right? Like for me, they did the PlayStation version, they got a little bit better with the Steam version, and then they went backwards with the Quest version, and like
they outsourced the Quest version.
100%.
They outsourced the Quest version.
Right.
They should have never done that because the first two versions they did themselves, IO Interactive, and the Quest version was done by XR Games.
Right.
And
who has completely shit the bed, by the way. Like I don't even know how they're still doing what they're doing.
It's
like,
it's exactly what you were talking about earlier, Eric, about how big companies are nervous to put their baby in somebody else's hands because of that type of stuff that happens. So,
yeah, and it's just it's decision making processes, right? Like they don't think they're not a lot of this stuff. Like these developers have chops. Like they know what the hell they're doing. Like they can make good stuff. It's in the decision making processes early on and the game design early on of like how we're going to do this and what are we going to do and making decisions. And then, you know, maybe they're making too many decisions with, you know, their wallet. You know, maybe a certain decision was going to take them another 2 months or another month, and they're like, oh, we can't afford to do that, or you know, or maybe they, you know, they weren't strong enough, and they let IO Interactive, or you know, push them, you know, into doing things they didn't want to do. I mean, I don't know the specifics of it, but they definitely did not do a good job. You know, and it's
for sure.
Yeah, and it's a decent team. Like we know they have done good stuff in the past, but man, they have just completely fallen down. Like I don't even know how they recover from everything they're doing.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how Zombie Army turns out here shortly, right?
They better do a 360 on that one from where it is now.
Yeah, 100%. We move on to another game that we have played in years past on PlayStation VR, Wanderer: The Fragments of Fate. Full-blown remake of our game of the year from 3 years ago, in Wanderer. You know, it's obvious to see when you look side by side at the differences that this game is seeing graphically. But in addition to that, they're adding in new content. They're totally reworking some of the levels. My anticipation and hype for it is not anywhere near it is for the sequel that they announced, because again, at the end of the day, I know the story here. I know the general path that the game takes. But again, at the same time, this was our game of the year when it came out. It was an absolutely awesome game, and I am looking forward to seeing what improvements that they've made upon it, Eric. I mean, they have certainly taken their time in getting it to the state that it's in right now. So I can only imagine that this thing is going to be absolutely flawless when it comes out by this point.
I hope so. This is like one of the ones I was talking about earlier where you're like, you get nervous. Like for me, they've taken so much time now and we've got enough hype behind it. And I think it needs to be different enough than the original that it has to show something special. And I have faith in this team because it was such a good game. But I'm like, almost as much as I'm looking forward to this, I'm a little bit nervous. Like, do you have like a little bit of sense? I mean, I don't know. I guess it's very little. I'll say that because the team is so good, and I think they will do a good job, and I do think there is enough different here. But man, I'm just a little bit nervous that if it doesn't hit on everything that they want it to, or with everything that we already expect it to, it's gonna get killed.
I think even the fact that it's going to be a so much better version, even if there's so many people coming into VR every day, and so they're going to get from day one. This is the version they're going to get. They're not going to get the old version. So overall, it's going to be good for VR, And for someone like myself or Inferno 9 says he's stuck on the original Wanderer, I didn't play that deep into it like you guys did. And so like everything that you guys are saying is negated for me. It's going to be a fresh experience, the best version. And maybe I'll want to play further deeper into it because it had a little bit of jank when it first came out that we kind of overlooked because it was so amazing. And so I don't know. I look at more all the new people coming into VR. They're going to have this amazing experience, and it's going to be next level, even graphically and everything. So
I think my biggest fear is because it's a puzzle game, and they're not, as far as I know, they're not significantly changing any of the puzzles.
Right.
And again, you know, I'm looking forward to this game, but I've already played through it, and there's a lot of people that have played through it. So yeah, I mean, the new people, yeah, they'll probably hammer those, and I think it'll be great. But like, you know, anybody else who wants to go get it again or play through it again, if you're not changing the puzzles significantly, I mean, who has this ever been done recently? You think with a puzzle game? Like I could see an action game or like a remaster of an action game like Resident Evil or something like that. But this is a game that just came out not that long ago. It's a puzzle game where you're not going to like really change the puzzles in any way. What you have besides the puzzles and what you reiterate on or do differently better be fucking good. Because if I'm doing all these same puzzles all the way over again, and like a good part of these things is figuring the puzzles out, and if I don't have to do that again, what am I doing in this? You know, it better be great.
Are they doing full price? Like, or
I think so.
Because it'd be
Yeah,
nice
I think
if they did something like Arizona Sunshine, where if you already
100%.
own it, $10, you know, everybody would pay for an upgrade, right?
So a lot of what they're doing with regard to the gameplay, and I can't really speak on the puzzles. I don't know if they're switching them up or changing the solutions or the puzzle mechanics. But I do know some of the other things that the game did, because it did do other things besides puzzles. There were some action sequences. There was a rhythm game in it. There was a lot of different little things depending on which area that you were in. I think that they're really, you know, those were pretty much half-baked surface level features for the first version, and I think that they're fully fleshing those out now, so that the action levels are going to be much more well polished and much more like a shooter than they were before, and things like that. So I can't speak for the puzzles, but I think everything else that the game did is getting fully refined.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, even like somebody had brought up Riven and Mist, but those games are how old, right? Like this game literally came out a year ago. Like, and you know, a lot of the Mist and Riven puzzles I forgot all about, and a lot of people did. So it's like it was almost like playing the game over again. This game is like a year old or a year and a half old. Like, I just don't. I'm trying to remember another puzzle game that's only a year and a half old that's going to do a remastered version in that short period of time, and then it's going to charge you full price.
Sepp says they'll give you a discount if you own the original 20%. He thinks, or they think.
What was the price of this game originally? Do you remember, Wes?
$40, I think.
That was expensive.
Yeah, it was a $40 game.
Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, 20% is good. It's not Vertigo Games doing Arizona Sunshine remastered good, but.
Yeah, I think
I don't know.
$10 would be a no-brainer, but I don't see them doing that.
But I mean, I'll preface all this by saying I'm fucking excited for it. Like this deserves to be on the list, and it could have won for me. Like I loved Wanderer. I think it's one of the best games I've ever played, and I've already stated many times that I'm not a puzzle person, and I absolutely love this game. Played it all the way through, and like, you know, it was one of the best experiences I've had in virtual reality, and I'm just a little nervous. That's all. Like I really want this thing to be great, and I would pay full price for it again, especially if they did do those, you know, if they did flesh out some of those action sequences.
Yeah, and you know what? Well, first of all, I can tell you, even though I haven't outwardly been super excited about it, and I've been urging caution with it because of everything we just cited. I can tell you firsthand that the PSVR community is stoked for this game. They're so excited for it. And you know who should be excited for it? Quest gamers, because they didn't get a chance to play the first one. It didn't come to Quest, and this will be the first time that Wanderer comes to the Quest platform.
Good point. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna hit a lot of new audience, that's for sure. Which is great.
We move on to another game that the PSVR community is just absolutely over the moon in anticipation for, and that is Aces of Thunder, the high quality, or at least high visual quality flight game coming to us from the developers of War Thunder. This game has been in development for a long time. We were supposed to get it in January last year. It's been delayed now over a year, and they keep adding to the game. And it isn't like they're going completely radio silent. They keep giving us a trailer every 6 to 8 weeks, showing off a whole new map or a whole new group of aircraft. They literally, Eric, just last week gave us a new trailer with World War I aircraft in it, which is, as you know, are vastly different than the more modern aircraft that they had been showing off before. This game not coming to Quest, PSVR 2 and Steam only, multiplayer and single player missions. I wasn't super excited about this initially because I'm not a big flight game guy, but the more time goes on and the more I see of this game, the higher my hopes get for it.
Yeah, I mean, mine too. Like, I really want this game to be great. Even though we do have a lot of flyers in VR, we're always looking for like that premier flyer or another flyer. So we actually have some really good ones, but I don't know. Aces of Thunder has just been a really big series, and I want this game to be fantastic. Like, I'm definitely looking.
It looks
forward
beautiful.
To this game.
What it looks like is they took all of the Warplanes games, put them into one game, and gave it like AAA PC graphics is what it looks like from the footage. Now, how's it going to play? How's it going to look in the headset? Only time will tell. But I'll tell you this, Roots, that HOTAS you talked me into buying is still in the box over there.
Oh yeah.
And I have a pretty good idea when I'm going to take it out, and it's when this game drops.
You know who has a really good idea of when you're going to take it out? You know what's crazy is I feel a little guilty. I'm like, dude, you got to get this HOTAS. There's so many reasons you could use it, but somebody was saying in the chat, GameCat Goofin Virtual Unreality says Ultra Wings 2 wasn't that bad. That's how I like. If I'm gonna go to a restaurant, I'm like, hey, let me look for a restaurant where the food's not that bad. I don't feel like we have that many good flyers or playing games in VR. Usually they feel a little weird. They're not AAA level, so hopefully this will be like that legit military flight game we've all been looking for. I think the Star Wars flying game is probably the best one we have in VR, right?
That's why I bought.
Yeah,
that's why I bought that.
Warplanes
HOTAS.
is really good too. I will say.
We were playing Star Wars Squadrons at the time. That's why I bought that.
And you ended up never using it for Squadrons
it's
at all?
so good for Squadrons, man. You need to try it.
Yeah. Like, I don't think I could play Squadrons without it.
It
Like,
just is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should get a HOTAS. Oh wait, you already got one.
I haven't even done Microsoft Flight Sim yet. Like, I haven't even tried that because I've always been afraid my computer would catch on fire if I even tried it.
You're gonna be able to do it with your new.
We have a
computer.
lot of good. Yeah, we have a lot of good sims. Like, I think if you're looking for a sim, and especially PC VR, there's a lot of good sims, and there's a couple good dogfighting ones. Warplanes is good. Ace Combat had for PlayStation had a couple of missions that were pretty good. Didn't they have even like a Maverick mission or something like that when the movie when the second Top
I think
Gun
they
movie came out?
did. I think even Flight Sim had some stuff like that as well.
Yeah, but like there's some good flyers, but like there's always room for more. And I'm just a sucker for flight combat for me. Like, so.
I want to get
not a
into
sim
Flight
guy.
Sim, and I want to get into that Flight Sim and do the Dune level where
I would do.
Yeah, the tie into the Dune movie, that looks so
Yeah.
fucking cool.
That is cool.
I just think that what I thought was the coolest part about the Flight Sim is, especially in VR with a good rig, is just having it set on some kind of like a sightseeing tour or whatever, just flying around. And, like I don't know. I actually want to fly the plane. It's a little technical,
9/11 simulator.
Yeah, yeah. I think somebody said they'd ban your account if you try to do that.
Oh my
Really?
That's what somebody
Wow.
said. I don't know if that's true or not, but
I thought this was America.
yeah. Well, maybe we can do it now. I don't know if we could do it like a few months ago.
Right. We move on to another highly anticipated game. Wouldn't you know it? Have you heard, Eric, that people are excited about Flat Out VR?
I may have heard that somewhere.
I may have heard it in our chat about an hour ago. Now, people everywhere excited for this game. For what it's worth, RoboQuest was nominated as well, and I think people are going to get a lot more excited soon about that game as we start to show it off a little bit. But people have been excited for Flat Out from the jump, and it's easy to see why. It's an underserved genre in VR, the battle racer, and this is a game. This is a series that's 4 deep in terms of how many titles are out there, and a favorite from its time. So certainly a lot for people to be excited about here, especially after reading the article last week and people learning that we're going to be trying to at least take the best elements out of each game and make the best Flat Out VR game that we possibly can. Yeah, big
awesome.
Big hype for this one.
Yeah, we got really lucky. We were able to work with Strategy First quite a bit, who is the publisher of this franchise. And they own the IP for all of them, which was helpful. So we're able to like look at which ones we think we can pull the best from, and we will build on the engine, the original engine of one of the games, and then we're just going to add some things. Like that's what's nice about what we do is we're not building anything from the ground up, right? Like so we're not, starting with new code. We're not starting with new assets. We're going to use the assets. We're going to use the code, from one of the games. We're going to use the engine, which was a unique engine, by the way. It's not an Unreal Engine. It's not a Unity engine. It's called a Kiloton engine, which makes our job way harder when you have like these one-off, kind of like morphed engines to build in. But, we do have access to the engine, and we will basically figure out what parts made each game great. And we'll just add to it. And that's what's nice about what we do. And like, again, we are not fucking robots when we make these games, even though we're trying to stay true to the classic game, but like we are going to make what we think is the best game based off of what we know as gamers who want to play games. Like we are VR gamers who want to make games. I want to play games. The reason we're doing RoboQuest is because I freaking fell in love with RoboQuest, and I'm like, this game deserves to be in VR, and we're going to go get it. Same kind of thing with Flat Out. Like I was like, we don't have any racers that are really, really good in VR, and we need something like this. Like we have a few that are like different, but nothing like this one where it's like real physics and real destruction and real speed, and cool tracks and a great, killer soundtrack. So, I know why everybody's super excited for this one. I'm excited for this one. Go play Flat Out 4 on Steam right now. Go play Flat Out 2 on Steam right now and tell me you're not like going to be excited for this game. They're freaking great. They really are.
Shout out to our friend BJ from Urban Wolf Studios joining us. It's morning time in Korea. We did it. We made it.
We made it. It's that's the future. What's it look like in the future?
Nice.
Anyway, this next game, now that the winning title has already come out, I believe the next nominee that we're going to talk about here is probably my most highly anticipated VR game for 2025. I am so fucking hype for the Midnight Walk. This game coming to us from a new studio made up from developers that have worked on a number of flat games, as well as Ghost Giant, being published by Fast Travel Games. And this game looks like a beautiful Tim Burton nightmare claymation. It just has such a unique look. I'm really sad that I didn't that I didn't actually bring footage of this along. So hopefully everyone in the chat has seen the trailer for this game, because it looks absolutely phenomenal and unlike anything we've ever seen in VR. Eric, are you familiar with the Midnight Walk from Moonhood?
Yeah, a little bit. I've definitely have some knowledge into it. More after they announced it, so I was like, oh, this because this is a lot of like what we do. I was like, oh, I need to go figure this out and see what this is. And yeah, I didn't play it, but I went and checked it out, looked at the store page, and then watched some videos. And I can see why you're excited. Like this is a cool game.
When does it
It's
come
like-
out?
It's coming out this year. I don't know exactly
Yeah, I don't know
it's
when they
coming
said.
out this year. This is full on stop motion. The characters in this game were actually hand modeled from clay, and they're using stop motion animation in a game. This isn't just going to be a VR game roots. This is also a flat game. It's just also going to have a VR mode. So we'll likely be playing this in third person with a gamepad. But again, it has such a distinct look, and I'm sure it's going to be heavy on story. And it looks like a VR game that was made by Tim Burton, straight up. And I can't wait for it. It just looks so cool.
That's awesome. You know what's crazy about the gamepad? I've played it with a gamepad my entire life. I like it. You know what I mean? I think there's a place for it. Do I want every VR game to be gamepad? No. I like touch controls too. But if a game's designed around a gamepad and the gameplay is fun and deep and the game is amazing, I don't give a fuck about. I don't need to have my hands. Here's my thing. I'm not trying to simulate life with virtual reality. Life is amazing. I already have two hands all the time. And so like I'm just more a gamer. I'm more worried about the gameplay and the atmosphere and everything being amazing than I am so focused that it has to be first person with my hands in the game. And it just to me seems very bizarre, such a weird hill to die on when it comes to. So I did what you said about it being gamepad. I look forward to it because I think it'll be, if the game is amazing, I don't care, and then I'll get my touch control jollies on a different game like Wanderer or something. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I can't wait. It's absolutely gorgeous. I think this is a coup for fast travel games, however they managed to pull off this relationship and end up publishing this game. I think it's going to serve them well, and I'm quite confident that in 12 months, when we're back here for the 2025 show, we're going to be talking about the Midnight Walk. With that said, I'm also quite confident that we're going to be back here talking about the women.
In the beginning, we were all alone,
And just a reminder,
living in a shadowed planet amongst.
I don't know how that. Hey everybody, how'd you like the sound of Arcanage blasting in your ears? That was weird.
Who doesn't love that sound?
Well, let's see the chat. Everybody say, "Oh, trailer sound." I'm glad I caught that. Quick.
So this was the voted in most anticipated VR game a month ago before the game came out. And we just, because of CES and illness and Eric traveling, we just got postponed to the point where the show ended up happening after the game came out. But yeah, what can we say about Arcanage that we haven't already said? We covered this game extensively during our last episode, and
so good.
I mean, I think it's a pretty easy, to say that this is definitely going to be a Game of the Year nominee. And if anything comes out that tops this year, we're going to have a great year.
You know what's funny, Eric? You weren't there for the deliberations. I voted for this, and my vote was because you were so excited and hyped about it that hearing you talk about it, I said, I want to play this game now, because Eric doesn't get excited about crappy games. And you were not wrong. Like, this is probably one of my favorite games of the year so far. And it's just super polished, and the AI is so good. And there's really not much I could say about this game that isn't amazing. And they nailed it. So
Yeah, I mean, this was. I don't know if I voted for this because I think I told Wes, I'm like, I think you got to take me out of this one. I'm like, here's my vote, but I mean, I would just say don't use my thing on this one because of flat out being in here. But like this, to me, like I was so excited for this game, and I think it definitely paid off.
Yeah. I mean, there are really no weaknesses to it. Now, obviously, when we covered the game last week, we made it a point to nitpick it and list off the very few ways that you could improve it to make it the perfect game versus what it is right now. But this is the most polished and complete VR game that we've seen in a very long time. Absolutely everything is done well in it, be it combat or the exploration, the climbing,
Music.
Yeah.
the progression. Everything is just absolutely spot on and beautiful in this game. It's got boss fights in it that are epic. Yeah, I mean, I just can't say enough about it. Like the side quests, the story, everything is just top notch with this game. And I'm glad that Vitruvius was able to live up to the hype, because there was a lot of hype for this game coming into it amongst those who knew about it. Now, not everyone knew about this game. Obviously, it's a small studio, right, that have given us some trailers. So people who are in the know about VR gaming knew about it, but the larger masses of casuals didn't. And hopefully word is starting to get out about this one, because it's absolutely one of the best games I've played in a long, long time.
Yeah, so much so that you finished it.
Did you finish it?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I 100%ed it. Like,
Wow.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And somebody asked me a question on my podcast in the comments last week, and it was did you play it on? Did I play it on PlayStation? Did I play it with PlayStation 5 Pro? Is it better with the Pro? Because that's all I played it on. So and I was like drooling over what it looked like. So am I seeing it as is it already improved for the Pro?
I thought Looper said it was. I thought
it is.
maybe not.
Yes, it is Pro enhanced. I think you got a 20% res bump or something.
Wow. Okay.
Like that. Yeah.
I mean, it was
so it
freaking
is Pro
gorgeous.
enhanced.
I didn't realize it was already bumped for the Pro, and I didn't play it any other way. I only played it. I didn't play. I have a Steam version. I just never had a chance to play it. I only played on PlayStation, and I have a PlayStation 5 Pro, and that's what I use.
Yeah,
so.
Brian said it's notably better on the Pro. Looper said, and here's my thing. You should have tried it with a 4090 with super sample to 1.5%.
I mean, I can do it now. Yeah.
It was amazing. I didn't have the things that Wes said were good about it as far as haptics and everything, but it was so sharp and so clear and so amazing.
Cool.
That was great. Check it out. Absolutely great. Absolutely great. So, yeah, definitely awesome. And on the one hand, you think, well, it's unfortunate that a game like this comes out in January, because who knows if it'll hold up to the end of the year with all the recency bias. We might forget about it when the game of the year comes around next year. And then I think back that, The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners was a January release, and it got game of the year.
Resident
Wanderer
Evil 4
was a January release.
Is up in the running.
Again, we should do it again.
Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. I guarantee we'll be talking about this next January, and yeah, it's just so good. People should go buy it, but not just yet. Not until we talk to our friend Oprah, who might just have a couple copies to go out around to the people in the chat. This time, PSVR 2 only. But we do have both regions. We have NA and we have EU. We're going to do 2 in the chat. We're going to do 1 on the second chance drawing. So if you're watching this later, if you want to enter to win a copy of Arcanage, just leave a comment down below that says you'd like to enter the second chance drawing, and you could win a copy of this game. But first, we need to give away the 2 copies in the chat. First come, first serve on the platforms, or the regions here, rather. These are all PlayStation keys, but we do have both regions. First come, first serve on the regions. First 2 people in the chat to answer this question will win a copy of Arcanage on PSVR 2.
That's crazy.
No, Gray Matter. You guys kill me. I can't use my usual questions because you guys keep jumping the shark in trying to head off and answer the questions before I even ask them. No, Marcio, see, these guys kill me. I can't. They make it so that I have to ask difficult questions because they cheat, Roots. They're
Or you
cheaters.
could just what I would do is just ask a question about something completely different.
I got it.
That has nothing to do with this game. And I think it's unfair that the PC people don't get a chance at it because they never get games that the PlayStation people don't get a chance to get. Oh, wait. That happens all the time. It's kind of nice, actually, to see PlayStation get something, right?
Yeah, I got this one.
Okay.
We might have done this. We might have done this question before, but so besides Wes and Roots, name one of the four original hosts of Virtual Strangers besides
There you
Wes
go.
and Roots. Not Wes and
There you
Roots.
go.
Give me one of the original Virtual Strangers.
Ooh.
There were four of us
There were
that
four.
started this
Yeah.
channel.
Actually, they were on the last episode or last year's thing, right? For that little bit.
Mhm. Or I think we did that. I think we had them on one of our like our 200th episode.
Oh, yeah, that's
Mhm.
right.
I got a chance to meet one of them in person at Gamescom this year.
I like how everybody's saying Dan. Like,
Dan.
Man, who the fuck is
Or
Dan?
and
Don.
people are,
No, they
people
were
are
thinking
running
Don.
with it.
Dan or Don. Oh man,
All right,
Frank.
so
No,
we
I
got-
don't think
we got-
PSVR Frank wasn't one of them.
Yeah. No, Frank was on this episode last year though.
Yeah.
Yes, he was. Yeah, I forgot about that.
But not this year. He doesn't have a very good grip on what's engaging. I'm just joking. Let's see here. Jason Westmus. Congratulations, Jason Westmus. You are the first winner. And
Mark Draper.
Mark Draper wins number 2. Mark
Nice.
Draper. Jason Westmus, Mark Draper. Winners of Arcanage on PlayStation VR. You guys just tag me up on the Discord and we will get you your keys at some point within the next year. If you didn't win, don't worry. Just leave a comment down below that says, I would like to enter to win Arcanage. And make sure you're subscribed. We're going to give away another copy in a couple of weeks as we get back to our normal routine.
While we're here in the Arcanage world, can you, Wes, there's rumors. Radio Run was saying he wasn't going to buy the game because there's no story in here. Some content creators running around saying there's no story in this game. Is that true? Because I could have sworn I saw story, I heard story, I listened to tapes of story. There's actually a pretty deep story to this thing.
Lots of story. Yeah, there is a deep story. There are no cutscenes. Maybe that's what they're upset about because there's no cutscenes in the game. But the story is told through narration, with your constant communication with the custodian character and the Nara race, the elders of the Nara race, and then like you said, you find multiple recordings as you explore the environment, which give you a lot of the backstory that kind of leads up to the story that you're playing through. So yeah, absolutely, this is a heavily story driven game.
Yeah. Well, there you go, Radio Run. You got to pick it up, but first try to get a free copy in the comments in 2 weeks.
Absolutely. Before we go to our pre-recorded segment, let's just check in one more time on the Fake Frames Fund. That is the fundraiser that we're running right now to upgrade my PC equipment. It's on its last legs. I could probably repair it, but even if I did repair it, Roots, it wouldn't play the stuff I want to play. I couldn't stream the stuff I want to stream. We're upgrading our PC this year. We don't want to compromise this time. So we're asking people to help me not have to compromise this time.
No compromise.
No compromises. So we are going to just take another look, see if we've got any new donations. And yeah, we've put on $95 more
Nice.
since the last time we checked. We are now sitting at $615 from 11 people. So big thanks to, let's see, who were the most recent donors here. We had Not Sure Brondo, who donated $25. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And we had Super Nintendo Chalmers, who donated $50. Thank you, Super Nintendo Chalmers. I think that's going to put you in third or fourth place
Nice.
on the donation list, which means as of right now, you're in the running to be one of the people who get to pick what I play first on the thing when I get to build it. Let's see, there should be another donor on here that I have missed. Brondo, Chalmers. Oh, Grandpa Barbecuer gave another $20. That's what it is.
Nice.
Yep.
Hey, there you go.
Yep.
Super Nintendo
Yeah, so-
Chalmers with a $5 super chat says after the first 4 hours, the game went from 7 to 8. I'm 13 hours in now, and 60% Arcane Age just gets more addicting.
Absolutely. 23 hours took me to play through this because I wanted to 100%. I found all of the relics, did all of the side quests, unlocked every bit of the weapons blueprints, and yeah, I did everything the game offered.
What was your favorite gun? The sniper?
It depends on the situation. I kind of like the sniper rifle, but honestly, I like the golden ballista even better, which is like a crossbow style weapon with a scope on it. I think it was more precise than the sniper rifle was, and certainly did more damage.
I like that.
I think
beam.
that was. Yeah, that Ghostbusters
yeah,
particle beam gun. Yeah, that
that's
thing's
so
pretty awesome.
badass.
I like the pistol too, like the Needler pistol, where it shoots all those crystal shards out.
Oh, I haven't got that yet. Something to look forward to.
Yeah, it shoots all these crystal shards out, and after you get a certain number of them stuck into the enemy, they explode.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That is cool.
Anyways, thank you, everyone, for donating. We're at about 60% of our goal now, up from 40% when we started. I'll go ahead and drop the link in the chat here again in case someone else wants to donate. Very much appreciate the support. Yeah, love you guys. You're awesome. Anyways, I guess it's time for us to take a break. We've got a pre-recorded segment here where we're going to name, I think, 3 award winners and another giveaway in there as well. And we welcome in our special guest, AJ from PSVR Underground, who will be joining Roots and I for the next 80 minutes. So everyone sit back, relax, enjoy the segment, and we'll be back in just a little while to get the second half of the stream underway. And here we are with our first guest of the 2024 show. As usual, well into 2025, as always. But our first guest of the 2024 show, no stranger to virtual strangers, as I think this is maybe his second or third time on the channel. AJ, thank you for joining us for this awesome, momentous occasion.
What is up, Wes? What is up, Roots? What is up, everybody? Thank you for having me, man. Super excited to be here and celebrate this awesome thing called virtual reality with you guys.
Well, it was kind of a no-brainer, man, to have you on this year. We didn't have as many guests on this year. Honestly, just because I've been very busy and I haven't had time to really talk to anybody or make any plans. We're just kind of flying by the seat of our pants. But I've known for a while that I wanted to invite you on because 2024 was a pivotal year for VR. I feel like, and we'll talk in a few minutes about why exactly that is. But I feel like it was as pivotal for you as anyone because you've grown a lot in your tastes and in the things that you've been consuming, and your channel has transformed as a result of it.
It's
And
grown a third arm now, hasn't it?
You know who loves when you grow a
absolutely.
third arm? Oh, it didn't work, Wes. What the hell?
Oh no! What the hell? Where is she
I'll
at?
have to fix that in the flyer.
Yeah,
But it's an
Boom
honor,
news is
man.
real.
It's really an honor to be here, and yeah, man. Thank you to both of you. Shout out to the community. We have the greatest community ever, as you guys know good and well. And yeah, appreciate each and every one of you. And yeah, excited to be here.
All right, let me do the
100%.
let me do the test. There we go. Okay,
There she
She's
is.
back. Yeah, there she is.
She had her mouth full a moment ago.
Yeah, she did have her mouth full with a third arm.
So yeah, you're right, AJ. It's all about the community. It's why we still do this.
100%.
Our lives have become very busy over the course of the last couple of years, and it's become more and more challenging to get on here and create content and spend time with people. But we love it, and that's why we do it. Is because we love the people, we love the community, and we love the technology. And I know that you share that as well. So
That's why
yeah,
I'm
we're
here.
glad to have you on. Exactly. So why don't we get into it and get into our first award? And of course, I am on the absolute wrong page here on my notes, but I think this is the award for the best adaptation, the best official adaptation of a flat game to VR. And what was this? The IHOP award or the Waffle House award? Give me a second. Let me get my notes up here.
It's changed its name so many times, right?
Yeah, I think this used to be the IHOP award, but we don't even call it that anymore. We just call it the best official VR adaptation of a flat game. So we're going to run down the nominee list here, and just so those of you out there know, there were a lot of nominees in this category and in a lot of the other categories as well. And in the interest of not going 14 hours this year like we did last year and the year before, I have trimmed down these nominee lists tremendously. So we're trying to hold it to like 5 or 6 nominees per category. So there were a lot of great games that were adapted from flat into VR this year, but the best of the best are on this list. And we're going to start with one of my favorites, Metal Hellsinger VR. This was a game that when I first saw this game as a flat game, it just the concept of it as a heavy metal rhythm action game just clicked with me, and I could tell immediately that that would be a perfect fit for VR. And I was hoping that someone would do a full-on VR mod for it, which they did kind of do a mod for it, if I'm not mistaken, but it wasn't fully polished out. And that was why I was so happy to hear that this game was getting uh, an official VR release across all platforms. And AJ, I know that this one landed well with you pretty good with you as well as a fellow metalhead. At least the soundtrack is pretty awesome in this.
I was gonna say, hell yes, it did, because yeah, metal is something that's always really underrepresented in video games. So, especially with a lot of rhythm games. So a game where it feels like our game, right? Like this was made for us, metalheads. Shout out to all the metalheads out there. But yeah, man, I mean, it's essentially a Doom rhythm game with a really awesome metal soundtrack to it. I mean, they got some stars to come, and it's pretty impressive the lineup of artists that they got for this, and it shows because yeah, it's just a really quality soundtrack, and it's a super fun rhythm mechanic of chaining combos together to create more metal music, and yeah, I really enjoyed this one.
Yeah, Roots, and I think that's what probably surprised me most about the game was just how well they adapted that the combat mechanics in this game. It's a very fast paced game, like AJ said. It's very much styled after Doom, but the way that they did like the combos and modifiers in this game and made it so that you pretty much had to go on beat. You had to pay attention to the rhythm, or else you wouldn't do any damage. I think was just genius and very well implemented.
Yeah, it was very well implemented, and the only downfall for that is it gimped my game, so I can't play it because I'm not a metalhead, so I didn't like the soundtrack at all because to be fair, like you said, everything is geared to the same type of music. Like this is the first game where actually there was real metal music. I just don't like it, so the game was amazing, but it was kind of sad for me because I can't mute it because people was like, oh, just put your own music in there. No, dude, you kind of need to hear the music. But yeah, no, it was implemented very well, and like AJ said, it's nice to finally see a game geared towards people that love metal. Wes, you've been saying this for years. There's nothing with any good metal music in it, so I was kind of glad to see it. Bittersweet for me, but I'm not the only one out there playing games, and so I can admit that the gameplay was actually really good, and I would imagine if you love metal, it just made it that much better.
We appreciate you giving us this one, just this one, Roots.
Yeah, you
just
get that. That's
one.
exactly it. You get one, and hopefully,
we get one.
Hopefully, they will give more games towards metal because that's usually a bunch of pop crap and music that I don't even like either way. But yeah,
there's some other pretty good ones. There's some other pretty good ones, but yeah, they usually are very lacking in metal or have a specific. A lot of it's power metal. Like the power screaming and yeah, there's some other decent ones, but yeah, it's like one or two songs at most, and that's it.
Yeah, Synth Riders. I think Synth Riders has probably got the next best soundtrack in my opinion.
Synth Riders has some good ones, and then there's some other ones, but I didn't like the game as much, so it's like finally the full package here. The gameplay feels visceral, it looks great, it's super fun, and it's got like my style of metal that I really like.
And you said it's actually really good artists. That's a big difference too, right?
Yeah.
So
like Serge Tankian from System of a Down. I think his name's like Matt Heafy from Trivium, which I don't really listen to Trivium or anything, but the sound of the music, like some of these bands. Oh, Ginger is like a huge metal band.
Arch Enemy.
Yeah,
Arch Enemy's on this one. Yeah.
These are some real deal underground scene like metalhead metal bands. So good stuff.
Yeah, awesome soundtrack, awesome weapons, awesome boss fights. Just a really solid title all around. But we move on to a classic puzzle game, the sequel to the mother of all puzzle adventures, Myst. Riven was remade in 2024, not only for traditional gaming platforms, but it released day and date as a VR game as well on PC and on MetaQuest. An absolutely beautiful remake of this game, one of the best looking games that I've played this past year, and as good as it looked, it was challenging, right? It was the typical challenging cyan puzzle game. And Roots, this was one of the mini games this year that I really wish I had more time with, because you're not going to run through this one, are you?
No, I was going to say it's true to form to Myst games, because I didn't know what the hell was going on in a lot of these puzzles. They're actually really difficult, or at least for somebody that's not the best at puzzles, but that's not a bad thing. That's actually a good thing. And I wish, and I guess we kind of are getting at this point with, say, Resident Evil 4 or Riven, or like, give us the same games. Like, if you're going to develop games with hundreds of millions of dollars, bring it into VR. Let us play it, And I think that's really cool that they've been true to form, and they keep doing it, right? This is what, the third or fourth one they've put out, and they've just gotten better each time. So
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I was just gonna say, to your point there, Roots. I think honestly, this whole flat to VR adaptation thing, I feel like it could potentially save you a bunch of money. You have the game, you have all the assets, you have everything pretty much done. Now you just need to VRify it a little bit. And I feel like it's a really efficient way to bring games to VR versus, it seems like you'd spend a lot more money investing, a lot more time and money investing, building something from the ground up, that's completely original, which, obviously I like those too. But this is like, if you're trying to kickstart, getting VR going, like this is the best way to do it. And yeah, Riven is a great one to use. The whole Cyan Worlds, Mist, Riven IPs. This is good stuff. I'm really looking forward to Firmament as well.
Well, that's one of the
Yeah,
things I've been
Firmament.
screaming about the most about these kind of games is the amount of time and money that's spent to create a lot of these games from the ground up, with physics. They spend so much time doing all of that a lot of these developers, not all, but a lot of them don't put much thought into the gameplay or to make the game fun and good or
The
flow
depth.
or the depth of it. And like you said, the game's already there. Like just bring it into VR. And now you're going to piss off the VR as F crowd that everything's got to be first person, built from the ground up. I need to recreate the world and life, and this is a simulator. But not every game needs to be that way, So yeah, I think you're right. I think this is something I want to see them do more of this, and it doesn't take much to do it.
Yeah, and I think our third nominee here is a perfect example of that, as the self-proclaimed scariest game of all time was adapted to VR this year, Madison VR. This game was produced by Perp Games, who outsourced this job to the very talented Team Beef, who did an excellent job bringing it into VR. And AJ, I was skeptical, not that it would be a good game or that it would be scary, but I mean, I was pretty sure that scariest game of all time was just marketing speak, right? It was just a cool way to sell a good game. I didn't expect that I would get into my PSVR 2 headset and actually experience the scariest fucking game I've ever played. And that's exactly what this is.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be self-proclaimed any longer because I can tell you firsthand, this is one of the scariest games I've ever played in my life. It's up there with Resident Evil 7 and a couple other ones. And wow. Yeah, I mean, all the stars aligned for this game, and it was phenomenal. It's a great game that's a good fit for VR. But man, just... wow, super scary, and a full-length game, awesome IP, and of course it's based off of PT, which was, it was so sad. Like PT was one of my most anticipated games. PT Silent Hills demo that was supposed to be like the new Silent Hills game that Kojima was working on before he left Konami. That was heartbreaking, and I'll give you a little inside info. Like I've spoken with many developers across the years. I've met, been super fortunate to, and there was definitely some rumblings behind the scenes of PT going to have a VR mode, and the game was also supposed to be 90% done when it was canned.
Wow.
So that was just taking your heart and ripping it out. So this was such a welcome surprise, and if you remember, it got delayed a bunch of times, and yeah, we were kind of worried about it, but this is one of the rare cases where it got delayed, and it happened for the better, because the game was just so quality and at launch, and that was also really pleasing.
Roots, super immersive. This game, you really have a feeling of uneasiness from the moment you start playing into the moment you finish it, and that feeling of uneasiness that you have only serves to multiply the difficulty of this thing as a puzzle game. Not saying that it's the hardest game in the world. It's a good, challenging puzzle game, but sometimes you can find it hard to concentrate when all of these things are going bump in the night and keeping you on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, it's a sign of a good game. Not only does it have the good, amazing story and it's scary as hell, there's actual puzzles that are fun to play. And like you said, not the most difficult, but that's good for somebody that's not a puzzler like me. So I can go focus in on the rest. And I don't know. I feel like it was such an original story. And I don't know. There's so many story games that we've played lately that aren't even really story games, and then Wes is like, oh yeah, the gameplay isn't really the the focus of this, but then there's no story. Like everything was in this. And this is a testament to how they can take a game that's flat and bring it into VR. I guess this was flat as well, right? Yeah. And actually make it VR-ified, right? To where it's not like just ported in with a gamepad controller, and do it very well.
And here we are with our first guest of the 2024 show. As usual, well into one of the mini games this year that I really wish I had more time with, because you're not going to run through this one, are you?
No, I was gonna say it's true to form to miss games, because I didn't know what the hell was going on in a lot of these puzzles. They're actually really difficult, or at least for somebody that's not the best at puzzles. But that's not a bad thing. That's actually a good thing. And I wish, and I guess we kind of are getting at this point with, say, Resident Evil 4 or Riven, or like, give us the same games. Like, if you're going to develop games with hundreds of millions of dollars, bring it into VR. Let us play it. And I think that's really cool that they've been true to form, and they keep doing it. Right, this is what, the third or fourth one they've put out, and they've just gotten better each time. So
yeah,
to your point,
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, to your point there, Roots. I think honestly, this whole flat to VR adaptation thing, I feel like it could potentially save you a bunch of money. You have the game. You have all the assets. You have everything pretty much done. Now you just need to VRify it a little bit. And I feel like it's a really efficient way to bring games to VR versus, it seems like you'd spend a lot more money investing, a lot more time and money investing, building something from the ground up, that's completely original, which, obviously I like those too. But this is like, if you're trying to kickstart getting VR going, like, this is the best way to do it. And yeah, Riven is a great one to use. The whole Cyan Worlds, Mist, Riven IPs, this is good stuff. I'm really looking forward to Firmament as well.
Well, that's one of the things I've been screaming about the most, is a simulator.
Outsource this job to the very talented Team Beef, who did an excellent job bringing it into VR. And AJ, I was skeptical, not that it would be a good game.
It was such an original, and actually make it VR-ified, right? To where it's not like just ported in with a gamepad controller, and do it very well. So
some of the sorry.
No, I'm good.
Some of the features too, speaking on the PSVR 2 version, things like adding the haptics, adaptive triggers, or at least the haptics, and then the headset rumble, like, when you start having these like episodes from fighting off a demon trying to possess you, and they did some really clever things and took advantage. This is
excludes. So I guess all-time favorite, Resident Evil 4. We got news when this game was announced last year immediately that there would be VR support for it on PlayStation. And indeed, that was the case. We got 2 Resident Evil games in the course of 1 year. But since this one fell in December, it fell in the 2024 nomination window for us. So I guess I'll start with you again on this one, AJ. Maybe not as well adapted in terms of VRAF as Village was before it, but such an excellent game here. And for what it's worth, much better than the Quest version that had come out the year prior.
Yeah. This game was like one of the first big needle movers since the launch of the PSVR 2. This came out, the first Christmas time. And yeah, this was definitely one of the first big needle movers that finally got people, you know, coming in and playing, because the Resident Evil 4 has a rabid fan base. You know, 4 was never really like one of my favorites, but it's fun though. Like it's fun because it took away some of the more survival horror elements and added more action adventure. And it's just a blast to play. And yeah, man, like you said, you know, some of the funny thing about this one, the big difference between this one and Resident Evil Village is that Village was actually designed with VR in mind. And that's what makes it such a special VR game, like VR specific game. But I'll tell you what, considering that they designed this game with not even a thought about, like, you know, when they're creating it, they didn't even think about VR. They just went back after they were done and implemented VR. I mean, it's still pretty amazing. And the game that you get is super fun. And them having to retroactively go and add VR to it, I think it turned out pretty amazing.
Oh, it turned out great, Roots, and we you know, we played this before it launched. We played the mod, the Prey Dog mod, on PC, which was really good. And it made us wonder how much room there would be for improvement when this game did come to PlayStation VR 2. But we were happy to find out when it did come out that it's so much more polished, the official version coming from Capcom, than the mod was. And while not every little thing is interactive in the world, you do have both of your hands, and there are a lot of things that are interactive. And I think that this is a great example of what a hybrid game can be. It still kind of plays like a flat game, but it also kind of plays like a VR game. And it didn't take them a bunch of time to develop this. Like, they just had to implement a few VR mechanics in it. And what we ended up with was one of the best VR games of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is kind of going to be a hot take, but you know, we're not in the days of Job Simulator. Like, I'm a big believer that we don't need to interact with everything in the world. Like, old school games, and this is the reason why they flowed, is you could interact with what you need to interact with. You didn't need to pick up a fucking can on the ground, or, you know what I mean? Like, just all the weird shit where people like get so upset. I got to pick up this. I want to touch everything, because we all walk around in real life touching everything and picking up everything. So, you know, just let me pick up what I need to pick up. That way I know there's a reason that I'm picking it up, and I'm not wasting time picking up shit that I don't need. So I think that's kind of good. And this was the one that Eric was raving about the cloak and stuff, right? And the way you, like, that was way more VR-fied and interactive than even in Village. So in some ways they really did make it kind of next level in that respect to VR, and it shows you what they can do with, like, how old is this game? And they brought it into VR, and they made it it's VR, you know, gave it VR. And so I think it's the best of both worlds, and that's why I look forward to hybrid games more and more, because I think that's how we bring the money in and the people.
Yeah, this was the last game that I played in preparation for this episode was Resident Evil 4 remake. I finally found time to get back into it, and man, I didn't hardly want to put it down. It was just so good.
Yeah, I agree with you that, you know, this is a good example of just a hybrid game, and it's like every game I feel like every game could follow this model and achieve some sort of success in the VR scene. I like both, honestly. I do think being able to interact with every little last thing, that is kind of like one of the unique features of VR, but we're also a bunch of core gamers here. And when it comes to being gamers, it's like, yeah, we'll take this all day, 9 times out of 10. A game like this, to be able to experience it versus, you know, just being able to interact with everything in the environment, I think people will usually lean towards something like a AAA awesome game.
Let me ask you this. Do you think they'll bring this or any of the Resident Evil games over to PC finally? Like I said, that line's kind of getting blurred, right, between consoles and PC and Xbox and PlayStation, and it's like everything's just kind of blending into one.
I don't think so. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Wes?
No, it's going. I'm sure you're about to say exactly what I'm about to say, so you go for it.
Yeah, what Wes and I were about to say was that, yeah, I think this was just a case of Sony throwing a big suitcase of money at them and said add
Yep.
VR, and that's why it exists in the first place. So, there's going to be people that get upset out there, and they're like, well, why don't they just bring it? It's because, well, it wouldn't exist in the first place if Sony didn't give them money to specifically design this to help them sell PSVR 2s. So that's why.
It could
That's exactly right.
eventually be a good bargaining chip to get something like Half-Life onto PlayStation, or you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Well, I don't think necessarily that Sony's paid for exclusivity with it. It's just Capcom didn't give these games VR support because they thought it would be super profitable to sell VR games. The way that Capcom made their money on this game is by taking money directly from Sony to make it support VR.
right.
So I don't think Sony necessarily owns exclusivity on it or anything like that. I just think for this game to come to PC VR, it would take Steam ponying up some money to support their platform, and I don't think that they're willing to do it. And I don't think there's enough of a profit potential on PC for Capcom to pursue it without being paid.
Well, Valve's got a lot of money, and they may or
They
may
do.
not be bringing out a new headset that everybody keeps thinking is coming
That's a good
out.
point.
So, I would imagine. Oh, I'm just hoping. I'd love to see this with the power of a 4090, or in Wes's case, 5090 soon. It would be amazing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, don't sleep on that mod. Resident Evil 2 remake, Resident Evil 3 remake. These are both playable on PC through the Prerecorded framework, as is Resident Evil 7, the best of all of them. And you can play Resident Evil 7 with full motion controls on PC, and it's great. It's got better graphics than the PlayStation VR 1 version had, and it's the best way to play that game right now.
I don't know if I could handle Jack again. Yeah, in better graphics,
Dude.
man. He is the craziest. That's one of the most scared I've been in games, is when he's, I'm just shooting at him when he's down, and I'm like talking shit to him, and all of a sudden he gets back up, and I'm like, oh my God, what's happening? Yeah, it was good.
My favorite of all time. Anyway, we move along to the winner of the best official VR adaptation of a flat game. A little bit of a surprise, but not really, as Arcade Paradise VR is the winner. This game came to us from Wired Productions this past year, a fairly popular flat game, which came to VR and was adapted very well. What was some fairly mundane light management gameplay mechanics on flat became a little more fun when you're using your own two hands to do the laundry and pick up gum, take out the trash, and even clean the toilets. But that's really just a means to an end, because the money that you earn doing all of that allows you to build up a 90s style arcade, with over 40 potential cabinets that you can build into it. And the more time you put into it, the better it gets. Pretty fun game here, AJ, with a surprisingly good story to back it up as well.
Yeah. When you sent me this list, I thought this was a typo at first because I didn't know that this was a non-VR game to begin with.
Yep.
I had no idea of the existence of I guess it's called Arcade Paradise.
Right. That's right.
Yeah. I would love to look up a little bit more on this game, because I had no idea. But man, I'll tell you what, laundry is probably the thing I hate most doing most in this world. I would rather be doing some of the other tasks in IRL, like cleaning toilets, and I'm absolutely serious. Like, I despise doing laundry so much and folding clothes. I avoid it at every chance I get. But with this game, man, I had a blast with it, and it has a really satisfying game loop of trying to manage the laundromat and you know, you're doing all the stuff. You're opening the washers and dryers. You're grabbing the clothes baskets, putting them down. You're putting the clothes into them. Then you got to select, like, you got to grab the crank and like select, like, whether it's like whites, darks, mixed. And then, you know, set the dry function to whatever you want. But really the fun for me here, the fun and the reward is all about getting those sweet arcade cabinets and getting to play those games. And I really enjoyed, I really enjoyed the games. To me, that was what was going to make or break this game, was like, are the arcade games fun to play? Because if not, this entire idea goes in the trash. But they're super fun. And they even had, like, you know, lots of references to some arcade classics, and yeah, some good VR implementation, like the light gun game. I love the light gun game where you get to use that and shoot the targets. It felt really good as a huge light gun arcade game fan myself.
Yeah, absolutely. And Roots, I think that might be the strength of the game for me, was the retro nostalgia aspect of it. The soundtrack, the way everything kind of looks and the way the game feels, and then you know, the arcade machines also as the cherry on top.
Yeah, absolutely. And for people like D, and there's a lot of people out there that like these task-based games, like that is a lot of what they love about it. For me, outside of everything you guys just said, I just wanted to prove my dad wrong. Fuck him, you know, like dude, I can make this work, and it's going to be so much better than your trash ass laundry ever was. We're going to make an arcade and everything. So, I think that the story alone, just everything about it was super cool. And I agree with you, AJ. If the games weren't fun to play, everything just falls apart. And, into what you were saying, Wes, the nostalgia that it kind of provides is next to none. And they did a really good job bringing this, because I guess this is a really popular flat game, right? Like, people like this game in general. So
Yeah, it did actually quite well. I mean, it wasn't like a AAA game or anything. It was an indie game, but it did quite well for an indie game.
yeah,
and you know, and again, I wouldn't have guessed that this would have won this award. You know, up against games like Madison, Riven, and Resident Evil 4, I would have thought for sure that one of those games would have won. But the fact that this one got voted in by our panel just goes to show what a great adaptation it actually was. So kudos to Wired Productions, and on a great adaptation and a great addition to the VR catalog.
yep,
Definitely.
All right, we move on to the next award, and we kind of really just now starting to get into the reason why you're here, AJ. It's time to talk about mods, and the next award is the VR Mod of the Year. And before we kind of get into what we're doing with this award this year, I just want to talk to you a little bit about what an impact that VR modding has had on the overall VR industry this year. I feel like it's been pretty huge. Not only, you know, with modding pretty much revitalizing PC VR gaming, which had been down for a couple of years since Meta kind of moved away from it. Not only did it kind of bring PC VR back to the forefront, but it kind of gave a place for us kind of aimless, for lack of a better term, PSVR gamers to go, because we all had such high expectations for the PSVR 2 platform this generation in hybrid games. And not to throw shade on PSVR 2 at all. Again, probably the best native VR library that you can have right now. But those hybrid games that we all have been expecting, they haven't come yet. We all expected that this would be the generation of AAA games in VR, and that would not have been the case if it weren't for VR modders and VR modding, which has went to a whole different level in 2024, and so much so that it has brought you from being a console exclusive gamer to being a PC gamer as well. And you're already on your second PC, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct, man. Yeah, there was something, I don't know if you announced the winner or the topic of this yet, but
Not yet.
but yeah, thanks to mods, I will say, I have definitely invested in the PC VR market for the first time in probably 25 years, 26 years, more like it. And yeah, it has been a total game changer.
Absolutely. So what we're going to do this year, we're doing something a little bit different. Typically this would be the VR mod of the year, and we would list a bunch of titles here that got modded into VR over the course of the last 12 months, and pick out which one was the best, either the best mod or the best game that you can play modded. But everyone knows what the story of the year is this year. There would be absolutely zero suspense if we sit down here and listed out the mods. Everyone knows that it was the Prerecorded Universal VR Injector that was the name of the game this year. So we just thought it would be kind of ridiculous to have nominees. Now we could have gone down the list and listed a bunch of games that work with this mod framework. But Roots, I don't even think that would have made sense either, because so many of the best games that you can play with this mod weren't 2024 games. These were games that came out 2023, 2022, even 10 years back, with Unreal Engine 4 games. So we just kind of felt like it was a no-brainer to name the Prerecorded Universal VR Injector, UEVR, as the mod of the year.
You know what was cool about this is not only the old games, but like when Power World came out, I played it in VR for the first time. Wes and I played that climbing chain game, or what was the name of that thing where we're chained together?
Oh shit! Chain Together. I think Chain Together might
Chained
be the name
Together
of
or
it,
whatever.
actually.
We played that in VR. It had just came out. Like that's the beauty of Unreal Engine. It's like even Wukong Con or whatever it's called was playable. If you had enough powerful enough PC, so you were able to jump into some of these games that on day one that came out and play them in virtual reality. And what Prerecorded has done with this is so special because, we were talking about Hot Wheels Unleashed before we started, and like to me that game feels like it was made in VR or made for VR, and that's a 5-year, almost 4, I guess it's 4-year-old game. And it's just amazing, and that's just one game, and so this definitely deserved to win, hands down, because it's just so universal, and so many games can play in it, and they're still fixing things to play better. And we were also talking about the Returnal mod, and AJ said he was playing it with the first person. Somebody tweaked it to play it in first person with Sixtoff, and that's amazing. So.
AJ, this mod framework has been so transformative for VR modding, not only because of the hundreds of high quality games that you can play in it, but it simplifies modding to the point where anyone can do it. Modding 2 years ago, VR modding was something you had to have some like technical expertise to do. Not a lot. It's always been a little easier than most people knew, but most people wouldn't ever have even tried it because they don't want to get in and they don't want to by hand change game files. You don't have to do that anymore with this. You literally can take a game the day it comes out, plug it into this thing, click one button, and play it in VR. And that simplicity, I feel like, is just as pivotal for modding and PC VR as the size of the library here.
Yeah, everything you guys said is exactly the thoughts that were going through my head. This Universal Unreal Engine VR Injector mod is a complete game changer, and it is huge because it lets you play basically have the chance to play every Unreal Engine 4 or Unreal Engine 5 game in VR. and do it seamlessly, like you said, where you can just, in most cases, just hit inject and it goes. But yeah, it's incredibly special. I mean, the list of games that use Unreal Engine 4 and 5 is massive. And so I've been able to basically, it's like dream come true after dream come true. Before this show, you know what I was doing? I was playing my favorite game of all time, Final Fantasy VII, in VR. And it's thanks to this mod. But not only that, there's stuff like Spyro the Dragon and Crash Bandicoot 4, which are just like beautiful and amazing and are awesome in third person. But then the way this mod empowers people to be able to kind of custom tailor make their experience to their liking. Roots, you were pointing out like how you like, you play Returnal third person. I play it in first person with motion controls. And the way that it does that and gives you like a user interface with all these different options that you can customize, things like the aliasing options, the sharpness, so many different things. It is really, honestly, one of the most revolutionary tools I have ever seen in my life. And this is after 30 years of console gaming, pretty much exclusively. This was the thing that made me go, okay, it's time, because it is just such a game changer. And there's really never been a better time for me to, I feel like I chose the perfect time to jump in. Which just came out, right at the end of, or right at the beginning of the year. This is how we started 2024. And wow, just the amount of games I've gotten to play with it and how well it works, even better than some custom made mods, is just absolutely insane. And this thing is just getting started too.
Yeah, one click use. If you want to play these games in third person, most of the time, all you have to do is get online and download a profile and load it, which is super simple as well. And beyond all of that, this is a super detailed suite of tools for modders. So like there are options on top of options on top of options, way more stuff than I could ever wrap my head around. But if you're a programmer and you're a modder, you can use this to do full-blown VR mods. For example, AJ, I don't even think it's been a month yet since Prerecorded released a full-blown Silent Hill 2 mod. Silent Hill 2 is a new release, $70 flat game, AAA game from Bloober Team and Konami. And within weeks of it coming out, there's a full-blown first person with motion controls VR mod for that game that was built exclusively from this UEVR framework.
It's crazy.
Yeah, the customization. I mean, that's the thing, is like it's almost, I almost look at it as like one of the most amazing selfless things that you could do for the PC VR scene. Like I said, to also empower other people and to be able to collaborate and work together, it does things. There's it lets you do things like build custom frameworks or build custom fixes, things like that. There's also the UEVR nightly version, which is what's used in many cases for that, where people build out like a special thing with certain fixes and enhancements and improvements. It's like I said, man, it is truly revolutionary. And to be able to play, games day one. Some might take some tweaking, some adjusting, some fixes, which, Prerecorded is like, he's on top of it most of the time, especially for like big ones. But the amount of stuff it lets you play and the fidelity that it does it at is just absolutely insane. I don't know if we're going to get anything this cool over the next decade, man, to be honest with you.
No. It'll just continue it will be refinements to this that will be the highlight of every year going forward. which is the reason why I guess we'll just use that to segue into the rest of this. After discussing this with Roots and Eric, we feel that this is such a monumental achievement for VR and VR gaming, not only this year but going forward, that it's only fair that we rename this award. The what was previously known as the VR Mod of the Year will now going forward be named the Prey Dog Award. We feel like it's that monumental, that it's that much of a seismic shift for the quality of VR gaming, that it's only right that we rename this award for Prey Dog and recognize every year going forward what a contribution that he's made to the VR gaming space. Roots, you know me, man. We've been doing this for almost 6 years now, and I've always been the guy that says, I love this. It's a life changing source of entertainment for me. But I've always been the guy that says I would never spend more than $1,000 on a piece of gaming equipment. But here I sit today with a link in the description, raising funds so that I could spend not only $1,000, but well over $2,000 on building a new gaming machine. And I would pretty much can definitively say that I wouldn't be doing this right now if it weren't for this Prey Dog mod and all of the awesome games that I just haven't been able to run on it with my existing gaming PC. That's what a big game changer this has been for me. That it's completely changed what I'm willing to do and what I'm willing to spend in order to experience these experiences. I mean, Elden Ring, Hogwarts Legacy, Atomic Heart. What else? I mean, it's just an endless sea of AAA games here.
Ghostwire Tokyo.
Ghostwire Tokyo. Yeah,
Pacific
I mean, it's
Drive.
just yeah.
You
It's
could go
crazy.
on and on.
Even
You could just spend
even-
all day just naming the games.
even this Star Wars game, and these are the things that I mean, you can with your current computer, you can play some of them, or a good portion of them, and
Yeah.
really dumb everything down to where to barely get it to run or get it to run decently. But if it wasn't for this mod and the other mod we're going to talk about in a minute, there was no real reason for VR people to have a really super powerful, like the new video cards coming out, unless you're playing things in 4K. You know what I mean? At 240
Right.
frames, you don't really even need that. But like you were saying I think it was the Discord, like with these mods, you need the really high powered cards to really push it, especially for ones like Silent Hill and what was the other one that came out?
Hellblade
Hellblade
2. Yeah.
That when it came out, it just crushed Wes, and he couldn't really get in there because it was just not feasible. And that's what I look forward to when you get your new PC is it's just gonna open up. Well, AJ knows. It's like once you open up that Pandora's box with so much power, and even with the new games that come out, like when I played Arcanage, man, I not only cranked everything to ultra, I hit everything to as high as I could super sample it. You know what I mean? Like I don't ever go low. I go as high as I can and then scale back if I have to. But spoiler alert, I don't have to. So that means Wes will never have to because he's going to have 30% more than me. So I think it's amazing. And I just think this was the best thing that happened to me in VR. And I would submit that if this mod didn't come out, I would have voted for the World of Warcraft mod. I do want to shout out that mod because that
Yeah,
was
for
next
sure.
level, and bringing in a game that I'm still playing till this day, hardcore. It's one of the best games that I've ever played, and being able to play that and go into Stormwind and Orgrimmar and be in there, and then also to implement touch controls and in a MMORPG, it was amazing. And hopefully Blizzard will see that and bring their own real implementation of legit VR in the future, but probably not. But it would be
Dude,
amazing.
I tell you what, Roots, if that ever happens, I got a lot of friends that are suddenly going to go out and buy VRs
Yeah.
like overnight. If that ever happened for reals, yeah, man, absolutely. But yeah, this UEVR, man, totally revolutionary. And it's just amazing to, like whenever a game comes out and you're like, oh, that's so cool. I want to play this in VR. Oh, that's so cool. I wish I could play this in VR. Well, now, like 50% of the time you pretty much can now, because and some of the best games are made in Unreal Engine 4 and 5. That's the other thing.
Yep.
Is like you're not just getting, the ability or the access to be able to play some of these games in VR. You're getting to play some of the best games ever made, some of the highest quality games ever made in modern times. And yeah, whether it be like for nostalgic reasons, like I said, getting to play Crash Bandicoot or Spyro or Final Fantasy VII, or just to, that game, that the ones that we've, begged for VR versions of that, fell on deaf ears, unfortunately, stuff like Returnal. Now I get to go, you know what? No, I do get to play. And a lot of the time, you know what I love about the UEVR as well, is a lot of the times when you ask a developer, oh, please make a VR mode, they go, oh, it would never work. My favorite thing about UEVR is I get to go, fuck you. Look at this. I am having the time of my life. Oh, Returnal in first person with motion controls wouldn't work. Well, look at it working, and look at it blowing my goddamn mind right now. That's the power that this thing has, is capable of. And yeah, and it's new. It just started. So I really can't wait to see what else happens with this. But yeah, totally well deserved what this thing does, and hopefully causes a massive shift in the perception of like what can and can't be in VR.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It was a complete saving grace for me and a few others.
Me too.
When Nicholas Duche from Team Asobi sit and tried to tell us that a platformer game, a flat traditional platforming game like Astrobot, just wouldn't work in VR as a straight port.
Yeah.
And then I went from that anger over to UEVR mod and played Sackboy in VR with 3 other people, and it was just beautiful and perfect with one button press. It's just what you said, AJ. It's proof positive that these guys are full of shit. Either they're wrong and mistaken, or they're lying. Either way, this mod is exposing them.
It's proof. I think they just don't know yet, right? I think VR is still kind of a new medium, and they look at it and they just go, how would that work? I just think in some ways they don't understand, but yeah, some of them are also completely full of shit too. So it's both.
Yeah,
it's kind of both.
Right. So, with all of this said, we easily could just wrap it up and move on from here and say that that's the year in mods, but it's not. So much more happened in the year of mods this year, and Roots kind of touched on one thing with the Warcraft mod, which was really robust, really giving people that
It's
that
amazing.
MMO, that big MMO RPG that has yet to come to VR. It's here now because you can play Classic Warcraft, the whole game with all of the DLCs in VR right now.
On servers with other people that are free,
Right.
that are some of the biggest free servers out there. So it's not like you're playing it by yourself. You're legit playing with other people playing it flat, but you're in the world, and those suckers are playing it flat.
Absolutely. So that's another kind of thing. Is when something like the UEVR mod comes out, and then on top of that, you've got Flat to VR Studios, which is hiring all of the top modders in the world and turning them into VR game developers, legit game developers. It makes you wonder if the modding community will continue on. And it's already completely obvious that these people that we've always known were completely selfless and gave all of their free time into making these free mods. It's already obvious that they're going to keep on doing that. Like we even, we're 3 weeks into 2025 now, and we just got a full-blown Crisis VR mod with motion controls at first person with B haptic support, the whole 9 yards already in 2025. And AJ, that's coming from one of the top developers at Flat to VR Studios, Kabbalistic.
Nice. Yeah, who also did the Half-Life 2 VR mod, which was also really excellent. I mean, I wouldn't have, if like playing Half-Life 2 VR mod, it feels like an official, I mean, it kind of is official, right? Because it's on Steam.
Right.
Like you can actually get it. It's free, but yeah, I wouldn't have known that that wasn't an official thing. If you told me that was like just one guy that did that, like, you know, for whatever reason, I'd be like, yeah, it'd be hard to believe, but yeah, checked out the Crisis VR mod as well. And dude, that's one of my favorite shooters of all time. So, and that came out of nowhere. So wow, that was a
we just got Halo.
surprise.
We just got Halo like 6 weeks ago. Halo, the original Halo in VR.
Yep.
Well, this is going to sound crazy, or maybe to some of the people that watch the show, it's not. But until you saw, I was going to ask you what kind of game is Crisis? I don't know. I've never played it. It's a shooter, huh?
Yeah, it's a first-person shooter. What makes it really special is you have this suit that has like different functions. You're set up in a scenario kind of like the Predator, like you're infiltrating this like island that's like is very like dense with like jungle and beaches and stuff, and you're just going in there like commando style, not wearing pants, but like actual commandos. You're going in commando, just like basically just wrecking all of these things. It's got these really destructible like huts and buildings and stuff, which is really cool. But then it has a bit of a sci-fi twist, which is really awesome. But what makes it very memorable is the suit, this nano suit that you use, and you can switch to like invisible, like the Predator, like you look like the Predator. And with the mod that Kabbalista, is that his name?
Kabbalistic, yeah.
Kabbalistic made. It actually has like arm IK, so you can like look at your hands and it looks like, you know, the Predator when he's invisible. But yeah, it's just really a really satisfying shooter with an awesome sci-fi twist about you know, in it somewhere. And it's just a really good game.
Oh, cool. That's awesome. I saw people talking about it in the Discord. I was wondering what's this Crisis thing all about. But that's kind of how the first time I ever played Half-Life 2 was in VR, and a lot of these games that Wes and I hadn't played, a lot of these older games. Like we had a very similar gaming upbringing. I was mostly Nintendo for many years, and so I missed a lot of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, same. So anyway, as I was saying, you know, with the impact that the UEVR mod had this year, we could very easily just wrap it up here and move on from modding. But there was something else that happened that was very significant in 2024. So we are going to name a winner for the Modder of the Year award, and it's not Prey Dog. We just named the last award after Prey Dog, so I feel like we've given enough praise for at least for one day to Prey Dog, and we actually decided that we want to recognize as the Modder of the Year this year Luke Ross, which I'm happy to sit here and say that, because as those of you who have been following us for many years know, we haven't always been, you know, super positive about Luke Ross. But I think we need to give credit where credit is due. And in the face of the free Prey Dog UEVR injector, Luke Ross has continued on doing what a lot of modders don't want to do, and that is bringing games into VR that aren't Unreal games, that aren't Unity games. These are games that are developed in custom engines, which means that you have to take a different approach to bringing each one into VR. And he's done it in such a way that his mod is also universal, and it covers a wide swath of very popular AAA games. But that's always been the case. What's different about this year, in addition to him bringing some of the very best games into VR, you know, the Far Cry games, he brought in Watch Dogs, most recently the Indiana Jones game, the Avatar game, just a ton of great games he's brought in this year. But specifically, he has made two huge advancements to his modding framework. And the first one of those, he likened it to getting a graphics card upgrade for free. And we'll start by talking about this, AJ, with the field of view optimizations that came around about 3 or 4 months ago. And just kind of in a nutshell to describe to people what this is, these VR mods, these flat games, of course, they're not made to be played in VR. And oftentimes these games are being rendered out at a much wider field of view, not only vertically but horizontally as well, than what is required for a VR headset. So whenever you bring them into VR, there's so much of the game that's being rendered out that you can't even see. It's just outside of your field of view, but the graphics card is still working to make those pixels and all of that picture that you can't see. And there's never really been a way or an easy way for for Luke to kind of trim those up, turn those pixels off, and save all of that horsepower until now. And he finally found out a way to do it, a way to apply it almost universally to all of these games that he's working on, and it's made a pretty big difference in terms of the frame rate that you're getting running these games now. It was AJ, it was 2 check boxes. All you have to do is go in and check those boxes, and automatically you're getting like a 25% boost in optimization. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, you can. The biggest difference is that it is that it lets you play a lot of games in like native 90 without, you know, I guess ever since switching to, so I did upgrade to a 4090. Like I got into PC and PC VR, which is like, you know, there's a steep learning curve if you haven't been messing with it for a while. Gaming PCs themselves take a lot of work and understanding, you know, even with a degree in computer information systems, PC gaming is much different than just regular PCs. Right. It's all different stuff. So I spent the last year like learning that, but then because of stuff like the Luke Ross mod is why I wanted, and UEVR as well, is why I wanted to go even further and invested in a 4090. And with the 4090 so far, and right after I got my 4090, this update dropped. It was his Christmas gift to us, right?
Right.
So again, perfect timing here. And then now these games are these AAA, you know, monster behemoth games can perform a lot better. They're running a lot smoother. Running games like Cyberpunk 2077 with native 90 frames per second in VR.
Yeah, games, Roots. I mean, it's always kind of been hit and miss with us for Luke Ross mods. Some of the games run very well. Other games are just have historically been kind of resource heavy, and this makes most, if not all of them, playable on medium range systems like the one I'm running on right now. And if that were all that he had done, it would definitely be worth naming him the modder of the year. But that's not all he did. Just about a month, maybe 6 weeks after he dropped the field of view optimizations, he dropped a brand new feature in for the Real VR mod, something he calls DLSSS. And I know you know what this means, Roots, because Cyberpunk's a great example of this, but there have been other games too, like Hogwarts Legacy, where the games get a pretty noticeable FPS boost from using DLSS. But whenever historically that you've used DLSS in a Luke Ross mod, it creates this ghosting effect or this double vision effect around the characters that's very distracting, almost to the point where a lot of the times you don't even want to play the games because it's so distracting. Um, and it's always been something that he's known how to fix on an individual game basis, but it's been so labor intensive, he just never did it. Like it's something that you have to really go in and it takes much longer to optimize for DLSS than it does to even mod these games in general. So he really was hesitant to go in and ever do that on a game by game basis. But recently he had a breakthrough and developed an algorithm that takes information from NVIDIA's DLSS and uses that information to reconstruct some of the motion vectors in the game. And this applies to all games that support DLSS. So now, not only do we have much better much better frame rates because of the field of view optimization, but that annoying ghosting that's always been there is now gone as well. So these Blue Cross mods are playing and looking just like a flat game, only they're in VR, in 3D, and it's pretty incredible.
That's the key in 3D, because that was what my workaround was to get away from the ghosting. Is I just would put it in. Well, it's still 3D. I know we have this argument with some people in the chat, like Looper or whatever. I think he may have agreed with me at one point, or said he saw what I was saying. It's just not like traditional 3D, right? You're still seeing two images, and one in each eye, but it's like without the, I don't know exactly what they call
without
it.
stereoscopic depth.
Yeah, it's without the stereoscopic depth. So it just to me, it was more important to have the clarity than it was to and not have that ghosting and stuff. Now, I know we mentioned it, or I mentioned it to you, and you said that maybe there was a way, or maybe there was somebody on the inside that could. I would love to have this implemented on my version of the Red Dead Redemption that I play, because I'm still playing the old school mod from years ago before it got nixed, and it's like the best game I've ever played in VR. I would say Uncharted 4 is the second best that I've played in VR, and it's a testament to the games themselves. But both Luke Ross modded games, both amazing. And the games alone would be worth playing through, but being able to be in that world that's what the future, in my opinion, of hybrid gaming is taking these elaborate, amazing AAA games and then putting you in the world. And this is controversial as well. Like, I don't even want to change it. I love the way old school games play with my gamepad and stuff. And there's a place for first person and aiming down sights and that type of stuff, but just put me in the game that I love. Give me the same controls I've always used, but let me be in the world. That's enough for me. And I'm sure I guarantee there's people out there that that would agree with me. And then there's other people screaming and throwing things at their TV right now saying that's bullshit, Roots. We have to be VRZF, and I want to be a simulator because I've always been in the old West, and so yeah, no, but I agree. I so hopefully I can get that version at some point. To be able to play either GTA 5 or Red Dead with this upgrade, so.
Well, again, I think there's room for both, man. I think games in VR with a gamepad are just important as, games where you can like interact with every last thing. Because sometimes at the end of the day, after a long day of work, you're tired, man. Like we're tired. We're getting older. We don't have the energy that we used to have. And I think it's totally appropriate to have the option for both.
Right.
If you want the more immersive, like, immersive feeling way to play, then you have it. Or if you just want to be immersed by being in that world and, it being easier, a little bit more accessible to play, then you have that as well. But, man, let me tell you, this update, you guys, this to me was a huge, huge game changer to Luke Ross mods, his real VR mod. The DLSS is, I think, the more noticeable one when you enable it. When I first, again, perfect timing with all this stuff because I had my setup before and after. Right before the thing, I jumped in to Cyberpunk 2077. Again, Cyberpunk 2077 is probably the reason I went even further with my upgrade versus just my 4060 Ti that I had before. I was like, no, like I want to max this puppy out so that I can play one of my most anticipated games of all time in VR and experience it this way. And let me tell you, the thing that his latest update did that I think was huge was not only the performance, but he got rid of the shimmer. And to me, that is the big deal here with this optimization and these two functions. The games, you could get into them, you could get into VR. Like you said, there was a little bit of like Halo, this like, or everybody has like an aura kind of thing going on. There's some, pretty iffy ghosting. This cleaned up a lot of that. But another thing that was kind of problematic with his mod was that like just everything was like shimmering and like it felt like it was moving constantly, like moving back and forth really quickly. Just that shimmer effect, dude. He eliminated that.
Really?
So now, yes, with this update, now you're basically just playing the game just straight up as if it looks like native in VR. It's insane. The way that it looks, there's no blur, there's no shimmer, stuff like that. Like it got rid of that. And so it looks super clean. The clarity is like excellent now. And that to me is why he gets the modder of the year, because he's got some support for a lot of huge games like Cyberpunk and Elden Ring and like I said, the new ones like Indiana Jones, but now you get to experience them with like visually looking really nice as well if you have the hardware for it.
I would imagine some people the movement, because I noticed that in Red Dead the last time as you're riding and you see in the distance and sometimes it looks like things are moving. I'm like, oh, I guarantee that would make some people sick as hell. Like, because that's just not supposed to be happening. So, another reason why I need this mod implemented with the Red Dead mod upgrade.
Atomic Heart, Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora.
I checked that out too.
Is that cool?
Oh yeah.
It's pretty sweet. It's pretty, as you can imagine, like Pandora, like being in Pandora. I mean, that's all I'd done so far. It was like it was on Deep Sale. It was on Deep Sale, and I was like, this is my chance. He just released this mod, and it was on sale too. And I was like, I just want to go run around Pandora for a little bit, and that's all I did for like an hour or so. And it is gorgeous.
Cyberpunk 2077, Dark Souls Remastered, Elden Ring, Far Cry 4, 5, 6, New Dawn, and Primal, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Ghost of Tsushima, Ghost Runner, Ghostwire Tokyo, Grounded, High on Life, Hogwarts Legacy, Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon Forbidden West, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Marvel's Spider-Man Remastered and Miles Morales, Star Wars Outlaws, Stray, Uncharted 4, Uncharted Lost Legacy, Watch Dogs 1 and 2, all playable in the Luke Ross Real VR mod.
It's a long list of big games right there.
Well, and what's cool about his mod is, because this is what I do when I see a game that I like, especially a new one. First thing I do is I go to Google and say, what game engine is it? And if it's not Unreal Engine mod, I'm like, ugh. You know what I mean? I'm like always hoping like that there's new game that they did a demo. It's called Precinct. Like you're a cop or whatever, and it was it's supposed to be Unreal Engine 5. So I was like, yes, I'm going to be able to check this out in VR when it comes out. But Luke Ross is the only person that I know of that's taken these games that like our next level AAA games that are their own engines and bringing them in, all of them different ones, right? And so super cool.
So congratulations to Luke Ross, and thank you for an awesome year of advancement for VR modding and PC VR in general. Same to Prey Dog. Eternal gratitude to Prey Dog for the contributions that you've made to the to PCVR gaming and VR gaming in general. We don't have to wait for hybrid games, ladies and gentlemen. We just have to spend a buttload of money, and you can play these games right now in VR. So remind me, AJ, one more time, what game was it you said that got you into playing the Lucross mod and made it so that you had to upgrade to a 4090?
Cyberpunk 2077.
Cyberpunk 2077. The first two people in the chat right now that can tell me what year did this game come out will win a copy of the game, Cyberpunk 2077. First two in the chat on my screen that can name the year that the game came out will win a copy of the game. And don't worry if you're watching this after the fact, after the show has already went off the air, we have a copy for you too. Just leave a comment down below that says that you would like to enter the second chance drawing, and in 2 weeks we will draw a winner for the third copy of Cyberpunk 2077.
And if you win it and you're not a patron of Lucross, just hit me up or hit us up in the Discord, and maybe we can point you in the right direction to be able to play the game.
Yeah, we can tell you what you need to do. AJ, thank you for joining us, man. This has been a lot of fun, and I could just sit here and talk about this stuff all night. It's almost as fun as playing it.
Makes me want to go play it.
Yeah, man. No, really, thank you for having me here, and it was a lot of fun, and it was awesome to get to highlight these very, very special winners here with you guys. And yeah, man, I hope to see more. I hope to see Prey Dog and Luke Ross and inspiring others to do this, and keeping kind of reviving the PC VR scene a little bit, because it's basically keeping it alive right now. It's the best thing about it. This is what I do. Like these PC mods that these geniuses have created. This is like where I get my fun from now. Because covering PSVR 2 on PS5, I love it. I still have fun with it, but it is like a lot of work. And sometimes, by the time something comes out, I've already played it and reviewed it. So like, I don't get to like enjoy games at launch anymore with other people. So going to these mods from these guys is where I have my fun now. So thank you to the winners for letting me be able to still have fun while working on this stuff and covering this stuff. But yeah, man, thank you guys as well, Western Roots. Appreciate all that you guys do, and I love watching your show, and always it's always a really you have great insights and into the VR scene and a lot of gaming stuff, and I always love hearing your opinions and stuff. And yeah, man, I look forward to catching up with you guys again more soon.
Yeah, we'll definitely have you back on the channel this year. But with that aside, hopefully we can have you back on again to the 2025 show next year, and we can talk about whatever is going to happen over the next 12 months in VR and VR modding as well.
We're at the
I was gonna say you need to get into that WoW mod too. I think think it was really cool.
Oh, I've got to check that. I got all the way up to Burning Crusade in WoW. I wanted to go more. Like, I was about to start with Lich King, and then my life got busy and hectic. So, yeah, man, I will definitely have to check that out. That's
the beauty of those servers that they recommend and point you to. They've got one that's for the original, one for Burning Crusade, and one for Wrath. So you can go in and play whichever expansion you want. So
nice. Hell yeah, man.
So yeah, for the latest on PC VR modding and PlayStation VR, be sure to check out PSVR Underground. It is still PSVR Underground, AJ?
It is still PSVR Underground. Some people are like, you need to go buy VR Underground now. I'm like, nope, I'm using a PSVR 2 headset, so it counts.
Yeah, true that. So everyone check out the PSVR Underground. I'm sure most of you are subscribed already, but if you're not, check out AJ's channel. He's a good one-stop shop for all of the best high-end VR has to offer. Thanks again, AJ. We'll talk to you soon, buddy. Roots, I guess it's time for us to send back to those assholes.
Just taking it easy, right? Jerks.
Yeah, those assholes, lazy ass Future, Wes, and Roots.
Yep.
And here.
All right, we're back.
And we are back. After a nice little break, we had a little bit of lunch, took it easy, took a little, blew a little steam off, and got to sit back and watch three of my favorite people talking about
Nice.
the last year in modding. Root's awesome getting to hang out with AJ last night.
Oh, yes.
And just sit around and talk. It's been a while since we were even able to do that, and we had a lot to talk about, didn't we?
Yeah. It was actually a really good conversation. And I just wanted to shout out Technoglitch for screwing up my. For one, he's the glitch, the tech no glitch, the techno glitch. And then he told me, "Oh yeah, I saw you say in the chat, Tech. You're like, yeah, you just finished the Madison discussion." And then I switched after the Madison discussion, and then I saw you say, "Well, you skipped part of the discussion for Madison." And I'm like, I'm leaving it. So
yes,
it was amazing.
Yes, Shades of Gray Matter. I am one of my favorite people. I'm my very most favorite person in the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't even get a chance to watch the segment. I had to take care of, like some fires I had to put out, and I missed it. So I'm gonna actually watch it tomorrow or
that sucks
tonight.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sucks because you actually weren't there, so you you could have actually benefited. I didn't watch it because
I was gonna say the next segment I didn't have to watch because I was there for, but this is the one I missed that I wanted to see, and I was busy the whole time.
Yeah, but the next one's better because Eric's in it, and we all miss Eric. So.
Well, the next one's going to be super cool. Can we say who's in the next one, or does everybody know? Or
yeah. Everybody knows it. Brian's on every year. So
yeah. So what's cool about that segment is we actually get along. I mean, you Wes and Brian already get along really well. They're on the show like pretty much every week together. But like the four of us actually gel really well together. Like our discussions always are good. Like even last year was great, and this year like we did a long segment last night, and it seemed like it flew right by to me, and I enjoy every time that we get in and talk with Brian like that.
Yeah,
100%. That guy's a pro.
Wait till you guys see the segment. Like, I mean, don't miss the segment we're about to do now because it's going to be kick ass. But that segment, when we do our next break and Brian comes on, it's a really good segment. Like, that's probably some of the best VR I've talked all year.
And I promise I'll only skip a little bit of it. No, just kidding.
Nice.
I was going to tell the chat. I did figure out just be careful if you have a gaming mouse, because if you hit one of the buttons, it will like do weird shit on your OBS and switch scenes. And
I hate when I do weird shit.
Yeah, it's
Gaming
not cool.
mouse.
You know who doesn't? Never mind. I'm not going to go there.
My mom.
Yeah, she's dirty.
Got a couple of things to shout out. First of all, shout out once again Technoglitch and Awesome Tatum for winning our 2 Cyberpunk 2077 keys.
Oh my God,
Tech,
you got Tech's big into the mods. That's awesome, Tech. Tech, do you have the Luke Ross mod? If you don't, hit us up in the Discord and we'll point you in the right direction.
Yep, absolutely. We will show you where to go and subscribe. Also want to shout out BJ from Urban Wolf Games, who did have to run, but not before he took the opportunity to donate $69 in the chat.
Oh yeah!
And then he donated another $6.97 in the chat. And then he went over to the Fake Frames Fund and donated $150 US.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, you're getting close, Wes. This is like creeping up there.
Getting there. We are now at a grand total of $765. We're over 75% to our goal.
I told you.
Thanks to the generosity of the people watching. very much appreciate it. We've almost doubled what I had when we started the episode, and yeah, the 4090 is looking more, or 5090 rather, is looking more and more feasible.
It's happening.
Thanks to everyone.
It's
I
happening,
appreciate
man,
you all so
because
much.
our community is so awesome. And they all want to see, like Tatum said, we just want to have Wes beat Roots with his computer. I'm like, it's a competition. Like, I've ever been anything negative either. Like, I'm always like, I try to, I don't know. I'm excited for Wes, man. But Tatum, I got my eyes on you.
JD Manning wants to know if he can call dibs on my current PC when I upgrade. Well, the
family.
hopes. Yeah, well, I mean, the hopes are like if people continue to donate and I get enough money, I'm going to keep my PC and have a second one as a streaming PC so that I can just run the games on one PC, stream from the other.
You won't
But
need
that's we'll call that a stretch goal, right? We don't have to make that much money, people. I mean, I would love it, but not necessary. If as long as we make like the $1,000 goal, then that's going to lock in the 5090 upgrade with the new power supply that I'm going to need for it. I'm going to need to get a damn $300 power supply for this thing, Roots. I'm watching some of these people that have some of the partner models and they're overclocking them.
Mm-hmm.
This thing's hitting like over 700 watts draw.
You're gonna need
they overclock with it.
You want to do a 1250 or 1300 or something.
At least, yeah.
Because here's the thing, especially if you've got what you do, an Intel processor, the processors draw a lot in and of itself, and if you're going to overclock, you want to give yourself space. But Mash will tell you he doesn't need a second computer to stream. Like with a 4090, it handles everything. Yeah, but this is why I'm excited. Besides you getting to play these games that you've wanted to play forever, is like Wes is the ultimate for maximizing his output. He's shutting everything off. Every program he's shutting all the extra shit. You're not gonna need to do that anymore. Like I was playing Hot Wheels Unleashed like I normally do, and I was streaming or playing with everybody, and then I realized that I was also putting on my 2K monitor, was putting it in there at 240 frames. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? On top of what I was doing in VR. And so like there's so much power in these cards, and you're going to have an even 30% more power. It's so much overkill. I would try not using a second computer first and see how it is.
I haven't even thought about it. Like, because I stream a lot. Well, I used to stream a lot, but I don't even think about it now. Like, I don't.
There's
just
never
even come close.
A lot of jank.
Do this. Go and mod Hellblade 2 in the VR. Get it running at 90 frames in the headset, and then tell me how much overhead you have left to stream.
See, I don't think the streaming would bother you that much with the overhead. Like, I think it would, it's going to pull a lot of what you need just for the game itself, yes. But literally streaming is not, it doesn't take that much
especially
CPU
with
or GPU power.
Especially with those cards. It's such a minimal amount of power that it uses. You'll see. I just don't want you to go through a whole bunch of, I went the route of the two PC streaming for a little bit, and there's just a lot of weirdness and a lot of hoops to jump through and troubleshooting, and then it's just not necessary. But I mean, if you want to have that extra 5% or 2% that of your card, that's I don't think you need it.
I want again, this is a stretch goal, and certainly not something that I'm asking people to provide for me here. But I mean, if I was in a perfect world where I could just have whatever I wanted, I would have an optimal PC with a 5090 in it, and one of those new AMD 9800 X3D chips in it, and all the fixings around that, just to play the game on. And that way, I don't even have to think about that stuff. Like, I would know that there's nothing else that I'm running on my computer, whether it be streaming or anything else that's running in the background. is affecting the gameplay or the stream in any way. And it's not like it's a difficult thing to do to plug a HDMI cable into a capture card and stream out from that. It's like super easy to do. The hardest thing will be finding room in my bedroom to have two towers in here. But yeah, that would just be an ideal scenario. I don't really particularly expect it to be what comes to pass, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying. The way these things depreciate in value, I don't know, like, if selling my 3080 Ti would yield enough money for it to really be worth selling. Like, I think the card, after you keep a graphics card for 2 or 3 years, it's typically the card is worth more than the price that you would get selling it.
Yeah, well, you got
Like, I mean,
family members that you could pass that down to, right? That don't have that powerful of a PC or
no, I mean, yeah. My daughter has a 3080. My son has a 3070, and my youngest just upgraded to a 4060. So they're all doing pretty good, to be honest. But shit happens. Just having an extra graphics card to throw in there in case I have to send one back for an RMA or something.
True.
Is worth that. I've got a 1080 sitting on the dresser over there from my son's upgrade. So, Grandpa Barbecuer, the Game Cat, says the pre-recorded was a good idea, Wes. Yeah, those are really a lifesaver. I needed that break, and I'm sure that when the next one comes up, I'm going to need a break as well. Although like I said before, we are going to pick up the pace a little bit here. We want to ensure that we don't run over 12 hours this year. I really don't want to do this in two parts like we've had to do the last couple of years, because we end up inevitably losing a bunch of people when we switch to the new stream for whatever reason. A few drop off, and then even on the replay, for some reason, when people watch it back, they always watch the first part, and then a lot of them miss the second part, which is where the damn game of the year is. It's where all the best giveaways are at. Yeah, it's super strange. But yeah, it's just how YouTube works. So I'd like to keep it all in one episode if possible. And on that note, I'm going to move on to the next thing on the agenda. And I thought that this would be fun to come back out of the break and talk about the garbage of the year. One of the things that you kind of alluded to at the top of the episode, Eric, and one of the things I thought about mentioning when I was reflecting on the year was how some of the attitudes in the YouTube and VR reviewing space have changed over the course of the last year. We've had a few people who have just taken to being negative, taking games that are marginalized, maybe aren't perfect. Maybe we expected a game to be a 9 out of a 10 and it turns out to be an 8 out of 10. And for whatever reason, these people overreact to it. They act like it's a 6 out of 10 instead of the 8 that it actually is. Alien, Behemoth, and I could go on of games that were undersold by the reviewers on YouTube, and they act like they're just doing it to be honest. But man, after a pattern emerges, it makes you wonder if they're doing it to be honest or if they're just doing it for clicks. But with that said, as we get to the garbage of the year, we can see that they don't have to make up things to be negative about. 2024 gave us plenty of bullshit to crap on. And on that note, we'll start with our first nominee, a game I never played. And to be honest, almost all of these games are games I never played because we don't play garbage on this channel. Stranger Things VR. This game actually, Eric, came to PlayStation VR this year, if I'm not mistaken. Either it was announced or it came over. At any rate, I still have no interest in playing this, even as a fan of the series.
Yeah, no, I'm out. Like, I don't know. Like, I tried to get in this game, and like, I think I demoed it at MetaConnect, not this past year, but the year before. They were like touting it as, some amazing experience. And like, I was like, oh man, this is going to be great. I'm super excited about this thing. And I went in and I'm like, man, this is like what a unrealized awesome franchise that they just did not hit anything on. Like it was so bad. The gameplay mechanics sucked. Like it was such a weird, playing as Vecna was a weird choice. Like with so many different ways they could have taken this franchise that would have been super cool. And it's like, I don't know, it was uninspiring is like the biggest term for this for a big franchise.
JPEG Q with the $5 US donation says, Wes, refresh. I think I just brought you up to an even $800 for your goal of 1590.
Ooh, hell yeah.
Tell Roots' mom I said hi, and glad to have Eric and AJ today.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Remember who was it, the GT or something? Why is everybody saying stuff about Wes's mom back in the day?
It's not Wes's mom.
You're never supposed to talk about anyone else's mom. You're always supposed to say my mom. That way we're not insulting people. Thank you, JPEGQ. I am at an even $800 now on Buy Me a Coffee. So thank you so much, JPEG, and thanks everyone for your help. Very much appreciated. All right. So Roots, you kind of said we're talking earlier about when gaming franchises come into VR and how we always kind of worry about it when we hear these games announced. And I think a lot of that is founded, but I think a lot of it is just our inability to trust, because as bad as sometimes the big gaming franchises can be when they get ported into VR, we've had some really bad luck with television and movie franchises that get brought into VR. It seems like every time one of these big media companies hire a VR studio to bring their movie or their television show into VR, they blow it. It's like they suck almost every time. And I could point out example after example after example, but let's just say we weren't exactly shocked when Stranger Things turned out to be a dud.
Yeah, I don't know. The series kind of turned out to be a dud after the first season and a half, 2 seasons anyway. So I wasn't shocked, but yeah, no, it's kind of a bummer, right? And I don't understand exactly why, like Eric said, there's so many different decisions that were made that were just so bizarre, especially from just the perspective of who you're playing. Like I mean, it's just very bizarre. I don't know.
Weird garbage. No, thank you. And we move on to the next nominee. And this is, again, another game that I didn't play. I have no interest in playing. I've watched some videos and some YouTubers try to convince me that this is a fun and worth my time. And I just don't believe that Attack on Titan VR is good. It looks repetitive. It looks janky. It looks cheap. It looks like it's done by an indie studio with like 3 first-time developers in it. Eric, did you play this? I hope not.
Did not. I wanted no part of this game. Like, and when it was first announced, I know nothing about anime, and I had a whole bunch of people tell me how amazing this is, to the point where I was like, maybe I need to go watch the series, because I had zero interest in this game, and then when I saw some of the gameplay, I'm like, wow, this looks terrible. Looks like I wouldn't even like. It was early gameplay too, and I'm like, wow, this just doesn't even look like it was anything that I would want to be part of. So I never played it. I didn't cover it. I didn't talk about it. Like, I kind of just ignored it.
How dare you?
Dare you, man?
I mean, people love anime. I'm like, there's a huge market for anime. They just did not do this well. I don't think they captured anybody who was a fan of the series.
Let's just be honest. Anime sucks.
It's not for me, for sure.
Well, this is the thing. Most of our generation doesn't like anime. That was definitely after us. Most of us. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know, man. I grew up. I don't want to watch Japanese cartoons. It's just very weird to me.
Super Nintendo Chalmers in the chat said the Attack on Titan looks so fucking ugly. It did. It looked janky. You had these big, middle-aged, balding, naked people running around through the streets, which I think is a hilarious concept. But this game wasn't meant to be a joke. It was meant to be taken seriously. And for what it's worth, I mean, the base gameplay mechanic has potential. You are zooming around through the air, fighting giants with a sword, which kind of doesn't make sense, but whatever, fine. It looks like if they had really polished it up and given the game some variety, that maybe it could have had some fun factor to it. But they held this one in early access for a long time, and you couldn't really even tell the difference when it hit full release from the earliest early access version of it. It seemed like exactly the same thing, except for now they give you like a number of levels that have you doing exactly the same thing instead of the one level that that you could have just played over and over again and got almost the very same experience. Yeah. Anyways, no thank you, Attack on Titan VR. And just a reminder, we have trimmed down these nominee lists greatly. There was well over a dozen nominees for Garbage of the Year, but we distilled it down to the shittiest of the shitty. And on that note, we move on to our next 3 nominees, which are all very similar. I think they might come from the same studio. Shovelware galore on PSVR 2 with Crispane Hero VR roguelike dungeon shooter simulator. Eric, these games hit PlayStation VR after being in the coming soon category for quite some time. Miles Dyer, as he always does when a new game drops, he decided to stream it immediately. And I can't remember if it was this one or the next nominee or the one after that. But it was just completely broken and janky. He couldn't even play it to the point where he contacted Sony to try to get a refund, which you know how Sony is with refunds. They don't give refunds. If you play a game, it's your game. Not only did Sony give Miles his refund for these games, they delisted them off the fucking store so you couldn't play them anymore. That's how broken this piece of shit was.
That's crazy. Well, and it tells you how much they did it pretty quick too, right? Didn't they pull it pretty quick after he contacted them?
Immediately. Yeah.
Yeah, they knew it was shit, and they knew that he also has a voice, and they were like, we got to get this crap off of here quick. That's crazy.
Yeah. Garbage. Just garbage shovelware.
Of the sea.
Of the sea, right.
Oh
also, equally applies to its sister title, the next nominee, Run or Die VR. Run or Die VR, Real Parkour Quest Simulator. Eric, did you have the misfortune of ever playing Run or Die VR, Real Parkour Quest Simulator?
Nope. I would play either one of these pieces of shit. Like, I mean, when you're just looking at the titles, you're like, if you see these titles and you're like, this is garbage. Like, nobody would ever. The only reason they're doing these titles is for search optimization, like for people to find their shitty ass games. Like, because nobody would ever normally ever do this, like with a title. This is crazy.
Oh, you should have saw the one that didn't get to release. There was a third one, from the same developer, that was an Among Us ripoff, and it was called something crazy, like Spaceship Imposter VR was the main title, and then the subtitle was something like Social Multiplayer Among Game or something like that.
Oh my
the
God.
last two words of the subtitle were Among Game. It was an Among Us clone. It was total. Yeah, Spaceship Imposter VR, something multiplayer Among Game. Yeah, it was terrible.
The biggest thing with biggest takeaway with these things is like there's no overseeing of the store in any way at all, like anymore. Like anything can get on there. It's like, I mean, we've known that for Steam for years. Like if you have $100 on a game, you can put it on Steam, doesn't matter what.
But look at the thumbnail though.
There's
He's got
no
his hand
curation.
reached
I
out.
know. It looks so good. Like, I mean, hands in VR, it's so good. But I mean,
There it
literally,
is.
there's just no curation anymore. Like like you can get anything on there. That's crazy.
All you have to do is hit your frame rate. As long as it runs at the right frame rate and doesn't dip too much. You have to have the right button prompts on there. You have to have triangles and circles, no A and B for PlayStation. And the localization has to be right. Like if you're going to have multiple languages on there, it has to be perfect. But as long as you're hitting those goals, go for it. You're hitting your frame rate, you have the button prompts and the subtitles correct, then put it on the store. We'll see what the people think about it.
That's so weird to me now.
Looper coming through and giving us the full title, Spaceship Imposter VR, Multiplayer Deduction Simulator Among Game.
There you go.
Oh my God.
There you go.
I think Mash is right. The
bullshit
optimization. I just saw, and maybe it's a China thing, but I saw a restaurant that was the name of it, and I did a double take driving. It was like, what was it? The best Chinese food or something, or however it was. I was like, you know how you used to have AAA in front of everything? Well, now everything is internet optimized for search engine, and it literally they changed their restaurant and the side of the building to like the best Chinese food or something that would come up in a favorable search. And I think that's just the world we live in.
Yeah, absolutely. This next nominee is supposedly from a different developer. This game hit the store after the other games got delisted, the other three, and from supposedly a different studio. But you tell me if this sounds different to you. Grand Rush VR Highway Car Traffic Racing Simulator. You guys think that we might have a... Do you think we might have a case of another developer putting on a pair of glasses and a mustache, trying to get the rest of
It's not me. I'm somebody else.
Right.
This guy is crazy, man. Like I don't know. Like when you're doing this stuff on purpose, like this stuff's not even funny. Like literally, he's just trying to bilk people for money at this point. Like, and they just continue to let him put his shit on the store.
So this game actually plays. You can get into this and play it. There is no racing. I don't know why they put racing in the title.
And then the freaking look at the thumbnail. It's got a racing wheel.
It's a driving game. That's what it is. You're driving in traffic, basically, is what the game is. There are no competitors. All the AI vehicles are just cars that are going to work or whatever, and you got to drive through them.
Who doesn't want to do that, really? It sounds awesome.
Right?
I mean, who doesn't want to sit in traffic all day in VR?
I hope it gets wheel support.
My God, wheel and pedal support, man. You can ride the brake the whole time. That'd be awesome.
Ironically, GameCat Goofin Virtual Reality or Unreality says, I feel bad. I kind of made Brian get this one, hoping for wheel support.
Oh man, Without Parole should definitely cover every one of these games. I think cool.
In depth. I want them to. They need
Brian
to get in there
and then rate them all. Like do the top 25 of these best 20 these games.
Well, all three of these games sound like ones we would be trashing for our old bit, right? The best of Viveport or whatever.
Yeah. Best of PSVR 2 for sure.
Yes.
But we move on to our winner for 2024 Garbage of the Year, and everyone already knows what the winner of this award is going to be. Hitman 3 Reloaded. The Quest version of Hitman 3 VR. Now, in all fairness, I would play this game any day over any of the games that we had nominated previous to announcing the winner. It was janky and a lot of stuff was broken. But at the end of the day, Eric, this is still Hitman. There is fun to be had here. Even if it does get annoying quite often.
Yeah, I mean, the game is here. Like, I mean, that was the biggest thing with me. Like, I gave it a little bit of a pass. Is like, it is Hitman. Like in the end, and like you're playing Hitman, which is great. You know what I mean? So, even though it looks like other dog shit, and like when it first launched, it was janky as hell, and you couldn't. There was a whole bunch of mechanics you couldn't even do, but they fixed a lot of that. And again, it's still Hitman. A lot of I mean, it wasn't. I don't know if it was like the whole transition over, but it was pretty damn close. And once they fixed the jank in it, everything was workable. It just wasn't what we wanted or what we looked like what we wanted. So
You got both your hands though.
yeah, you do have hands.
You do, yeah. So obviously this is a better game than anything else on this list. But the truth of the matter is 6 months from now, if you ask anyone in the VR, community, what was the biggest piece of shit from last year, no one's going to remember Stranger Things. Maybe one or two people might remember Attack on Titan, but it will be forgotten. No one next week is going to remember any of these other shovelware titles. People are going to say Hitman 3 Reloaded. And for that reason, it's the garbage of the year, right? Like, all of them are garbage. We're not saying that this is garbage of the year because it's the worst title. This is the most notorious bad release of the year. And I think that's the reason why it was overwhelmingly voted to win this award. Inferno 9 says, I would still rather play the PC version in VR any day over the Quest 3 version. Yeah, absolutely. I'd rather play the PC version in VR than play the PlayStation version. Like, the PC version thus far is the best version we've had of it.
And it looks beautiful.
It looks
The
pretty damn
environments
good.
and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, that's our garbage of the year. Congratulations, XR Game. You really did a bang up job with this one.
You did it.
Way to go.
Yeah.
And then we move on to the biggest disappointment. And this one, when the moment I started considering this, I already knew what was going to win the biggest disappointment. It's just so obvious. We'll reveal it in a minute. But I didn't even put up any nominees for this category this year. I literally just left it open-ended. I didn't lead people at all. I knew what it would be, but I didn't lead people at all. I just put up an open poll that either had a blank for you to fill in what your biggest disappointment was, or the other option was everything was great. I absolutely loved everything this year. There was no disappointment, which I think one or two people actually voted for that. But all of the nominees that you're going to see in this category, these are actual things that people filled in and voted for in an open-ended survey.
Having a girl as a baby. Oh, wait, that's the picture here. He seems so disappointed, Wes.
Yeah, the biggest disappointment, right? It's a girl. Anyway, first nominee, no first-party support for PSVR 2. Roots, we mentioned it at the top of the episode when we were coming into this year. There was quite a lot of controversy over the fact that Sony hadn't announced what their next first-party VR title would be. Here we are, a full-on year later, still no announcement of what Sony's next first-party title will be. And I feel like today, people have pretty much come to terms with the idea that we might get one or two more first-party titles this generation, but Sony's not going to support the headset the way that people wanted them to. And 2024 was the year that everyone just had to kind of come to grips with that. So I'd say that while yes, it certainly was one of the biggest disappointments of the year, we could see the writing on the wall at the end of last year with this.
Yeah. No, I think Sony's still reeling from Concord and some of the flat game mistakes they've made that have cost them so much money that they're not focused on anything else. I don't know. You know, it would be nice to get first party because there's a lot of good games they could be working on. But there was a point, and I think it was not too long ago, where I think everybody lost complete faith, and kind of like what Mash is saying, that you know, you're just gonna have to make, like with what you guys are doing, you're just gonna have to do what you can do for the platform, and hope that other third party developers do the same thing, and get, you know, one or two here or there maybe. So
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Eric, for all of Sony's turbulence that they've had in recent years, and the transfer of power, so to speak, as figures like Jim Ryan and Shuhei Yoshida have made their way out of the PlayStation hierarchy. You know, it's been painful to watch some of Sony's failures, but I got to say, I'm grateful that it happened the way that it happened. And I'm not really talking specifically about VR, but in general, we saw 2 or 3 years ago Sony pivot internally, and they started putting their first party studios to working on live service games, right? And since then, through a series of unfortunate launches and other anti
Conquered. Excuse me.
Bad stuff happened, for lack of a better term. And over the course of the last 6 months, especially, we've seen them put a hard break on all of this live service stuff that they've been investing in. And it seems like they haven't announced anything yet, but it seems like very likely that they're going to do a complete 180 and get back to what made PlayStation, back to these big budget, story driven adventure games that the whole reason people buy into PlayStation is to play these games. Your God of War, your Horizon, your Last of Us. It seems like they were trying to go with the live service trend, and they saw the utter failure that it was going to be before it happened. They had some.
you should be getting a signal through right about
We-
now.
You're back up now.
We're back.
Yeah, we're back.
I think that was Sony cutting us off, man.
That
Sony
was-
was pissed.
How did
They were- we
Sony
knew-
get in my computer? That's
They
the
knew
first
what
time
we were about to start saying, and
That's the first
I was
time
coughing conquered the word conquered out like 5 times. Conquered. And yeah, I mean, I think they just cut us off, Wes. So like, I don't know how much everybody heard before it blacked out, but like, you know, you were kind of going through like a little bit about Sony and, you know, them taking a weird path of going down the road of like putting so much money and funding behind these live service model social, you know, multiplayer games.
Bullshit.
And, yeah, it's like stuff without substance. Like a lot, like all these games are cool, right? Like it's nice to have, you know, your Call of Duties, you know, and you know, Valorant and things like that. But those aren't things you can fully hang your hat and you know look to fund those billion-dollar games, because nobody wants to fully go in and commit time to all of those things. They want full-fledged, you know, experiences. They want The Last of Us. They want, you know, Days Gone. You want the Spider-Man game. You know, you want these full experiences that you can go in, you know, and have fun in. Now, do you still need live service models? Yes. I mean, what's the game? The Starship Troopers type game.
Helldivers 2.
Helldivers 2 is a fantastic game, right? It's making millions and billions of dollars. You know what I mean? So you can still have those things, but you cannot fully focus on those things. And that's exactly what they did, Wes. So they cut funding for almost every other thing, and many of them third party. They cut a lot of their funding. They went in a different direction for first party, and then they weren't doing anything like. And that's why you were seeing a whole mix of different types of games coming out here that nobody wanted to play. You know, we don't need another Valorant clone. We don't need another, you know, multiplayer shooter that looks the same, that plays ho hum. That's like, boring ass shit that we've done a million times over. Like, you only need so many of those games. Unless you're going to do something different, do something else. Like, do it. You know, we want the full-fledged games. You know, and for me, like, I think they definitely have changed. I think in VR and for VR in general, what Sony's doing is I think they're finally starting. Despite themselves, they've actually ended up helping themselves here. So we were all pissed off for a long time, and I think we talked about this in one of the next segments. But we were all mad for a long time about them not supporting any more first-party VR titles. And I know that we were all mad about that. I was mad about that. I've gone and had rants about it several different times. In the end, I believe it's actually ended up helping the ecosystem because it's forced third-party developers to want it to bring their games to support the platform, as there's nothing else to support it or nobody else to support it. So basically, in spite of Sony, developers have decided to support the platform and bring their games there. And now you're getting a lot of really good third-party games that are coming there. They're not solely reliant on Sony funding them. You know, and you know, they're making it on their own, and that has provided a better ecosystem. You know, and it's actually a healthier ecosystem right now for Sony than when, you know, they were just going to fund everything or put all their money into first party titles, and then there was no room for the third party developer. You know, it was a hard platform to make any money on because there was all these other big games that were funded, and if you weren't one of those games that was funded, you had no chance of surviving. Now that's not the case. You can have games like, you know, like Sin Studios and games like Swordsman having like such a good, you know, doing so well there and actually selling more, you know, than you see on the Quest over on that platform. And, you know, I believe Sony PSVR 2 is healthier now than what it was a year ago or even 2 years ago when they were pumping too much money into first party titles only, or again, you know, funding only certain people and not spreading the wealth around enough. I think it's actually going to be like Meta is in that same boat right now where they've gotten too heavy on funding and they've hurt some of the third party developers that they weren't funding. Right. So yeah, this is definitely, I'm with you on the disappointment of the year.
Grandpa Barbecue or the Game Cat with the $5 Australian. Eric, is it too costly and time consuming for Sony to do hybrid games on what will probably be Sony hits? So is he saying, he's asking why aren't Sony giving us the hybrid titles first party?
You know, it's not costly, and you know, Sony doesn't care about, like, they care about money, but I mean, they could put a good chunk of money behind it. The problem is they haven't found a good partner or developer to do that, and do it effectively and do it well. And Sony's not going to do it in house, so they need partners to do it with, and then they need to believe in the ecosystem. Like, you know, they need to be like, you know, hey, this is worth us doing it. And you know what? Here's the other thing too, is that they don't really want to fund this stuff anymore. So they need a partner that can maybe fund it on their own, right? And then like not be like, hey, Sony, pay me millions of dollars, you know, and we'll bring all your, you know, or hey, we'll bring all your PSVR 1 games or PSVR 2, or we'll go bring some of your classic IPs and we'll bring them into VR or do a VR mode or however you want to call it. The problem is most developers would be like this with a handout and saying, pay me, give me millions of dollars and I'll do that for you. They need to find the right partner that's like, look, I see value in the ecosystem. I don't need you to pay me. I need you to give me the IPs, give me the license. Let me make a couple of these things that are great, big hits. Let us prove to you that the consumers are there, that they're willing to spend their money for these AAA games that they want and they love. So let's prove that to you, and then maybe they go, okay, hey, this is, you know, they're people are buying it, you know, then maybe they can fund it. So that's all it's going to take. Like, it's just going to take them believing in a studio that, you know, has the wherewithal, has the people, has the expertise, has the great, you know, staff to build great experiences in virtual reality and not ports. Like, you cannot, again, I've said this many times, it can't not just be ports. You know, and you know, you guys say VR Monkey. VR Monkey's great. VR Monkey's great about bringing VR games to other platforms. They don't specialize in bringing flat games to VR. That's a whole different ballgame. And it's not just it's not just you go grab it and you just like automatically move it over. It doesn't work that way. You have to make things feel right for virtual reality. So it's a full blown process, so it's not, you can't do it lazy, because then the first couple of like somebody goes and talks Sony into bringing Astrobot. Okay. And they do a shitty job of it. Done. Over. Sony will never do it again. Because and that's why, again, somebody asked me before how hard it is to get these IP holders to want to do these things. It's not that hard when you can convince them that you're going to do a good job with it. But if you embarrass them or you damage their IP, then it's a problem. So that's not what we need here. We need somebody to knock it out of the ballpark here and do one of these. You need to convince Sony into giving you a big IP or a big IP that's been dead maybe for 5 years. Give me that IP that you're not going to do anything with anymore anyway. Let me prove to you, or let somebody prove to you that it's a moneymaker and that people are willing to spend their money on it.
Give
Then
us Infamous.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Shadow of the Colossus.
They have so many that are dead, Wes, that you could turn around. Like there's so many that are dead that they don't even have plans to do anything with. Again, they just need somebody to trust. Like they don't, like even though they don't have any plans with it, trust me, when they sit in their library, those are like their trophies. You know what I mean? Yeah, Killzone. Hell yes. I want Killzone bad. But those are like, think about things in your house that you don't use anymore, but you absolutely love, and you put them up on the pedestal. That's what Sony is with their IPs. They just don't want to give it to anybody to whether you can damage them, even if they're not doing anything right now. So they just need to have a couple of those things happen to where it's like a no-brainer, and then everybody needs to go buy it. That's the biggest thing. You got to prove to them with your dollar that those are what you want to do, and then they'll do it. Then they'll start funding it.
Yeah, that's crucial in the VR marketplace right now. That when a game comes out, that's something that you want more of. That you don't wait for a sale, go buy it, and money talks in the marketplace. Anyways, we move along to our next.
Sorry, I went so crazy there.
It's okay. It's all good. We move along to our next nominee for biggest disappointment of 2024. Someone put mass industry layoffs, and this has kind of been a reality of life for a few years now, but always disappointing to see people lose their jobs. Eric, or I guess Roots, I don't quite understand why we keep seeing this same cycle in our industry where Sony steps in or Meta steps in. They acquire all of these studios, and then within a year they just start laying everyone off. Like, what's the point? I get it. Sometimes they want to buy the IP or whatever, but I've seen some iconic studios get shut down over the course of the last year or two. Studios who have never shit the bed one time, that produce a hit title every time they put something out, get picked up by Meta, get picked up by Sony, and then within a year or two, the studio is pretty much dead. I don't understand it, and it is terribly disappointing.
Yeah, it's disappointing. But in those cases where those developers are doing a good job, I don't understand it. But like Eric was saying earlier, and I was saying as well, a lot of developers aren't. They're not thinking outside the box, and I would imagine Meta picks them up, and they're not too thrilled with what they're producing, so they have to go. But it's weird when you say like a good studio that is still producing good stuff. You'd have to think maybe they're looking for the IP or wanted to take care of competition, and so they pick them up and they make it so it's not obvious, or try to make it not obvious, and then they just shut them down, and which is kind of a shame that that's happening. So,
Eric, some of the studios that made some of the greatest VR games that we've ever played are no longer open. First party studios. Meta shut down Ready at Dawn. Sony shut down London Studio. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy, baby. And I got to say, I'm sorry. Anyway, we move along to our next nominee, and this one, I guess, was disappointing for everyone when it sunk in. But I feel like I knew in 2023 that there's no way we're going to get GTA San Andreas. Like, it seems like the writing's been on the wall for a very long time about this one, Eric. But it seems like everyone finally had it sink in 2024. Whatever the case happened to be behind the scenes with this one, we're not getting it anytime soon.
No, we're not getting it anytime soon. Sorry. Not GTA anyway.
Not on the Quest 3, or even, do you think that a GTA San Andreas or GTA 4 or any of these open world games could play even on just a Quest 3 exclusive? Like, there's so much going on, all the people walking around, all the physics. I mean, there's so much going on in those games. It's not an internal game, Batman, where, I mean, it's just a different scope. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's I mean, GTA is super hard. Like, I'll say no to GTA. Like, I don't think that's happening. But I think there's possibilities for other things, in other games, and yeah.
We move on to nominee number 4, biggest disappointment. And this was kind of like a group nomination. Bad launches, games that launch too early. I don't think that this is necessarily a 2024 problem, as just a problem in general. And honestly, I think that this is finally starting to get better. It seems like people are finally starting to learn their lesson. Of course, it'll never go away. We're going to have bad launches forever. But I think that there were more in 2023 than there were in 2024, and more in 2022 than there were in 2023. And I think that we've seen so many of these studios launch games too early and fuck themselves and fall flat on their face, that studios are finally starting to realize that that they need to sit on these titles until they're in a much better state. I mean, Eric, we saw it in real time with Perp Games. They blow one launch, they blow another launch, and then I guess the last one was Vertigo 2. Again, an all-time great game fell on its face on PlayStation because they launched it too early. And then the next thing that came after that was Madison, which got delayed time and time again for almost a year. But they held it until it was ready, and now it's being held as one of the best games we've ever seen. And it's not just it's not just Perp. The lessons being learned industry wide. Now, with that said, though, 2024 had its share of early releases. Right, Bulletstorm came out too early. Hellsweeper came out too early. Hitman. I don't know if you could even have baked that thing long enough for it to come out polished. But it's certainly a fair nominee, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a hard thing to hold. I mean, it's not easy to hold games, right? Like, sometimes the platform, if they funded you, they control the dates. Sometimes if you have investors, they control the dates. So, it's not easy for a studio to hold things. Sometimes it's, hey, we can't afford to hold it. We are either going to shut down, close doors, can't afford to pay anybody, and we need to launch. But I will say that if you launch when you're not ready to launch, that's almost guaranteed nowadays that you're going to fail. And I guarantee that if you're like, oh man, if we don't launch now, we're probably going to close down. You're probably going to end up closing down anyway because you're
just delaying it, right?
Yeah, that's it. You're just delaying the inevitable. Again, this isn't 5 years ago where you can launch a shitty game and people will eat it and they'll buy it because there's nothing else out there. Like that those times are over. Like, if you launch a game and it's uninspiring and not good, and janky or broken, and you can't, and you're like, oh, it's early access. Well, that's just not going to cut it anymore, and you're going to end up losing. And then it's tough to recover from those things. So while trust me, I know it's not easy to make those decisions. Making those hard decisions are what good studios do to keep themselves alive. Like, I don't know, I know nothing about Madison and how it was built and how they worked on it. But I guarantee you that if they had launched it in a bad state, it would have not done as well as it did. Like, you know, and however they got through it, you know, because they're not a big studio either. However they got through it and figured it out, and like, you know, sometimes you got to figure these things out. Go borrow some more money. You know what I mean? Like, go figure out what you need to do to keep your doors open so you can put a good product on the table. Because if you launch garbage nowadays, you're going to lose, man. And this is a perfect example. Like, I just don't know how you continue to do it time after time and like think it's going to be okay.
Shades of Gray Matter has a good point as well. Arcanage was supposed to come out last year. It delayed somehow, and it not only didn't come up against Alien, Behemoth, Metro, and Batman. It came out in such a perfect state that it's amazing. You know, what if it had decided, oh, we have to come out, and it came out all janky? We'd be talking about a completely different discussion about it, right? So,
yeah, absolutely. Behemoth itself, that was a game that
delayed
was
as
delayed
well
by over a year. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. You got to figure out some way. It doesn't matter how you figure out how to delay. You delay, or you just it's more detrimental to release in a shitty state, because people, I mean, the bottom line is the consumers they are fed up. They're done. They're sick of getting screwed over, and so like if you screw them over, they're not going to come back. And Shades of Gray Matters got another good point. The reviewers aren't going to go back to it. They're going to shit all over it. And then that's going to be the final say of what your game is. It doesn't matter how good it is. And it's going to be very difficult to come back from.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We move along to the winner of the biggest disappointment of 2024. And was there ever any doubt? Astrobot not being supported for VR on PSVR 2. Roots, this was the straw that broke the PSVR gamers' camel's back.
This is when people lost the last bit of faith they had.
There was a lot of people still holding on. I mean, there were a lot of people, apologists, a lot of people holding on to hope and just giving them the benefit of the doubt, saying, just you wait, just you wait, just you wait. They're going to pull it out in the end. They think that Jim Ryan's like Matlock or something. He's going to pull it out in the end. But that's not what happened. And
he insulted the people in their face with...
Oh, don't even get me started on that.
Like, there's several times that it was like, hey, we're going to slap you.
Yeah. But I've never seen such an outcry in all of my time in the PSVR community where everyone in unison said, fuck you. You go to, and this was a well-received announcement on the flat side. But if you go to those early social posts, I'm talking for days, like 2, 3, 4 days after the announcement. You look at the social posts, you go look at the trailer they put up, over half of the comments, well over half of the comments were negative because the VR masses were so angry. They mobilized in unison and told Sony to stick it up their ass. It was maddening, but it was beautiful at the same time. Eric, I absolutely hated it. It made me so angry. Like Ruth said, some of the stuff they did was just salt in the wound, like rubbing it in your face. But at the same time, I really loved watching the community come together for the first time, and it seemed like over a year at that point, and everyone kind of get behind the same message and deliver it loud and clear.
Yeah, I mean that's cool. I mean for me, like when the community comes together like that, and like they can with their buying dollars and with their with their voices, they can tell Sony that like we're not happy with what you're doing. Like and we just don't want to we don't want to see that anymore. And again, I think as much as you're not buying is as much as you need to buy. So like by saying, hey, look, we're going to prove to you with our buying dollars that we're not going to buy flat games, or we're going to prove to you that we're going to go buy a game like Arcanage, like and that's where you need to prove. Like the community is amazing and like their outcry is great, but you take care of that with your buying dollars. Like you need to go support. Like so if you want to see the best games, if you're like you want to force Sony's hand and you want to make them do these things, you need to go support. So like when the games are fucking good, like you need to figure it out and like go buy and look, I know it's not easy to buy the games that but like those are the ones you need to support. Like the games that are good, that are showing off, you need to go and support them. And there's a good start seeing some of the games like we Into the Radius, selling whole bunches of copies, doing well on PlayStation. That's a good start, everybody. And I'm glad to see it. And support the studios that are doing it. More developers will bring their games there. You know what I mean? And we'll have more games on that platform, but you got to spend your money there. That's the best way to show it.
Absolutely.
This game is so amazing though. I'm watching the gameplay. It makes me want to go play it.
Sad. It is sad.
It's just next level. I mean, it really.
But just look at this, Roots. This wouldn't work in VR.
Oh yeah, there's no way
oh my
they
God.
could. There's no way they could either even make it work or make it look this good. That's my biggest takeaway. What that really does kind of piss me off. It's like, man, this could look so good in the fucking headset. It looks amazing on a flat screen, but like the colors in this game, and it's just a really good game. And I hope that eventually they do just bring it into VR. Sony as it is. I know it's probably not likely, but we know it can happen. It can work. I don't know if people would bitch because there's no like extra gun that you need to shoot or any VR function to it. But I would have loved playing Sackboy back in the day as well, just in VR with a controller, and that the technology in this controller is amazing.
What people forget is that the first Astrobot, the VR, Astrobot's Rescue Mission, that was a gamepad game. It wasn't like that was a motion controller game. It was a gamepad game. Now, sure, it was a tracked gamepad game. There were things that you could do with it in 6 Degrees of Freedom, but those things were largely just, add-on things. They were little gimmicky things to say, hey, look, you're in VR. You can shoot ninja stars out of your controller, and you can bump things with your head. But if they didn't use any of that stuff in the game, it would have been just as good. That's not what made the game. It was having a world-class platformer from a AAA studio in full 3D that was happening in the world around you. That's what made it great.
Yeah. So I don't know if there's ever a chance it could come to VR and for Sony, but they've clearly, and I was saying this last night, they clearly made the right decision financially for Sony. They didn't need to exclude VR, but this game is their game of the year. It sold a shitload of copies. It's actually like a legit IP platformer for them now, like Mario. This is their mascot. And so from a financial standpoint, especially in a time when they're really not making other good decisions with Concord and other games, this was one of their good ones, with the exception of fucking over the VR community. They didn't have to do that. But I don't know if part of the problem is the community and the knee-jerk reactions that would have happened if they would have got the same game. Even if it was down the road, there's going to be people that are going to complain, that say, look, we have to be able to shoot a plunger gun and all that extra bullshit. And I'm telling you, this is one of the best platformers I've ever played. Hands down. It's doing things that I haven't seen in a platformer, and I've played platformers my whole life. It's one of my favorite type of games. So I think it would be next level at the headset. I just don't know if the average VR player would allow it without complaining. You know, sometimes I feel like we're our own worst enemy. You know,
I just want to like grab the guy, go to Sony, like literally go there and put a headset on him on a PC and put him in Sackboy, and like tell me this doesn't work in VR. Like and we just literally put it in there in about 5 minutes. You know what I mean? And you know, and that is all controller. Like, you know what I mean? And like, it's just so easy. Like, so when they come out and they're like, oh, we never had VR in mind in this. That's because you're a studio that doesn't make VR games. Like, all Sony would need to do what Embracer did. Embracer had one of the smartest ideas. They're like, you know what? We don't want to invest in VR. We have a ton of games. We don't want to invest in VR. We have great IPs. We're going to go find a studio and we're going to buy the fucking studio and we're going to let them make all our VR games for us. And that's the best way you do it. So, and Sony's got the money. They buy studios all the time. Go find a great studio and go buy that studio and then just have them be your VR conversion partner and have them just work on games with your other studios. Like I get Team Asobi not wanting to do this. Why? Because it's hard to do what they're doing, which is making a flat game, and they want to focus on making the best Astrobot flat game they can so they can make a game that's game of the year. But why can't it be you have a studio that works side by side with them that you already own that works with them on the VR version? And then you do that for everything else. Like, it's not that hard. It literally isn't that hard. You just find a good studio that knows what they're doing in virtual reality, that has focused on it for years, that has the platform support of other VR headsets, make every game that you want. And you could even put them to other, it doesn't have to be first party exclusive stuff. You know, Sony could make money and put it on other platforms.
Shades of Grey says, but Asobi did make a VR game, Eric. But what Eric just said is they want to focus on making the best flat version that they can. That's game of the year. And playing the new version and playing the old version, the VR version is not even close of a platformer as this new one is, outside of being in virtual reality. Like this, it's next level. I'm telling you, the levels designs are amazing. And just like a lot of things, VR games, for some developers, they kind of hold back certain things, or they don't go full all the way. They don't have to, because we know, like Eric just said, you could take UEVR and plug it in and it goes right into VR. So, but I don't know, man. It just, it's very frustrating.
It's just too hard to break your focus. Like, literally, it's hard enough making a game. Think about making a game and then thinking about having your same studio make a VR game, which is completely different, right? Like, so, like, I get, you know, how hard it is if you're trying to focus. You'd have to have your team double your size to do both at the same time, like in the same studio. It's just hard. Like, and they wanted to focus on making the best, you know, flat game they could. And they don't, and Team Asobi doesn't have the same VR team they did back then when they made the original Astrobot. Most of them are all flat gaming developers that don't know, you know, about VR. And again, it's just hard to do both. Like, but I get it. Like, we don't make flat games. Like, we don't. We make VR games, or other studios, they make VR games. You know, and this team wants to focus on flat games, which is great. Do that. And then, but again, it's very easy to go get, you know, Vertigo has done very well. We just said Vertigo had one of the best years, you know, this in 2024. Like, I mean, they did really, really well. And a lot of those were based on, you know, other games, you know what I mean? So, you know, they did really well for Embracer as a VR studio. They did really, really well. You know, and Sony could do that. Like, they could partner with and buy a studio. They do it all the time.
Yeah.
Hope they just send it to PC. I just hope they send it to PC so we can mod it and shove it in their face and go, look, see, everyone loves it. It's great.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, biggest disappointment, clearly, no Astrobot VR. This was voted on and put in about 5 or 6 different ways, but all saying the same thing. No Astrobot VR was the biggest disappointment. We move along to the most addictive VR game. And just a reminder that we're getting back now to the point where we have talked about most of the nominees for most of these awards. We're not going to rehash them again and talk and spend a bunch of time saying stuff we've already said. So we're just going to kind of go down the nominee list and name the winners off for most of these, with a few exceptions. Most addictive VR game, starting off with nominee number 1, Dead Second. The winner for best arcade style gameplay, time crisis style arcade shooter, time manipulation mechanics, speed running style shooter, node based, super addictive, super fun. Definitely worth the nomination. We move on to the next nominee, Thrasher. This is one of those games, again, where you just didn't know what you were getting when you got started with this game. But when you get into it, it's a game that's easy to pick up but difficult to master. And just when you start to get the hang of it, the entire game changes to a whole new mechanic. And just really quickly, Eric, I think that was one of my favorite things about Thrasher is just when you start to get a hang of it, like every 3 to 5 levels or so, they put on a whole new mechanic into it, and it completely turns everything upside down that you had been perfecting for the last hour.
Yeah, they had everything kind of dialed in with that game, man. Like the progression made you feel like a badass getting through it. And then, just when you felt comfortable and you're like, man, I'm getting through this, I'm getting way better at this. They're like, oh, hey, let's do it this way now. And you're like, oh, damn. But all of it was never frustrating in any way. Like you picked it up pretty quickly. You're like, okay, I get it now. I get it. It was almost like a puzzle, like trying to figure out, like as they threw something new at you every time, you're like, okay, what's the best way for me to make this maneuver to where I can, get through this as easily as possible. So yeah, but I mean, it was super rewarding every time you figured it out or every time you got like one of those combos in. And yeah, I mean, Thrasher was just a great all around game, visually and mechanically, and just like perfect.
Yeah, beautiful. The next nominee, Vendetta Forever. Much of what I said about Dead Second applies here. Another arcade style shooter, another almost node based teleport game, time manipulation, speed running style courses. Takes the best parts of Super Hot, the best parts of Pistol Whip, mashes it all up into a super polished and super addictive gameplay loop. Tons of levels, different scenarios, bunches of weapons. Absolutely addictive. And I personally got addicted to this for a week or two and had a blast with it. So another great nominee for most addictive VR game. The fourth nominee, Into Black. And Roots, this is a bit of a different nominee. All of the previous nominees had this kind of fast-paced arcade-style gameplay to it. Not so much the case here with Into Black. Into Black was addictive just because it was so good. I think as much as anything in this game, the locomotion in this game and the way that you can move and jump and swing around in this game, that in and of itself was just so fun to do that when I wasn't playing this game, I was thinking about getting back in to play it. Just a phenomenal title.
Yeah, it's very good because it's got that the loop that it's all the upgrading. Like you're constantly getting stuff. You're getting more weapons, more abilities, more just everything. It just makes you want to keep going back in there to get better. So
yeah, grind away, mine your materials, upgrade your ability, upgrade your inventory, upgrade your ability to make your inventory bigger. Unlock all kinds of different tools and weapons. And then, the story and the combat, everything is just so well done in this game. I didn't want to put it down, and just thinking about it makes me want to go back and play it now. Speaking of which, we come to our fifth nominee, Batman Arkham Shadow. And I think a lot of what I said, Eric, about the previous title applies here. It's not that this is like super fast paced or anything like that. It's not like super arcadey, but this is just one of those games that's just so fun that you never want to stop playing it.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, again, it's just perfect. Like, it's easy to jump in and jump out. It feels good. It makes you feel like a freaking badass. Like, games that make you that make things easy for you, and then like allow you to just like jump in and like feel powerful, and you can manipulate the systems, and it's easy to use the UI, and like mechanically everything is easy, and the gameplay is fantastic, and like you feel great in there, especially when you're doing something like this. I mean, I know those are the experiences you can't beat, really. Like, and the same. I felt the same thing with Into Black. Into Black was freaking amazing, man. Like, Batman was amazing. Into Black was amazing. There was some super good games this past year that like literally took me by surprise about how good they were.
Yeah, I think I voted for Into Black, if I remember correctly, for this, or maybe no. Actually, I think I voted for Vendetta Forever here. Into Black had. Never mind. I think I voted for Vendetta Forever in this. I was trying to get a W for Vendetta Forever at the time, and this was a super addictive game that I spent weeks on. So I think I voted for Vendetta Forever, but it was futile because the community spoke, the patrons spoke and made their will known. And that is that the most addictive VR game of 2024 was Trombone Champ Unflattened. I know we saw some people earlier in the chat wondering if we were like intentionally downvoting these or not voting for them or not nominating them. No, not the case. We nominated them. I always voted my conscience with it. I voted where I felt the votes went. But at the end of the day, Eric, a good game is undeniable, and this is what people voted for, and it's hard to argue with. Trombone Champ Unflattened is a very addictive game.
I can't deny it. I can't argue with it. Like, I've got hundreds and hundreds of hours in this game, and I don't have to. Just so you know, like I'm not a tester for our company. Like, I have input. I do put input in on games, but guess what? Trombone Champ is not my kind of game, Wes. Like when we decided to do Trombone Champ, I wasn't jumping for joy. Like, oh my God, this is amazing. I can't wait. Like I've always wanted to make games, and I can't wait that Trombone Champ is the first game that I'm ever going to make. But again, I've got hundreds of hours in this. I told a story not too long ago that I didn't have access to the PlayStation version for a long time. Why? Because you have to have a dev kit. You have to have a PS5 dev kit to play or test the PlayStation 5 versions of that. And I don't have one. We have a couple for the company, but we have them for the developers and from some of the testers. Right. So I didn't play the PlayStation version until it launched, until it was out in the open. And then I went and played the PlayStation version for no other reason than I wanted to try it and see it in the headset so I could talk about it. And Wes, Roots, I went in and I sat down and I played the entire game. I played every song in one sitting, got as many leaderboard leads as I could, but I played through the entire thing. It was probably around 6 or 7 hours worth of play straight until the controllers died. I played it and I beat the whole thing.
You got to be an expert by now. As far
I'm
as
good.
like,
I'm still not anywhere near as good as Alex VR. Like,
really?
Alex VR.
Well, didn't he play a trombone in real life though?
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know.
He
looks
that.
like somebody that would.
What I do know is that there aren't many people that I know that are as competitive as Alex VR is. Like, when that guy competes in a game, it's not a game to him, bro. He's taking the gold every time, or he's going to die trying. So, yeah, he's very protective of his leaderboard spots. He was the same way in Oktoberfest. He was the same way in every shooter I've ever played with him. Like, that's just who that guy is. So it doesn't surprise me at all that he's the one owning the leaderboards in that game.
Yeah, and it is a very addicting game. Like, so, while this type of game is not my type of game, it was Guitar Hero.
And this reminds me and gives me that feeling of Guitar Hero quite a bit. So like that addictive style of gameplay that was Guitar Hero for me, like back in the day, like I loved Guitar Hero. I loved Rock Band. I loved Guitar Hero. I loved, the everything about it. Like literally I would play them for hours and hours and hours. I remember working on the song Freebird on Guitar Hero for hours trying to get that thing down and like trying to make sure that I got like, one of the best scores out there. And it's such a long song. And I remember like I would get like 3/4 of the way through the song, almost having like perfect score. And like literally my hands would start cramping and I would start to lose my score and it would kill me. But those are the types of things an addictive game will do to you. It'll make you want to keep going back in and keep playing. And I still play Trombone Champ today. And again, there's no reason for me to play it. Like I have no, just because we made the game doesn't mean I need to go in all the time and play it. I go in because I choose to and I have fun and I like going in and beating other people's scores. And I see when somebody else beats my score and that like spurs me on. Again, addictive gameplay. It spurs me on to go back in there and get my freaking score back.
You just can't beat Alex VR.
I can't. I literally need to make Wes. I need to make him work harder or something. Like, I need to like just give him more hours because like he's spending way too much time practicing.
You know what you need to do is you need to book him full of meetings one day and then go and beat his scores while you know he can't get in and do anything about it. And yeah, that would be hilarious.
That's funny.
Yes, I agree. Let's do that.
Anyway, deserving winner, most addictive VR game of 2024, Trombone Champ Unflattened. Roots, how's Oprah doing? Is she okay? She's been getting bored. It's been a while, right?
Yeah, it has definitely been a while. I think she needs to come out and make an appearance.
All right. Well, since she's here, I guess we'll go ahead and give away some copies of Trombone Champ Unflattened. We have PSVR 2 keys and we have Quest keys. We've got both regions of PSVR 2 and we have Quest. We're going to give away 3 in the chat. We're going to give away 3 more on second chance drawing. I was going to say first come, first serve on platforms here, but I think that we can just give people whatever platform we have. We have plenty of whatever we need to get here for these. So, yeah. So let's think. Okay, I got this one. This is an easy one. First 3 people in the chat that can tell me the developer of the original Trombone Champ game, the flat version.
Oh, I know it.
Will win a copy of Trombone Champ Unflattened.
I know it.
I found
on
the
PSVR
shocker.
or Quest. Go.
I know their last names. I know where they live. I've met them.
You don't need to know their slave names. You just need to know the name of the studio.
Nice job, fourth wall breaker.
The shocker.
The shocker. I found her. She was hiding.
Shimmy. Number 2, D. Mylan. Number 3, we have our winners. That is Fourth Wall Breaker. Fourth Wall Breaker.
Nice. Let's do 2 more, Wes. Do 2 more.
2 more? All right.
Old Darth.
We'll do
Old Darth
more.
looks like on my screen looks like Old Darth. Neversoft. And maybe just a PSVR 2 enthusiast.
All right, we'll see here. I'm going to take them in order. Fourth Wall Breaker, Buscemi, the Panther Game Chameleon. We have, after Buscemi, we had D. Mylan. DeMillan. All right, there's 3. And you said you want to do 2 more?
Yeah.
So we will do Old Darth. And number 5 would be just a PSVR 2 enthusiast. Just a PSVR 2 enthusiast. Boom. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Platform of your choice minus Steam. Our Steam list ran out on on Friday, Eric, as someone prominent reached out to us for some keys to consider us for something cool.
Really? Do I even know about this?
I don't know. Have you been paying attention to the
Gotta
channels in?
Gotta look at the
Impact?
channels.
Which
Eric.
channel? Which is the?
It would have been
the
in
TC
internal trombone channel
internal trombone champ
on
channel.
the
Let me go look.
on the Impact side. I'll
I
just
mean,
say it. Like it's not like a super big secretive thing, but
okay.
the people from the Rain Dance Festival, reached out. They wanted to consider us for Rain Dance Immersive exhibit this summer. So they asked me for a handful of Quest keys and a few Steam keys, and we had just enough Steam keys left on the list for me to send that to them.
That's like perfect for something like that too,
yeah.
right? How cool.
Yep.
That's awesome. I had no idea. No, I wasn't keeping an eye on that channel. I'm looking right now. I was in England last week, so
Yeah, you were jet setting all over the world.
Yeah, I was hanging out with Miles. I missed it.
But we have tons of PSVR 2 keys left. We have tons of Quest keys left. So the 5 of you, just let me know which platform and region you need. We'll get you taken care of. And the rest of you who are watching this, we're still going to give away 3 more in 2 weeks. So make sure that you're subscribed. Leave a comment down below that says you want to enter the drawing for Trombone Champ Unflattened, and we will draw 3 more winners in 2 weeks.
The PlayStation VR 2. If you have a PSVR 2, pick the PSVR 2. It's freaking awesome.
It is. It's really good.
Does it have
really
adaptive triggers?
It does.
It
And
does.
they've got it tied
and headset
to the
haptics too.
Yep. And they've got it tied to, like, when you run out of breath, you can actually feel it on PlayStation.
Let me tell you about adaptive triggers that really sold me recently, and it's not even a traditional VR game, but I've been playing Returnal in VR with the UEVR mod, and I was using the Xbox controller, and you can still do like that half squeeze, but it doesn't feel right, and so I borrowed Dee's one of her extra controllers and plugged it in. And I'm like, oh my God, like I forgot how good those controllers were with that game. And it like changed everything. Because not only does it that half trigger, but you can sense certain things just by the vibrations and what it's doing. I'm telling you, the technology in these controllers, that DualSense, it makes Xbox's controllers look like dog shit. It's just not even on the same level. So
Agreed 100%. They really took the controller haptics and just the whole tactile element of immersive gaming to the next level in this generation.
yeah, it's amazing.
We move along to the Hello Games Award. The Hello Games Award for Best Ongoing Support of a VR Game. And before anyone says anything, yes, No Man's Sky was nominated. No, it did not win. And we did not leave it on the list of nominees that we're going to talk about because, hello, it's the Hello Games Award. We talk about it every time that we name this award winner year over year. And Roots, honestly, No Man's Sky nominated every year because it should be nominated every year. They keep polishing this game. They've got a new game in the works. There's a whole new game that they're working on now that's just as big a scope as No Man's Sky was.
Really?
And they still continue to work on No Man's Sky, add new functionality, upgrade it, make it better. It's pretty remarkable.
I put No Man's Sky on the same level as Cyberpunk 2077. It's like amazing to roam around in, but I just can't seem to get into the gameplay. Like every time I've tried, I'm like, I'll do the same thing. I'll like build my ship and I'll fly around a little bit and then take off and then I'm like, I start to lose interest. And I don't know what it is. It maybe because it's too much. It's an amazing game. Looks beautiful. And it's just it's hard for me to get into the gameplay. And I don't know why.
Well, I will tell you what. I'm about to give Cyberpunk another shot. I'm about $200 away from giving Cyberpunk a whole new
Nice.
lease on life. And actually, now that I look,
I'm gonna do it
our
too,
friend,
but I've already done it with the 4090 and saw how amazing it looked, and I still couldn't get past the driving around and like I've tried the missions. I don't know, man. Like the gameplay, it like I agree with what AJ was saying. We just both, for whatever reason, it's difficult to get into. I don't know if it's just me. I don't know.
we just got another $30 from Salvador.
Nice.
Via
awesome.
PayPal. Via PayPal. So we are now $170 away from securing that 5090 and that probably 1500-watt power supply routes. I don't feel good about a 1250. I think I need a little bit more headroom with it.
Here's the thing with my 4090, I'm running 1,000, and I overclock the shit out of both my processor and the thing. And I know it's more wattage, but it's not that much more. You know what I mean? It's 125 more watts, or 70, is it 175? I don't know.
Yeah, it's about 30%. It's about 30% more watts, 30% more cores, 30% more performance.
Yeah. I mean, you can get it as big as you want, but I mean, because it really, at that point, it's not going to be that much more, an extra $100 or something. So
I figure $250, $300 is what I'm going to have to buy, spend on power supply. But I factored that in to my goal. So thank you. We are very close now. Thank you, Salvador. Salvador already had donated to it. So that's the second donation from Salvador.
You actually have a lot of people that have double dipped.
Yeah, we've had a few. Absolutely. We had Grandpa Barbecuer, Looper, Andrew Ehrenreich. Yeah, we've had quite a few. So thank you guys. I appreciate you very much. We're getting close. Hello Games Award, best ongoing support of a VR game. Again, I'm going to blow through these pretty quick, but I'm not going to blow through the first nominee all that quick because Eric, I mean, what can you say about Contractor Showdown? This was already out the box one of the best shooters in VR 6 months ago. And just for no fucking reason, for no extra cost whatsoever, they added on a whole new game mode that makes this like 2 games in one. That's good ongoing support, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, man. They've been doing it for a long time. Like they know what they're doing. They upgraded contractors for years and put community maps in, and you just kept making the game better and better and better. And then they do this amazing mode where you can get in and do these battle royals, which was huge. And then they do X again. We talked about this earlier. It's not a shame. There's nothing wrong with what they did. They saw that people wanted it. Somebody else was doing something like it. They did it and went and tried to do it better. Like there's nothing wrong with that. And and for me, I mean, they've made a great game. They continue to support it. They know they have something here, and they're not leaving from it. They're not departing from it. You know what I mean? When you have a good game that you can continue to make and still, again, make money on because it's good, you continue to support it. Keep at it. I mean, there's no reason for them to be like, oh, let's just go make another game or a different game. They just keep making this one better and better and better and making people pretty much have to go buy it because it's so good.
Yeah, I think that's where they're at. And again, that exfil game mode was just good right out the box. It's technically still in development and in beta testing or whatever, but it's already very polished, and I can only imagine what it's going to be like by the time they get done with it.
Mm-hmm.
Roots, when we talk about best ongoing support of a VR game, I think the definition of ongoing is when a game gets nominated year after year after year, and that is the case for Walkabout Mini Golf. I think that with Walkabout here, we're running into a super hot situation where they keep putting out these DLCs and they keep supporting the game, and people keep buying it. And what that essentially is going to mean for us long term is, even though the technology has moved on and we're very much at a point now where they're very capable of giving us a new upgraded version of Walkabout, a sequel that would be awesome and have more realistic graphics and stuff. They could do that now, but I don't know if they ever will, Roots, because they keep putting out these awesome DLCs. People keep picking them up, and I don't know if they'll ever make a sequel to this.
Yeah, I don't know if they will either. They're having so much success with this, and the business model is smart. You know, like it's not too expensive to get the new courses. It's almost a no-brainer, a couple bucks. Now you've got one more course. You got, the scavenger hunt. You've got the extra golf clubs from that, the balls, and you find. I mean, it's super cool.
Absolutely. Brandon VR says, did Breachers win over Walkabout Mini Golf? Breachers was nominated, and it was a deserving nominee, but it did get cut from the list here. Breachers got some new maps this year, and continues to add polish and get better over time. I'm sure Brandon will tell you all about that.
Nobody plays that game. No, just kidding.
But I want to talk about Hellsweeper. I want to talk about a game that launched in kind of a rough state. Within a couple of months, they patched it up to be in what I would consider good enough state. Like, they fixed most of the graphical issues with it, and it was just okay. But then they went on like a 6-month long journey, or maybe it wasn't 6 months, it was like 4 months or something like that, where they completely moved the game over to a completely different Unity pipeline, just so they could implement dynamic foveated rendering on PlayStation VR2. In the process, they ended up learning new tricks and new methods of optimization that improved the game dramatically across PC and Quest as well. Then on top of that, they added in the extra multiplayer support, and all of the different advancements and updates that the game's gotten since then. And it's went from a pretty rough game to a good game to a great game, thanks to exhaustive amounts of work put in from the development team here. Hellsweeper, absolutely one of the best supported games in VR now.
Yeah.
All right. We move on to a game that we haven't talked a lot about yet. The fourth nominee here, what has been a community favorite for a long time, Dungeons of Eternity. This is a bit of an interesting one, Eric, because this was all anybody wanted to play in 2023 and well into the early parts of 2024. It was only recently, with some of the newer co-op games that come out, that this one started to fall off a little bit. But it's through no fault of their own. They've added all kinds of new content in here, new weapons, all kinds of new stuff for you to collect. They've made it now so that you can play with parties, a party of 4. Used to, you could only play in parties of 3. You could bring 2 friends in. Now you can bring a party of 4 in. And they continue to chip away at that ambitious roadmap that they shared with us over a year ago. This is definitely one of the best supported games in VR.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this one a little bit last night too. Like, this game is really good. I know that you guys didn't, fall in love with this game as much as I did, and I know that it did definitely fall off. But there's, they still have a good roadmap. They still have supported a lot of it. I still think that there's enough here where they can continue to add to it and put more things into it. So I'm hopeful they do that. Yeah, I mean, I just think they did a really good job in this game, but I think they have a time limit, like, and that's what happens with a lot of these things. Like, you have to stay on top of this, and if you go too long without being relevant, you'll fall away. So while I think that they will, and they have already supported the crap out of this game, they kind of need to get back in there and get something out soon for it to update it.
They need to get that promised story campaign in.
Yeah,
that's the big thing that this game is missing. That's the reason why people started playing games like Into Black and grinding away in that versus grinding away in this, is because this, you're just grinding for the sake of grinding and collecting, where that you have very clear objectives, and it also has the same type of endless looting and progression. Like, after you finish the story campaign and Into Black, they have they have a bonus mission, so you get all of the levels unlocked, and then I don't know if it's daily or weekly. They post a number of missions in there for you to go in, and not only do you get the materials you collect, I think they give you bonus stuff as well. So if you just like doing that sort of thing, you can do that in there. But DOE was kind of the original grind fest on Quest, and still has a lot of people going in and playing it. But not the winner, surprisingly enough. Not the winner. The winner surprised me a little bit here, as I'm sure it will many of you. Not that it's not deserving. The winner of the Hello Games Award for Best Ongoing Support of a VR Game this year is Puzzling Places. They added the co-op multiplayer update. They continue to add new puzzles and animations in here every year. Roots, we snubbed this one, and people let us hear about it. When we went over the nominees on our last episode, AppJ left a comment to me directly telling me that we don't give this game enough credit. Well, here you go, AppJ, winner of the award, Puzzling Places. Too bad you had to check out and go to bed or go to work or wherever you went. Hopefully you end up watching this one back, because we did it. We did it. What was her name? What was Rocky's girlfriend's name? Adrian. Yo, Adrian. We did it.
Yeah, no, I was surprised. I can't remember. I think it was Looper that sold me on it. Like, they started listing all the things that they had been doing this year, and it was like, there was a lot. It was like they are doing a lot, and it wasn't just adding puzzles, and there was quite a bit that was going on there that it actually swayed my vote for Puzzling Places. So
it was a lot of people like the animations and moving stuff that they have in there now that didn't used to be in there.
Yeah.
So yeah, congratulations, Puzzling Places. I still have not played this game, so I wouldn't know. Maybe it's awesome. Apparently it's awesome. Everyone talks about how great it is.
It's puzzles, man. Who doesn't love puzzles, right?
Yeah, just proof positive that we don't pick the winners here, people. Like a game that a few of these games I've never played have ended up winning awards on this year's show. So yeah, this one's been a long time coming. So,
Brandon VR says OpJ fell asleep. Do a Breacher swap out. Yeah, that's pretty much how it works, right?
Yeah.
We'll give Breachers a nod, a runners up. What could have been. I don't know. Did Breachers really add that much this year, though? I mean,
I think they added 2 maps. I think is what they did.
I mean, they're definitely supporting it, but there's some things on this list where they really supported the hell out of their game.
Yeah, it's hard to vote against games. Perennials like No Man's Sky and Walkabout are just kind of crazy. In my opinion, probably I would have went with Contractor Showdown. I think what they've done here with this exfil is exceptional, and that's probably where my vote went. I don't remember.
Yeah, I do want to. I was gonna say I do want to, because I have no idea what the time is anymore since my crash, but going with a 2.5 hour Brian segment and looking at how many segments we have left, I don't know how we make it under 12 minutes unless we are 12 hours. Because we're gonna have to really pick up the pace. How much time do we have left?
Wow, is it almost 1 a.m.? It can't be.
It's 10. Yeah, it's almost 10:45 my time.
Wow, how did the time go that fast? Oh my god!
And I know we started about 1 my time. Was it 1 my time?
You should have a counter on your screen there to tell you how long the episode is. Telling you've been going on.
On my you mean for the
does the OBS tell you how long you've been going on?
Well, it would have before it crashed. Once it crashed, I lost all that info.
So I think we went on at like 3:45 local here, so we've been on about 9 hours now.
So and with Brian's 2.5 hour segment, and then if you look at how many segments we have just to get to that.
Yeah, you're right. We're definitely going to go over 12 hours. You are right. even though we're going to blow through these categories now, but even at that, it's 5 minutes per category at the very least. We're still probably going to go over.
So are we better just to, because we know we're going to end up stopping it rather than, well, I don't know. I mean, either way, we know people are going to come for Brian's interview segment, right? So maybe we just stop it either now and then restart it. And then that way it's not so much in one and then it's kind of split. And
all right, so let's do this.
Or
let's
you could go to Brian
more...
now or soon, and then we can cut later. It might be better.
Well,
keep Brian in the main video.
We'll cut now or not now. Let's do one more award segment, and then I will announce what the next giveaway title is, and then when we come back on the other side of the break, we'll give it away.
Yeah, because we still have a lot of games to give away, so I guess people could
yes,
not want to get those games, but
yeah, definitely some of our best titles, our very best titles, are at the very end, like always. But yeah, we've got some great titles left to give away, and we still got Game of the Year ahead, and Brian Paul. Like, we've got a lot of good stuff.
Well, Brian Paul's the best part of it. So,
yeah,
I don't think we're going to go way over 12 hours, but we're definitely going to go over. So
yeah.
Did you think that we were actually not going to go over 12 hours?
I thought we had a shot. I naively thought we did.
Well,
my wife
we did have a shot.
Way. She's like, "There's no way."
We did have a shot. We have gone off on some tangents here and spoken at length about things that weren't really even pertaining to the categories or nominees at hand. We've just
how dare you blame me?
I was just about to say I blame Eric. Are you in my head, dude? What the hell, man?
I knew that way. I knew where that was going.
Well, you kind of had a couple of Eric's rants.
I get passionate.
Well placed, but
that's why people tune in. That's what makes it good. So just know, everyone, spread the word. Tell your neighbor. Here in about 5 minutes, we're going to end this stream and move over to part 2. Part 2 of the 2024 show. We'll go ahead and cut it so that there's a good chunk, good 3 to 4 hour chunk after the break that people have to tune in and watch to get the best stuff. But before we do that, let's move on to the Jumanji Award. Jumanji Award. This is for the best immersive storytelling in a VR game. Best immersive storytelling. All right. So the first nominee, again, we've already talked about most of these, so we're not going to rehash them, but we talked earlier about Retropolis 2, Never Say Goodbye. This is a puzzle game from a very small team at Peanut Button. One of the kind of hallmarks of their games, this game and its predecessor, is the way that they tell a story. It's always a very unique story and told through the environment and through the puzzles and through your interactions with the other very unique characters, and a great example of immersive storytelling and a great puzzle game altogether. Retropolis 2, Never Say Goodbye. The next title we have yet to talk about, and this I feel like is one of the best examples of immersive storytelling, definitely in 2024, The Pirate Queen, starring Lucy Liu, executive produced and starring Lucy Liu. This was a game. It wasn't just an interactive experience. This was technically a puzzle game, and it was fun at times in terms of gameplay, and then other times you felt like the gameplay maybe was a little bit lacking. But one place that this game was never lacking was the story, and I think it says a lot about that it had so-so gameplay mechanics, but it kept both of us kind of hooked all the way through the end. Not that it was the longest game in the world, but we certainly played it a lot longer than we ever needed to talk about it and cover it on the show. I think we both finished this one, did we not?
Yeah, I believe so. And yeah, I mean, it just goes to show it's kind of like the exact opposite of that other pirate game we played. Like sometimes the story doesn't. It doesn't matter what the gameplay is. If the gameplay is decent, if the story is amazing, I don't. That's what I want. I'm story driven. I mean, obviously, I want good games as well, but man, I just want a good story, and this was really good.
And it's not that the gameplay was horrible. Actually, this started off rather strong. Like this was a puzzle game, and the later you got into the game, the more kind of token the puzzles became. But I don't remember if you covered this one with us or not, Eric. But the at the very beginning of the game, they put you in a room, and it's very much like escape room style puzzling, and you spend a good period of time in that room. It's like 20 or 30 minutes to get out of it, and it was challenging. It was fun, and it set the tone that unfortunately the rest of the game didn't live up to in terms of gameplay. But by the time you get out of that room and get on your way, they've already hooked you with the story, and the story is absolutely enough to keep you going all the way through the end.
Yeah, no, I didn't play this one at all. It must have been an episode of where it's just you and Roots. I missed it, so I didn't get a chance to play it. I have gone through it a ton with other people. I talked to both of you guys about it, and I actually met the developer in London this past week. We talked about the game quite a bit, and I mean, I have I know a lot of people said a lot of really good things about this. And this is one of those games I have on a list of that I want to go check out. Because especially when I get a chance to meet another developer and talk to them, and then everybody speaks so highly of it, I make little internal lists of things that I want to make sure I get into, and this was one of those.
It's really cool. It's got some supernatural, spiritual type stuff in it, but it's telling a story. I don't remember if it's 100% true or just kind of loosely based on a true story. But it's supposedly telling the story of one of China's first, or maybe China's first woman emperor, or something to that effect, and how she overcame assassination attempts and things to come to power. And it's really well done, the way that they go about telling the story. It's totally immersive, and truth be told, if it weren't for the game that ended up winning, this would have probably been the game that I voted for in this category. It's super strong, and definitely recommend. All right, moving on to the next best immersive storytelling. I know we talked a lot about how scary it was and how good the puzzles were in Madison VR, but as you're going to hear in the next pre-recorded segment with Brian Paul, one of the biggest pluses of Madison VR was the story that they told, and they kind of they put you in the shoes of this afflicted young man, and let you sit there and squirm as things unfold, and his situation becomes more and more dire over the dozen or so hours that you're playing in this game. I don't think that this story is, or this game is half as powerful as it is without the story that they're telling in it. Even if it does do some weird stuff in the second half of the game that I'm not necessarily positive that they needed to do with it. But the main storyline of the game is harrowing, so to speak. So yeah, definitely a deserving nominee, Madison VR. And then here we are again, Eric, coming right back to Metro Awakening. And I think I've said the same thing in every category we've nominated this thing for. The action's good. The environments are great. The interactivity is really good in this game. It's super immersive. But it's all about the story that they're telling, right? Metro Awakening does a lot of things right. But I don't think any of it really means much without the story that they're telling.
No, 100%. Immersion's great. And we can get a lot of immersion in VR because of the platform that it is. But if you don't have, if you don't have great storytelling behind it, it's not going to be the same. So if you gave me Metro and you gave me just the environments and the gunplay, it may have been fun, it would not have been the same game. Like it literally would not. There's so much going on. There's so much backstory. Just listening to the people living in these tunnels, and like you could just literally just go through and listen to backstories. So and that's part of the whole picture. That's part of the whole lore. That's part of the whole, the whole experience. So it would be a complete. Think about taking all of that out of that game. It would be a completely different game, and it would feel almost hollow at that point. So,
oh God, that's my problem.
You're like, I don't want all the bullshit.
No, well, my thing is like I zoned out, ADD. I don't know what it is, but like when people were talking, I just wasn't paying too much attention, and so I kind of feel like I don't really understand exactly what was going on, and that's maybe why I was a little bit more detached from the game. Like being honest, maybe that's a problem.
Yeah, if you don't listen to some of those stories, you don't get the feeling of what's happening, and like you don't get the feeling that this is a desperate situation and people are living like, this is like this is like some of them, this is like the only life they've ever known, and then they don't see sunlight much, and like they're bartering and trading and using old stuff that is found around. It's like, I don't know, there's just like a whole bunch of different things in there that you normally wouldn't see, and it's tough to know and feel the immersion of like what's happening in these in this whole world without listening to some of those backstories. It's not the same. But it reminds me of some flat games. Like I remember Mass Effect, and like you could go to the Citadel and Mass Effect and literally do nothing but run around and listen to like people's stories, like day-to-day stories of what's been happening on that planet and the city and what's going on with the political system, and like there was so much other stuff in there that I found fascinating besides the main storyline, that like and those things, like when they're done right, those things can be amazing.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, cool. Sorry, I got distracted here trying to figure out what my thumbnail is going to be for part 2.
It should be a big picture of Brian with a question mark.
Yeah.
12 hours?
Yeah, I've got some.
12 hours?
Like I said before, I've got some rejects from my attempts at making this thumbnail, so I'll
I
probably.
think you just called Brian Paul a reject.
We saved the best for last.
Love it.
All right. So yeah, Metro Awakening, an amazing example of immersive storytelling. But
I think Eric's going to agree with the winner.
Yeah, we have a pretty awesome winner here, as Escaping Wonderland is our winner for the Jumanji Award this year. Roots, pretty adept storytellers. This studio is, not only with the first installment with Down the Rabbit Hole, but this one as well. It's not just like the overall game is telling you a story, which it is, but each individual level kind of has its own little mini story in it. And each one of these little miniature stories has a moral to it, just like the fairy tales of old. And I think that's a big part of this game's charm. And there's a lot that this game does well. But again, much like Metro Awakening and Madison VR and Pirate Queen before it, a lot of what this game would kind of ring hollow if it weren't for the story that was backing it all up and driving it.
Yeah, agreed. The thing about this is it's a story that we know, like Wonderland, but it's like it's a completely different story, right? In that realm of what it is, and that's what I like. Is it's like it's not the same old story. It's just very bizarre. And was it somebody Game Cat Goofing in Virtual Unreality says, is Jumanji supposed to have a good story? And no, it was the whole thing was, the game was immersive. Like you were suddenly sucked into this game world, right? Because it was such an immersive game. And that's pretty much this story here. I just think it was very well done.
Eric, why don't these games get the props that they deserve? I feel like everyone that plays them absolutely loves them, but for some reason, a lot of people still haven't played these games yet.
I know. I mean, Inferno 9 says I just beat both Down the Rabbit Hole and Escaping Wonderland back to back last year. Like, that's a great question because, like, if to me you've been in VR this long and you haven't tried escaping, like, or down the rabbit hole, I'm like, you've been missing out. Like, there's just some certain things that you need to get into and check out, man. And I don't know, there's so many great experiences that people miss out on, especially now. Well, it's harder now when there's just so many titles.
All right.
Especially now with like for standalone games when there's no door on the app lab corral anymore, and like it's like just puking every game into the system now. There's so many more games out there available. It's tough to play all of them, and you're bound to have. And then when you have that many games, and then you have a smaller gaming audience, you're bound to just miss people, unfortunately.
Well, here's the problem. It's a children's story, and so people probably associate it with it being a child game, and they're too busy playing child anime stuff. So like there's a disconnect for me. But yeah, no, I think they're missing out because the storytelling and the gameplay in this, and even just the scale of everything. I think that both of these games are amazing. Both of the Alice in Wonderland games. So
yeah. And then, everybody's saying if it was on PlayStation VR 2, they'd play it. I wish it was there. Like, I really wish it was there. And I think they're going to put it there, I think. Maybe I said they were
well,
gonna.
the original one was on PSVR 1, if I'm not mistaken. They just haven't brought it over to the sequel yet. So
Yeah. Yeah, I'm assuming they will. I'm hoping everybody gets to play it over there. Because, again, and it may have more success over there just because there's less games. And then more gamers, less games. And, maybe it'll do better over there, but we'll see.
we shall see. Escaping Wonderland, winner of the 2024 Jumanji Award.
we did it
Immersive
Oh, yeah.
storytelling.
halfway. Oh yeah, we still got to give away a game.
Yeah, and why don't we give the masses a little bit of a sneak peek here, but go ahead and bring Oprah up so they can see
Shocker, Oprah.
what's going to happen directly on the other side of the break. So we don't have copies of Escaping Wonderland. This is actually the part of the episode where we start to break away a little bit, where not all of the giveaways are necessarily from the games that won. But they're still great, and some of them are from the games that won, specifically some of the Game of the Year nominees and winners. We might have copies to give away. So you're going to want to stay tuned for that. But right now, we're not giving away the winner of the previous category, but instead giving away one of the nominees from the previous category, and a game that's been nominated time and time and time again and has yet to pull out a W. I'm talking about Metro Awakening. Metro Awakening VR on the platform of your choice. We're going to give away 3 live. We're going to give away 3 in the second chance drawing, but not on this episode. On the part 2 episode, we are going to step away for probably no longer than 5 minutes. I'm going to post a new thumbnail and a new link. I'm going to put it up in the Discord, and then we're going to go live again. Now, you guys just stick around on Virtual Strangers channel. Just kind of keep refreshing if you're not on the Discord, and you should see the episode pop up. Actually, I wonder if I can go ahead and let me see if it'll let me go ahead and set the link up for it, and I can just drop it right in the chat here, and people can just link right over to it.
GameCat goofing in virtual unreality says on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. I was just thinking on the next episode of this thing, Roots insults another group of anime people. No, I'm not trying to. I don't know.
Do it.
I just don't. For me, it's just something I never got into. But I there's a big following. So I mean, I don't knock people for liking it. I just don't get it for me. So.
I just clicked on YouTube in a new window, Eric, and the first thing I saw was Todd with wrapped fists up like he's going to fight.
Oh
and
my
it was
god.
the least threatening thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, dude, you don't want
Well,
to
he's
piss
Canadian.
Todd off.
Like you can't buy that.
Remember when he shot me in the back in Tarkov?
Oh my god,
twice.
That was the first and last time that you guys have ever played together.
I feel so bad because I wanted to play more with Todd. Let's play some Tarkov, dude. Just don't
Oh my
shoot me in the
God.
back again.
He killed you like 2 minutes in. You're like, oh, all right, I'm out.
The first one was
Cancel
my
here.
fault. The second time was not my fault.
Yeah, that was the last time that you and him played Tarkov, I think.
Yeah, Todd, what the hell, man?
But yeah, I mean, he's Canadian. Like, you're not buying him being pissed off, fist fighting anybody.
I'm
He's
not
too
buying
affable.
it because Todd is probably one of the nicest people I know. He's just like, I'm sure he gets angry at
Todd is a
stuff, but he's
sweetheart.
just a really good guy.
He's all right.
He's
You
decent.
know what he gets angry about? When people start talking about Canada being the 51st state, he gets
Oh my
really
God.
upset about
It's
that.
so funny though. Yeah.
Brandon says Best Buy has refurbished PS5s for $300. Oh my God. I could get
cheap.
another one and sell it again. That's what I always tell people. I liked it so much I sold it. So I mean, it might be a different story if Dee wasn't here with hers for VR purposes, but I just really don't have interest in owning another one.
You know what sucks now though is I got this new PlayStation and I went with the Pro, but I don't have a disc anymore. Right? I don't have a disc drive.
I
So-
don't like the fact that
anything
they
I have a disc
separated
is,
that.
Yeah.
I don't. They're trying to keep us away from discs. I don't like that.
So like GTA 7 or not GTA? Gran Turismo 7. I had to go buy the digital version because all I had was.
Can't you
the-
go buy a disc drive that you can
I
attach?
can, but
to
I
it?
don't really want. I don't want to have to buy another disc drive. Like I'd rather.
So
just
you'd
buy the
rather
game.
buy another copy of a digital game? Doesn't
Yeah.
stop there.
I just don't want I don't want the disc drive, and like I like it's separate, and I have to I'm like it was just too much of a hassle for. And I don't have that many games. I'm just looking over now. I'm like,
You didn't even need that Pro, man. That's half of Wes's video
No.
card almost.
no, I know, but you know what happened to me is I had to get rid of my PS5, right? So when I had to, but it went into my arcade cabinet. So I had to get another PlayStation. So I'm like,
might as well.
at that point, am I going to buy a PlayStation 5 or am I going to
I
might as
get
well
it.
get the Pro?
If I was going to go get a PS5, it would definitely be a Pro. Like if you might as well
Yeah.
shell out the extra money. I get it.
Yeah. And now I have the PlayStation 5 in my new arcade cabinet. And now I can play every PS5 game on the cabinet. Like it's all the new Tekken, like anything new I can actually play in
Nice.
there. It'll be sweet.
That is sweet.
Yeah.
I bet
Hopefully
your
that
daughter
should
loves
be done soon.
all that stuff, man. That's like the perfect age for playing games like that.
You know what's gonna be cool is like the light guns. So I'm gonna have these Sendin, which is a company that makes the light guns. Sendin light guns for the cabinet. It'll have like amazing IR sensors, and the guns have the recoil in them and everything.
Ooh,
So
party
I'm
at
like,
Mash's
oh, It's
house.
gonna be so good. Yeah,
It's gonna be awesome.
hell
If I
yeah.
go to Florida, I'm coming. I'm playing.
It's got Guitar Hero guitars like that, like mount to the side of the cabinet and everything, so you can play guitar. 2-person Guitar Hero. It's gonna be sweet. I'm excited.
Yeah. Just a
Sure, maybe.
PSVR 2 enthusiast says it'd be worth it to get the drive if you have enough copies of games, though.
I
And
was
here's
just looking-
the thing:
I don't.
if
I
you
only have, like,
ever
maybe 5
if you
copies.
ever want to buy, I don't like being at the mercy of any company to have to buy digital copies, because you can go there's sales at Best Buy on discs and stuff. You know what I mean? Like the stores, they rape you with digital stuff, man, because you have no choice. That's it.
Yeah,
You know,
and if I wasn't in the position that we're in, where we get most games, digital games for free anyway, I probably would maybe think about that. I mean, just for me though, like I guess if it was me, if I was just a normal consumer, I probably would have bought the add-on disc drive. But like we get so many, like I very rarely even buy a VR game.
Michaela the Soul Reaving Game Cat says the disc drive is super simple to install, and that's the problem.
Yeah, it's not about
right?
the install for me. I just
Mm.
don't, I just don't find it necessary. Like it's But I get why people would. Like again, if I wasn't in a position where I'm in, where I get most of the games for free, I would definitely do it.
I would say I wouldn't own another one if I didn't have a disc drive.
I
Has
do
to have one.
I do find it fucking crazy that they can't give you the disc drive with it, like that for the price that it is, and that they can't just
That's
have
ridiculous. Well, they charged you how much for the stupid stand?
it included. I didn't buy the stand. Fuck you. I'm like, and then that's what again. I'm like, I'm not doing that. Like, I got to buy the stand. I'm like, I'm not doing that. I just have it on my desk. I'm like, I don't care.
That's
No,
crazy.
do I really need a stand? mean, it stands up fine on its own.
Until it gets knocked over.
Then I'll kill somebody.
All right. I have pinned a message to the channel. There is a link in that message. If
To the
you
new
all, that it is a new page, if they want to go ahead and click into that, we are set to go live in exactly 5 minutes on the other channel. So on the other side, on part 2, we're going to immediately give away 3 copies of Metro Awakening VR. We're going to give away a bunch more awards, including the PSVR, MetaQuest, and PCVR Game of the Year. We're going to give away a bunch more games. A lot of the very best games got saved to the last, as they always do. And we have a 2.5 hour pre-recorded interview, or not interview, but pre-recorded segment with Brian Paul, where we will talk about the PSVR 2 Game of the Year. We will talk about the best and scariest horror games of the year, and where we will talk about the best art direction and graphics. And we're doing 2 giveaways during that pre-recorded segment, both of which are pretty awesome.
And me and Brian go at it completely about a game.
Oh, you guys are
that he loves
pissed,
that I
dude.
hate.
You were like, oh, you know, that was a very good conversation.
It was so much fun, man. It was so much fun. I knew as soon as I started going into that, I'm like, oh, I know Brian loves that game.
Anyways, if you all would just go right on ahead and click on over to that, we're going to go ahead and sign off here. We're just going to give everyone a minute to go ahead and click over, because as soon as we sign off, the chat is going to no longer exist. So we're going to stay here for about 30 seconds while everyone clicks over. We'll end this stream, and then we'll immediately switch over and go live on the other stream. See you all on the other side in just a minute.
Take it easy. I'm going to